It's a book on metaphysics called Estranged book, written by me, Chris Klein. Forward. I've been putting off this writing for many, many years. I do this at the request of many whom over the years have crossed my path and share their hearts with me. Who am I to write this little book? That is a good question, and the lack of a satisfying answer to it has been my justification for tardiness in this matter. Yet the years have gone by, and my conclusion is it really relevant? Time goes on to different places and new faces saying the same thing. You should write a book. I still do not feel qualified, yet here I sit staring at a block of stone, tools in hand to etch what will be to be. I do not line up my facts to fit a template, nor do I seek a standard of that which has gone before me to harmonize with a well-known score. I do not claim this work to be exacto facto either. It's my own experience and view, not to mention memories from soul. And that is all relative. We may not see the same blue or hear the same bird in a chorus from the tropical forest. I seriously doubt anyone will read this and relate with it all, nor should they. Like anyone, I'm just a sojourner here, learning and burning, trying to understand cause and effect, my little niche in the cosmic dance we all cut in and out of. I am no expert, no master, no one of any importance to this world other than a cog in the collective wheel. However, somewhere else I understand the ancient in a way that's difficult at times to put into proper words those around me can understand. If anyone does read this, other than those I personally know, some will indeed suppose I'm insane or deluded or any host of character flaws. I really wish it were that easy, and there have been times when I tried to hide in that route, hoping it all just goes away. It does not. What resides in the mind pales to what lies in the soul, and that is what I'm here to write about. To try and open the eyes of the soul, maybe reshape the mind to attune to the heart and reach the inner place where we all meet. You may call this your pineal or pituitary or anything you wish, but I'll refer to it to your higher self. My views are somewhat out of line and push the limits of the boundaries to achieve a higher awareness, to make you search. I'm not going to win friends or amass flatteries. It's not my purpose. I do not want to write a feel-good prose, but rather a challenging one to try to batter the very foundations and capstones of metaphysical thought. What else are we really here for but to ascend to the ladder of our origins? I will refer to a power I choose to call God, but if that word does not resonate with you, well, imagine whatever you will as mere human words appear as shorthand for things outside the scope of this universe. I'll also refer to Christ, the Spirit, the Lady, the All, Creator, Akasa, Source, Sound, Shabbat, Akash Bani, and a host of other terms that reflect the divine, as we are indeed images of the divine, a reflection of the cosmic union of Tantra down to our very forms. I'm not going to explain too deeply these terms and hope the reader has some understanding of them. If not, please research. I'll explain as best as I can, but that would expand this writing well beyond time and means at my disposal. As stated, I'm not here to reinvent the wheel. I also state ideas in terms of quantum physics, waves, electricity, and other scientific terms to illustrate concepts. This is by no means an attempt to reflect scholastic facts, but rather metaphoric presentations. It's just how I talk, and instead of making up a whole new vocabulary, I apply terms as I see them. I often use musical terms, but don't let any of these throw you off or give you the impression I'm a hotshot propeller head. I'm just your average being, pumping your average gas in your average vehicle on your average main sequence white star of spectral type A1b. That does not make me an astrophysicist. I know nothing. I was asked to write 3 books in my time. 1, my life experiences in spirituality. 2, my philosophy or theosophy. 3, a book about cosmic union, twin souls, or twin flames, as I like to say these days. That's too many books for me, so I decided to narrow it down to just one finished product based on all 3 requests. Having known there are some things that are too sacred for me to write about, and some things that just cannot be worded, concepts that must be grasped based on one's own experiences, like give me a linear explanation of the 4th dimension. I believe in freedom of objective reasoning, not my way or the highway stances, and naturally shy away from projecting that. Everyone transmutes differently with that which was given them and is theirs to work with and no one else's. Respect others' places on the path, because in the end, we're all on the same path at different stages in this place. Quote, "We gotta get out of this place if it's the last thing we ever do," unquote, by the animals. It's my disclaimer page. Everything I state here is subject to revision, inspection, meditation, and every ion under the sun. If what I write does not upset you, then I'm not reaching hard enough. Inner conflict brings resolution of the fragments of dross. It's one thing to read a book and know it, but it's a completely different matter to eat, digest, and assimilate it into one's core personal understanding. If the order is too grand of a meal, put it down and come back later. But please, by all means, come back, as I am too, I'm learning. I may not ever correspond with you, but your thoughts also feel the consciousness of the whole, where I'll read them also. Quote, "There are dark shadows on the earth, but its lights are stronger in the contrast." Charles Dickens. Chapter 1. Above and beyond man's threefold nature lies the realm of the spiritual self, as above, so below, from the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. I came into this world on a hot, muggy summer's eve in the craggy bogs of wrong book. Okay, enough about me. Let's delve into beliefs. I thought to write a whole chapter on beliefs, but it ties in nicely with metempsychosis or reincarnation, if you will. Beliefs are one of the most powerful, if not the most, of the human ability of free will. It's the foundation of the ego, and people hold them for reasons of simply wanting to belong or flat out control others' beliefs. Because beliefs are subject to change, and not as rigidly static as universal laws such as gravity or time. But when does a belief become fantasy and head over into the fine line and delusional? All are free to believe, as one can emphatically insist it's raining in the middle of a drought. Who am I to judge? Maybe in that person's fantastical thoughts there's a parallel dimension they are creating with this belief where it actually is raining, only in their own dimension. However, in the experiences of the whole, it becomes delusional, as it's not raining for others. So belief defines what is real to a person. There is a paradox there I avoid, as a dog leads to a dog chasing his own tail, but also segues to the topic at hand. Regardless of what you believe at the present time, based on a plethora of variables such as mind, emotional, and heartfelt experiences, ask yourself, did I choose to be here in order to have beliefs? You did, didn't, or maybe a little bit of both, but somewhere before you drew your first breath, this choice was made. Be it fate, destiny, chance, God, or a group of grays on Al-Anon, some things belief in you made you real, or you're real because you believed. Objective thought, originality shapes the individual and often defines their origin. Some belief, it always does, a type of predestination where it is determined what will be will be. Pick up a history book from 1802 and compare it with one from today, and up until 1802, the modern version is square like an opaque overlay. But does this really happen? Of course not, because advancements in knowledge, research, and archaeology revises the past and illuminates present understanding of that time. Note, though, in 1802, they needed no help from today to define the events of that time. They did not need the illumination from the future to see what was going on back then. But the human ego has a tendency to believe that they do. We can better understand what was going on back then today. In a lot of cases, this is actually true in the global understanding, which in those terms just means mind knowledge. Yet the thing we are understanding still had full existence in and of itself. It did not need anyone's help to just be there. The complex maze I've described is a result of the ego, the sense of self, of power, or independent thought. I think, therefore I am. If true, then by implication, I am because I think must also be true. This is duality and leads to a bipolar state, up and down in a spiraling tunnel. Unfortunately, this is where many get stuck, throw their hands up and say, okay, show me the way home. The ego's sense of knowing and control goes into protection mode. But you looked inside the box, which can only happen if you're outside of it. The ego missed exactly when this happened, but hindsight can spot it from the heart or soul. You felt it probably deep down. Some event caused you to finally see the big picture, and you found home was in you all along and not in your mind or beliefs. Exactly what is the source of this phenomena? There are many books about it in the world, this revelation, spiritual awakening, nirvana, that induces such a deep experience in someone, with feelings ranging from rapturous bliss to outright terror and tribulation. Yet the individual is forever changed. They realize they have a connection with something that defies laws of time, as time means separation, distance between two objects. This home could be called the very seat of the soul, something they're at one with, the source. It's as if there was a sudden realization of background music playing a soundtrack one recognizes and knows where the melody is heading, based upon the past measures in the present one. A door may open up and the person may begin to have visions or dreams, memories of past times, deja vu, sudden awareness of subtle pieces falling into place as one big puzzle. The meaning of life. They are aware that they are much more than a human being, but an actual being. This awakening threatens the ego. We all experience times when our minds seem to shift or snap shut if slapped, when we suddenly have sudden epiphanies and the ego reminding us, hey, I'm in charge here, remember? It would appear to have been tricked at this point. We have an inherent instinct to outdo or compete with one another, and when applied towards knowledge, we begin to know more than the next guy, increasing our value in all aspects of our lives for our individual survival. The accumulation of knowledge, though, brings about wisdom usually, and somewhere deep down inside us we are unveiling our eyes to this deeper part. It's almost as if it's by design, the same way one would preoccupy a child with a day of play whilst a surprise birthday party is being arranged back home. The existence of this union with Source has been the taproot of my spiritual growth. You can be Jonah in the belly of the whale, but you will not lose this connection, nor do you have to understand it in your mind. To get anywhere in what I have to say, you do need to realize this in your heart. You can use a parental bond, if you will, an affection for an animal or a garden, but we're all born with something we had a connection to here. If you find this difficult to do, I would suggest meditation on your heart chakra. If you do not know what that means, you might want to put this down for now until you do. If you insist on going on, then I'd say get into a quiet place and focus on what you adore in a living thing. Close your eyes or not, up to you, but concentrate your mind on it, then begin to reach out in your chest with affection to the source and become one with that feeling. When you get there, ask yourself, what is manufacturing this emotion? The thing I'm focusing on or me? Now, if the ego comes perfectly baffled, ask yourself the bigger question, could it be both? Now, who designed that? With all fantasies put aside of personal control, we really can't even control our own real feelings, let alone our reactions emotionally to another. Not in our egoist minds, anyway. It's as if a higher self or being is somehow residing within us. Our minds and beliefs become changed through these experiences. We get more in touch with our better selves, and we can not unlearn this event. Again, we find ourselves outside the box looking in. Then the phone rings and we lose this sense and life comes crashing back in to ground us. This up and down process many call soul evolution, and it is creating a frequency within you, a wave of vibration. The more you increase this experience and become one with this feeling, you increase your vibratory rate, the oneness with the all. This is not in your head or your emotional gut, but rather in your center, your chest. These times are being recorded in your immediate spiritual body, or aura, if you will. Remember, this is not a textbook in the proper terms of past works. So if you want to call it astral body or etheric body or day glow or your Halloween costume, please substitute terms but not the context of my meaning. This is the very foundation of reason for incarnation, to advance the soul through experiences, to reflect the purest form of soul origin or manifest destiny, a term I like to use much better. In my rawest opinion, this process isn't overall good in the larger sense because it's not at its fullest in all dimensions, namely the third in which I am presently carrying out this task at hand. We all know the trials of life, the wants and struggles of it, but that desire to actually be full and see others the same, no comparison, is the ideal of spirituality, true equality. This process does not happen the same for everyone. Thus all the differing branches of the tree of life. But one thing that is universal is it takes time. Some opportunities for experiences only come once in a lifetime, if they come at all. Much of this has to do with our free will. An illustration of this is, remember as a child, you may have made a whirlpool in a bathtub or a pool by encircling your hand or body around and around until the water flowed in a circle, increasing speed. Then in an abrupt stop, you tried to counter this flow by going against the current. It was resisted violently at first, wasn't it? You got pushed back and had to expand more energy just to get into the current. In the larger stream of life, you would become exhausted and eventually succumb to the current and float along with it. In doing so, just your mere cooperation and presence began to work to slow the current, Through your weight and with general circular motions, you found you could actually propel direction away from the flow. You can do this with your hand in a rushing current of water. Keep your hand straight into the current. The water flows over through dynamics. Slowly turn your hand, and by 45 degrees, it's harder to hold your hand there. By 90 degrees, your hands get pushed back all the way, if the flow is strong enough. The same type of concept is going on within our lives spiritually. What determines this force I will cover later on the subject of alchemy, but for now let's focus on the overall goal and impedance to it. Through trial and error, we learn to navigate simple currents we created in water, which can lead us to manipulate them as long as they don't overpower our energy with flow. By going with the flow and slowly directing it, we could divert the current, a cool trick for a small child. Eventually he or she may realize they can't control the actual flow this way. The water still keeps coming. We learn then to build dams as children, yet the urge or destination for that water to flow one day eroded our little dams and the stream returned. So it is with our soul. We exist in our fullest scope outside the scope of time. You may ask someone how they are doing. They may respond, "I'm getting there." Not to sound too opinionated, but I sometimes respond, "You are already there." It's to try and remind that person's higher self that all that was needed for them to get there was given to them at the point of their creation by God. It is definitely relative to space, distance, and time from others, their very own place or frequency, but getting their current place of self here in line with it is an inside job between them and the Creator. The middle man would appear to be the higher self in a sense. I have given thought to avoiding the subject of hires, highest, guardians, and so on. First off, it's hard to word the concept. Secondly, there's no real way to back anything of what I'd say. However, I'm reminded that's not my reason for doing this, and it's my ego's own problem. My understanding of reincarnation involves higher selves, since the purpose for it is to ascend, a topic I will get into in the next chapter. So allow me to simply illustrate what terms I mean by higher self. At the point of your creation, your soul, you are what we'll call your highest self. You exist fully, are a reflection of God's expression along with qualities of the Creator. Whether or not that being has free will, I'm not going to get into. That's up for the individual to pursue. But like earthly offspring, the bucket of water drawn from the well still contains the same qualities of its source, yet it also exists as the water in the bucket. This is a basic illustration of entanglement. Its separation is only perceived by distance. This is part of the meaning of be one with God. You awake to find this state only to find you always were. You are then brought into this world, your soul, into a vehicle that was designed for your experiences. This one is very tough for some people to wrap their head around. Birth defects, poverty, bastardization, and a host of perceived problems abound here. Questions our earthbound selves have a hard time overcoming. But each person has a plan for their incarnation, lessons to be learned and choices before them. Like picking up an old dirty mirror, cracked and broken, we must work on that mirror in order to see our true reflection. The immediate being doing this would be one's soul here, or their higher self, a reflection of their fullest, which is timeless and already there. Exactly why is a whole host of beliefs and one of the oldest questions in mankind's history. Regardless, it doesn't affect this course. Through a series of events, we live our lives and decide the direction it's headed based on limited choices within this realm of existence. To see someone's higher, you must observe and watch them, being in tune with their own helps. When one's defenses, mass performances, and supposed observation by another gets dropped, you can glimpse their higher. This is a wide range of emotion, but it's raw and real in the plainest sense. That hardened, roughened person that you know that beams when something like a puppy or a baby is put in their arms, or the depressed, unmotivated friend who jumps up quickly at the bolt of a lightning stroke outside. One could say it's the person behind the mask, the real self. The thing that defines that mask is much like the soul that records the experiences on a deeper level, and that would be one's mind recalling and imagining life's events and making a choice based on this. The image one wishes to project to the world. In the overall sense, this is survival. To rip away the mask would be harsh, but it does happen, and that event also gets solidified in the mind. One begins to awaken, or they just reinforce their mask, or a bit of both. Another option would be to make the mask opaque in a way to allow the higher self to shine through, analogous to cleaning the mirror I mentioned earlier. The most bittersweet pill to swallow about this is the higher self is somewhat limited by its own past experience of life, or lives, if you will. It is not an exact reflection of the highest, or it wouldn't even be here. There are still lessons to be learned and experiences to go through in this world, and those experiences begin to shape our soul. But the only way to transform that highest self is through spirit, which only comes from source. Through trials and hardships, joy and celebration, we become humble and realize we are not any more in control of this transformation than we really are in the events that surround it. It's a process, and by reaching out to spirit in either gratitude or sorrow, we are reaching out. This is what I expressed earlier in the meditation exercise on what you love. Spirit then transforms that mask and soul to reflect its true origins. The likelihood of this happening in just one life on human attempts is just not possible any more than it's humanly possible to be in two places on earth in your form at the same time. We have a mind and a free will to make choices. We could also strongly desire to change our own destiny. This could be granted. An advanced topic I will get into much later, but for now, suffice it to say, we make mistakes and errors based on our fears, notions, and desire to shape our masks. No matter who you are, you have made this decision at some point. You have reacted to outside stimulus to build the inner person. Out of the womb, you choked, grasped, and brought in air, and probably cried like a baby. And one day, time will expire and you'll breathe your last of it. In between, the energy driving it all forward is being handed down and relegated by this higher self, and the ego in mind is continually at odds with it. Exactly why, I'll leave that up to the reader to decide and explore, as it's very personal anyways. If time expires and the soul has not transformed to its fullest, the concept of reincarnation states that soul will then pass through again in another vehicle of form to further its advancement in a refining process. This is not religious, so throw out any notions of dogma here if you want to understand what I'm writing about. I have at my core experience is how I allow this process to take place, to have my higher self transform to reflect source, but it's not me doing it. My higher self also appears to have a will of its own at times, and it's up to me to make the choices. People often say, why me? Or why does this keep happening? Repeating patterns in one's life are probably objectives for a lesson in that life. My own experience has taught me acceptance is the start, and I can begin to ask, why not me? Each and every event before me is an opportunity for growth, and what looks good or bad is relative to where my mind and heart is. Today's blessing could be tomorrow's curse, and vice versa in the context of my earthbound view. One final note on this. Let's say I have a piano that only plays one octave starting at C and ending at B. That's 12 notes total, and I play all day every day. In time I will have mastered that range, and further advancement will become impossible as long as it stays in tune and the strings hold up. But I'd love to be able to harmonize with my playing and not throw out my current set of keys. Logically, I would build onto my little piano and throw in another octave to match the current one. I still have my familiar broken-in keys, I know, in addition to the whole new set of keys to experiment with. My playing becomes more complex, and I'm able to harmonize notes, play different frequencies, and match existing music of others, and even build on it, advance it. The similes and metaphors could go on, but the point is, this would illustrate reincarnation. We are all separate and distinct instruments within a cosmic orchestra, limited only by our means and desires. Whether or not we play correctly or in tune is not the foundation, but rather or not we are, and we most surely are. We like to believe our masks hide us. Our song is sounding a certain way based upon our earpieces, but only to those that have not developed their eyes and ears to the music. The idea I'm not hitting the B flat right, no one can hear it, including myself, becomes delusional if I'm playing with Albert King. Ludwig van Beethoven conducted his last works with precision, and he couldn't even hear physically in the last and greatest works like the ninth. When he in frustration threw down his hearing aids and gave up on physically hearing, through him flowed music that many considered above human and from another dimension. It flowed from his highest. So is that all there really is? An endless loop we rise and fall from with limited freedom, only to be tethered to this chain? Personally, I do not think so, nor do I hope it, at least not for me. An answer to this dilemma came, and was always there, that I had to understand and grasp for myself. No one could tell me their perspective and make it my own. Reincarnation is not something I always fully take either, but I can't deny my experiences. Having shared them with others, I see a common thread. Not that theirs is proof of mine, but the fact that they were in my life and had similar experiences gets my attention. Soul memories, visions, a knowing, and reading sacred texts that all seem to have behind a religion a common theme. One figure that stood out to me as a constant was Christ. Not for what he said, many of the concepts existed before, but rather what he did. He actually did change the world. Quote, "That which has been is that which shall be." Ecclesiastes 1:9. Chapter 2, Ascension. Quote, "Take me home, sweet home, baby, to that shiny star." Charlie Patton. A hummingbird was outside my window today. He was testing the porch light frame for something to eat. The light bulb was burned out in that shade, so I replaced it. Esoterically, I thought of a friend. Today I feel somber, both like the hummingbird I saw and the burned out light bulb. Moreover, I feel like I have nothing to give, but I understand that's not true, and we ebb and flow with time. Maybe it's the cloudy day. Maybe it's approaching cold to introduce another season of fall, then a long cold winter. The cycle of seasons dressed in a wardrobe of life and death reminded me there's always time to rest. Ascension is a term I particularly do not care for, but rather like revelation, unveiling, or union. It smacks to me of duality. For if one is ascended, it gives a connotation of its polar opposite, descended. This is an ambiguous word that also implies higher than or better than, which is perfectly fine as long as it's not comparison way to another being. I realize this stems from my own ego here, comparing how I term something compared to another, but I always tread lightly with sharing with others. I only use this word if I have to, and right here I have to. To me, it just means getting to source, an exercise in humility, seeing ourselves exactly as who we are in the center, in our heart. This is a process which takes place through a rising and falling, an actual ascent and descent, much like the seasons of time will grow a tree. In winter it doesn't look like it does in full bloom, and in fall it blazes from the bruise of cold and lack of sun to rise again in spring with buds and flowers. Yet its outside appearance is still just one frame in its eventual growth into a towering 100-year-old oak. Please keep in mind, when that oak was still yet an acorn, it was a towering oak. It was just not yet realized and observed by an outsider at a certain time. The acorn had potential, and that potential had not yet been realized. When people speak of ascended masters, they often mean someone who has lived many, many lives, reincarnated over and over. On one hand, that can mean they have a lot of life experience, but on the other hand, it can mean they failed to learn most of the time. So you see the paradox in such terms? When you prune a tree, it comes back fuller usually, so fullness is my goal. A full realization of what I truly am and what I'm currently projecting. This takes humility, the seed of which is honest self-examination. I cannot speak for anyone else, but I need help from this with Source. I have to trust God is putting this all in place around me to reveal to me what's really going on. People, places, and things are giving me feedback and responding to my vibration. And if it does not match what's going on inside of me, there's a lesson to be learned. I don't want to blow this up on a discourse on wave particle physics. There's information out there for that. Basic waves start on a flat line and rise and fall, with mountains and valleys along the starting pole in a two-dimensional drawing. This ascent and descent is for communication and a graph to relay the data for people to read. We call this the high end and the low end of the wave. The more of these highs and lows we have, the higher the frequency, thus a higher vibration. Keeping a wave sustained and stable at a high frequency takes energy. How much depends on the environment the wave was traveling through, the type and speed of the wave. As I stated, this fills whole books and chalkboards with various factors. What I want to stress here is potential. The energy I'm working with in the ascension process is soul energy or awareness to it. When I hear increase your vibration, in my mind it becomes maximize your potential also. Humans are threefold in form: mind, body, and spirit. These three forms comes our third dimensional structure. We can indeed stretch the limit of any of these three and become unstable. It would appear in my own experience the catalytic factor of these is soul energy. I must reach in and touch my own soul and enhance it, get in line with it. This has absolutely nothing at all to do with frequency or vibration. Anyone can do this. You do not have to be ascended in the term many of you use in order to do this. The peak and clef of a wave of energy increases in intensity, but low or high means how many times it cycles in a given period of time. It does not take much to understand. A rapid cycling wave or high vibrational wave is not always in an individual's best interest. If it exceeds the current full potential, it will damage, much like a wire getting hit by lightning. Energy is always moving. Nothing is at rest as it appears. In my fullest opinion, we are all ascending at our own pace. Maybe I'm naive, but I can't help but think we're all learning and moving forward. Wave intensity does ebb and flow through time and medium. Light and sound penetrate through distance, becoming impeded by a host of things. Even in space, light suffers degradation over vast distances. Maybe a part of it gets absorbed into things and it increases its potential for luminosity or makes it duller. I don't know. But we as a whole are moving forward into the cosmos. Life is flourishing. Evolution of energy is taking place. Mutation, coagulation, assimilation, progression, and population increasing towards the event horizon. Adaptation to these circumstances depends upon the actual potential one has for change. Even then, one will adapt regardless in one way or another. If they can't handle it and fall away, they will end up doing it again in another place, maybe more conducive, but it will happen. So ascension here is very important for the whole. By recognizing exactly what you are outside of time and space and getting more and more in touch with the highest being, you are becoming able to receive a vibration that exceeds the one you've been handling all along the way. This way, as everything changes around you, you can then become stable in yourself and respond accordingly to the changes. Earth itself has a vibration, is also changing, evolving. You have heard it, we are responsible to help. Well, I'm not going to get too much into that, as it's up to each one to decide that for themselves. However, Earth's vibration does indeed affect us, and for a very good reason. There's no place like Earth, and we can even see with space telescopes. The diversity of life and experience here makes it special. The rate of growth here is very high in potential compared to other places on the complexities. If I had the form to live on Aldebaran for 100 years, I doubt I'd have near the growth as Earth. Oftentimes when people refer to ascension, they mean they have spent a lot of time on other worlds more evolved than Earth. I'll leave the reader to speculate and decide on those issues, but it brings my other point. Old souls and ancient souls, another ascension term for realization of soul memory, and even ability to tap into a collective akashic memory. Of all the terms and concepts I've gone over here, you may ask, how can I know this? The secret to knowing all this is prayer, for one, and meditation. I can assure you this is the one. It's not really open for debate with me. It will not get anywhere in anything I talk about without daily meditation. It's a must because it allows you to see for yourself and make up your own conclusions. This is one of those things I see Christ having done for mankind through love. Ascension is love, divine love that resides within and is open to all. For me, ascension is the goal of human race's innate desire to excel. There are a multitude of reasons people have for this process, but individually on a personal level, it brings in the higher souls to this world to increase its likelihood of finding truth. Whether or not you believe species evolution is based on a paleontological theory or not, advancement of the heart, mind, and body is common among all. Soul evolution is taught and believed today, just in different terms. Building a brighter future for our children, or a better tomorrow, is a foundation for many causes. This causation in society brings about an effective higher standard. The same thing is going on within those who are building a higher standard for their soul. When one person awakens to higher thought and awareness, they continue to raise the bar for others. Selfishly, we try and create or make our own way better for ourselves in ways that does not work due to past analysis. Much like the gambler who squanders his whole lot because that one time it worked, or the person that finally gets one thing right and forgets the numerous times they were wrong. This type of denial exists in many facets of life and works fine in games or sports, pastimes that occupy our time. Sadly, many live their lives this way and go through just existing, but never really advancing for themselves. The whole pulls them in until they get left behind. Dog eat dog also cuts both ways. When one decides to educate themselves, live a fuller life, meditate, eat better, increase their vibration or capacity for it, open their heart, pray, and see themselves as a channel of their highest, they illuminate those around them. They also increase the likelihood of their true destiny being manifested in this dimension and allow the door to open for other souls to blossom and come into being. This is how the programs of attraction, magnetism, and sometimes manipulation unfortunately work, or seem to. But one has no more control over what lies ahead than they have over this process, not directly. Someone may have certain life objectives to achieve, but it will indeed involve others. Dependency on others is reality, no matter what one might like to think or believe. It's delusional to believe we are isolated islands. We are not. The only way I can affect my life is to tap into God and be built by the experiences I go through. Over time, these things begin to fall away and appear or be replaced by a higher purpose that gets me in line with what the plan is for my life. This isn't exactly a peaceful process by any means, but the lessons are learned either as slow or as quick as my willingness to accept it. If I want to change the world, I have to change my own circumstances. And since I can't really do that alone, I must open up for something that is new to me. As long as I keep my foundation planted, I have nothing to fear. This may not fit for others, but I will share an example of my own personal experience and understanding. We are destined to evolve, and not just us, but all life around us. I'm not talking a set science here, so throw away any notions I mean something you learned in accredited schools. The better word would be metamorphosis, an unfolding of what we really are. As a male in this society today, I feel it's my personal responsibility to learn, advance spiritually for the purpose of bringing in a child that will advance mankind. I feel this is a duty for many. I'm not talking any super raced or past philosophies based on exclusion of others. I mean the whole. At my age and my past, this is highly unlikely to really happen, but since I have this inside of me in this vision, someone else does too, and for their sakes I endeavor. This is what I mean earlier about we are indeed independent in ways you may not have even thought of. You may have heard sayings like, if you want to change the world, start at home. Because I hold dearly that higher souls are coming sooner or later, like the best wine for last or the bumper crop at the end, the grand finale of the age. At some point, incarnation by advanced souls seem to come into being regardless of the conditions they come into, be it a golden age or the Great Depression. They come. I have absolutely no control over this, but it's a personal responsibility I carry to emit the best heartfelt desires for others and try and follow them as best as I can so that may assist in the advancement of my fellows. In turn, this carries over into an assistance for the Earth, the solar system, and the universe itself. We are in the womb of another stage to come, and if I can help by helping others to wake up and grow, then I myself must grow. Cause and effect, one of the basic metaphysical laws. One thing is for sure, it does not hurt me, but rather gets me in touch with the shine of the light that never dulls, and for that I can say we are stars and know that it is true. Now keep in mind this is real, and not just some right feel-good stuff to sound all warm and fuzzy all over, because I'm not. Be ye warned, ascension is harsh as life, and fuller ascension is not the gleaming smile and sparkly life some would have you believe for $9,999. It gets lonely. The more you realize and the more you understand, the fewer you will find you can actually have a heart-to-heart connection with. You can relate, carry on in life, do tasks as always, but the core feeling inside lets you know there are fewer you can advance with, and less people you can open up to. Again, this is where you must have a connection with Source to draw from and reject the temptations to give up or fall into vices that kill your spirit. You will not be the life of the party, nor the poster child for society, but most likely you will begin to sense a deeper purpose. Those you know, family, and even lifelong friends are going to be concerned for you. You are different, or you've changed. This is true because you are being refined, or redefined for a better term. The selfish, superficial things you used to do will lose their appeal. You may become ill. Your sleep, dreams, and habits may change. People may look different to you. Things may begin to sound different. Just as the body matured and you grew up physically, your emotional soul will do the same. This is a place where some may think ignorance is bliss. In a sense it is, but if you've reached this far in the reading, I feel safe in saying the process has already begun. There are many parables here Christ said regarding this, such as a little leaven leavens the whole loaf, or you cannot put new wine in old wineskins. You don't have to know these sayings to know the illustrations. Choose your own. The point is, ascension is a solitary thing whose illustration is fitting as a caterpillar in a cocoon, waiting to emerge a glorious butterfly or moth. Lunar moths are also beautiful. If you are perfectly happy being a shiny glowworm, then shine on. And indeed, do not worry. But if you begin to grow anxious and feel not quite yourself, keep in mind others are emerging or affecting your life. It's much easier to go with the flow, as the point made about the current in the earlier chapter. You do not give yourself up, nor your right to kick and flail and go against the grain. I find it's just more peaceful to submit to the process. Whether or not you believe we are being created in the Creator's image, or we are made a choice from our highest, it's still set, I am here and I will grow and change. Gonna keep on trying until I reach my highest ground, said Stevie Wonder. We are beautiful no matter what they say. Yes, words can't bring us down, said Linda Perry. No man has ascended up to heaven but he who came down from heaven, even as the Son of Man who is in heaven. John 3:13. Wrap your mind around that last one. One final note about this ascension process I want to make. There are various ways to get there in different stages along the way. You can be initiated into this, come into the world already initiated, have a spiritual awakening on your own with a divine power, or even meet your other half. The starting line is as diverse as there are souls crossing it. The stages are generally accepted as occultism into the mystical and beyond. You may hear left-hand path or right-hand path, red road, solar male, lunar feminine, yin yang. But in truth, you will spiral around and touch many paths most likely. You can live your whole life traversing the zodiac and be set in that belief, or reading tarot, studying Kabbalah, be a monk, a nun. The ways are innumerable. Keep in mind there are other tasks out there people are doing to reach a heightened spiritual place. Study and learn from them, but always stay grounded in you. Meditate and listen. Our egos naturally begin to pick up apart new ideas or something foreign and construct a shield around us to stay firm and convince us that it is really grounding. It is not. It's a sign of insecurity within myself, and actually a hint I need to learn something. Not so much the new info, but rather something within me that is beginning to become fixed in the state of stagnation. I have my morals and personal integrity, so it's something irrational for me to not want to learn more. I hardly know everything. Fear of losing myself is a lie, I tell myself, and really a rationale for personal control, something my lesser self manufactures to stay on the status quo. It's been my experience that the mystical path seems to be what I prefer, but I also see something that goes straight up and doesn't spiral or turn, a hidden path that becomes more unveiled as I fail to achieve the growth on a set path. Circumstances beyond my control and changes come to throw off my course, like a ship having to adjust its sails in the wind. I must meditate and bring into proper perspective where I'm really headed. I rise up and see the forest from the trees and make an assessment of my situation with God. I confess I'm esoteric by nature, and I'm probably one of the most frustrating traits about me when working with others. I just don't have words most of the time to get my point across, the cause for my confusion as to why I'm even writing this book. As a child, I was very occultic, obsessed with the future and anything prophetic in nature from reading. Without wisdom, I would have been as very lost as I could not understand why others didn't see the symbols and patterns. I thought everyone did, because I was still a self-centered child. I had not learned to see things through others' eyes. Yet I read writings that were just that, someone else's spiritual vision. As I learned to throw away such hypocrisy, I found understanding and could relate better with what I was being taught in life. Compassion, sympathy, love. I've begun to learn a base transmutation of my own energy. When confusion sets in, I ask the universe to show me, go about my business and come back at a later point only to realize the answer for myself. Those are the tools laid at my feet if I'm willing to use them and trust God. It is my nature to pound a bolt until it fits or gets flattened or the hammer breaks so that I can get a new one. Content prior to investigation. Some things just need a little bit of oil and gentle hand to fit. I will get more into these paths later on. For now, you may want to brush up on hermetics or read a bit on alchemy. Game theory like tic-tac-toe basics is also good. If you want to get into quantum mechanics, feel free, but it's not necessary to follow along with what I'm saying. Schrodinger's cat is also a good one, but suffice it to say, I have a light plugged into a small socket. I turn the light on or off, and you know this by realizing it. You see it give off light or not. So from your immediate perspective, relative, it is on or off based on what you see. However, in the overall macrocosm of the light, it is both on and off, as long as power is flowing and all is working in order. You can only see its state relative to you. You observe it being on or off, so it is to you. This goes along the line of the old saying, if a tree falls in the forest, does it make any noise if no one is there to hear it? It is the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain the idea without accepting it, said Aristotle. Next chapter 3, I think, Karma versus Grace. Quote, we must account for every idle word, so must we account for every idle silence, said Ben Franklin. Justice and mercy, these two alloys weighed on the scales of man must balance or the whole thing comes crashing down. I take quite a different view on karma than the standard opinions. Karma is the existence I've settled on, based upon the choices I've made, based upon the comparisons I've decided are, quote, good or, quote, evil. If I told you all things are working for your highest good, I liken the standard teaching of karma to a dragon. The eye for an eye approach as it is dished out to mankind because of his denial of the weightier matters of the divine. Karma is an area I do not make friends in, so I'm not going to even try here. Most of all the teachings that relate to karma are fate, leads to cognitive dissonance, which is basically utter confusion that baffles the ego. In its throes, it's insanity. However, if you reach the light at the end of the tunnel, you begin to see and learn love is the only way out of this Ouroboros. It's impossible to discuss matters on metaphysics without addressing this topic. But my take on this is more balanced, but I do not agree with rigid stances because there are too many exceptions to note. What goes around comes around, you've heard it said. In black and white terms, this is usually true. It's called the rule of cause and effect. And in a linear fashion, this does happen. Point A leads to point D. If I drop the coffee pot, it will fall and shatter on the floor, most likely, and I'll have to get a broom. The cognitive dissonance arises when I have the thought of, that's what the broom for, right? Another thought may come in, or a wisecracking friend. Maybe you subconsciously dropped it because you really wanted to use your new broom. Ever had an ache when you knew it was going to rain? Although it wasn't raining yet, our body sensed it was the same way animals act differently before a natural event like an earthquake or a tsunami. The word karma itself is an old Sanskrit word meaning work or deeds, and it's also tied into fate. It's not just an Asian concept. It's global and has traces in all society. It's in a way common sense. How it relates to the spiritual is varied, but for the most part it says I come from a positive place. I'll receive positive things like the law of attraction. Light begets light, or even opposites attract. No matter what way you subscribe to it, it says you receive based on present or past actions, even past lives. Regardless of what you may have heard, this is not an agreed concept, even by those who have long held it, because it leads to many complications and paradoxes that there becomes a tangled web from which there is no real escape, since by the laws of karma, you made as such by your actions, which are in effect caused by previous actions. To get out, change your causation to have better effects, yet you can't overcome your past causes. See the confusions? I have not even mentioned taking on others' karma so they won't have to bear it. Or worse, suffer the actions of your race or nation which we're not even involved in. The way I view karma is, be true to thine own self, be true to the divine plan for you. How would you know that? As I have stated, through prayer and meditation. We can cover up our own conscience through acts of piety, be it sincere or superficial. We can indeed delude ourselves into a narcissistic state where we begin to be unable to find true humility. To try and balance out our deeds in an attempt to live with ourselves. In an act to reinforce this, we say it's karma when life reveals it to us, be it a positive or negative revelation. In short, it enforces a delusion we have immediate control. What I see being called karma most of the time is a deviation from the plan of life. It does not take much to see not everyone gets what's coming to them in the karmic teaching of life. Threat of the next life or afterlife has done very little to bring about any lasting change, and it's as old as mankind's civilizations. There are too many figures in history who have lived without any past cause for their effect. This is one area I have to ask. What about this guy who lived in Israel 2,000 years ago? Or the monks under oppressive governments? Or the people under despotism? In a strict karmic sense, it would seem to me that society in general came up with a strict badness, because I rarely read any historical accounts of a utopian society in this age, let alone a global one. When weighed out, there's a lot of evil, so where did it come from if the kingdoms rose up from the dawn of the age? When I look around me and really take an assessment of the world, I have to say we are extremely spoiled as a society compared to the past. I see an advancement of society and a growth, regardless of corruption, which has not changed in its core, only in its means. However, the individual person has changed as a result of the whole. Education, opportunities, science and medicines, inventions, and global thought has evolved to bring a better standard of living to us, but yet our problems internally have stayed the same. We age, we hurt, we get lonely, we thirst, we tire, we need shelter, just as the earliest of mankind needed these things. Recently I got into a discussion with a Christian friend about life. We were talking about karma, and he said people reap homelessness and hurt because of their choices in life to not follow God. In the most rigid of terms of law, I had to point out death itself is not a part of God according to the letter. So are we not all displeasing then? If I live my life locked up in a monastery on a vow of chastity and a diet of dates, I'm still aging, and I'm still on my way to the grave, which is death. I'm a slave to this thing called time, from which there is no way out in the dimension of form, for it is a glue of cause and effect, is it not? But what about the soul? Let me just throw out some thoughts and play opposites to the rules for a minute. I said earlier point A leads to point B, but that assumes there's no other points along the way. If I lay out those 2 points and connect the dots, which point actually leads to which? If a destiny lays before me, then what is my soul actually a part of? The means to an end, or that end? Is not the road also a part of the destiny? Logically, the road would only exist because of the destiny. So in a way, cause exists because of the effect also. This idea is not new, and it's a part of what we call imagination. Once I have a vision, the reality of it exists. It's just not yet been brought into form. If it includes others in their free will, yet does not manifest, I'm not in harmony with the overall plan. If it fails, sure, I can call it karma, but am I not really suffering from a failed attempt to alter another's destiny, or maybe even my own? If I joined a band and played an instrument always off key from the songs, it would be quite easy for me to come up to the conclusion I don't belong in a band, wouldn't it? Yet inside, it would take some humility and honesty within to dissolve my true intentions. Maybe I did not want to play in the band, or even play music at all for that matter, and purposely played off key. Maybe I have no pitch ability playing with others. The list can go on to examples, but I must get to my point. Now here is where I believe karma has its merits, but I think it's more fitting to call this one respect or integrity in the above example. Let's assume for this one that the person in the band playing off key is indeed destined to be a musician. If they played purposely off key, they not only wasted the time of the members, but more importantly, they did a disservice to themselves and the whole universe for that matter, for they were called to play music. I put forth from this time forward, their higher self will begin to steer events, because this destiny also affects others' hires also. Their life might get out of sync. Nothing seems to work for them. They become unhappy. No amount of good deeds or acts make any overall difference. They became stuck in life, not to mention they strand others they actually share a soul kinship with, and that effect is amplified. By that I mean, let us say that in the day they were in the studio sat a producer who just happened to stop in and was listening to the off-key performance. Had it been in harmony, they would have heard the player and signed him up under a contract all his own and introduced him to a new band who had members waiting just to meet them and play music. So from one act, the path of many was altered, and everything has come out of sync. Some would say, then they were not destined to play. They were not destined to play. We can't say for sure, as we do not know what the future holds, or even in another life maybe. But one thing is for certain, if the musician who played off-key is seeking a higher spiritual path, he or she will indeed find the error of their way and be given the opportunity again, might do it differently. Destiny will prevail if it is indeed destiny. This brings me to another point I touched on in an earlier chapter. Remember in Ascension I said certain opportunities may present themselves only once in a lifetime, if at all? This would be a case, and if that is what that person or someone they were playing with needed to reach absolute full ascension, or the absolute as some call it, then a force like karma would indeed step in. That's not to say life may not bring someone else along to help in the matter, or the possible futures and a loss of them I think is more karmic than most teaching out there. Again, to avoid all this, one just has to be striving to grow in spiritual ways and never settle on a status quo. Personally, I hold that if it makes you happy deep down with a peace of mind, and it does not involve the free will of another, you should always follow the course to run itself until you learn the lesson or want to do something else. If what you do does not involve the free will of another, it should be harmonious with it until it is not. To deviate from this leads to egoist control or manipulation to live in the past glories and expired happiness, a memory which no longer serves the now. This leads to a whole host of afflictions to mind, body, and soul that may appear as karma, but is in fact out of line with the divine plan for existence. Remember, a fuller experience is more important than a sustained vibration, and even nature teaches you that. You can study for a test non-stop up until it's time, but it really helps more to rest and allow your mind to shrink back to take in further knowledge, a chance to heal itself and digest what you have learned. In the same way, allow your soul to have new experiences so you enrich your overall spirituality, become fuller to take in a broader spectrum of life. So when the ups and downs come, as they most surely will, you can better cope with them and avoid the trap of, oh well, it's karma, and never expect anything better for yourself. Karma can also lead to excuses to be lazy or foster fear, a justification for not trying, or worse, get attention, and a drama train that involves others and deviates them from their own divine plan. Hardships come and go through them leads to a stronger understanding of ourselves and ability to help others who are also trying to grow. So what about grace and mercy? Sometimes I think mercy is a lack of justice of the wrongs I have made in my life. I will get a little personal here. Right now in my life, I'm going through one of the hardest times emotionally, and just in life general. Then I have in a while, and I guess you could say it's bordering on a dark night of the soul. Problem is, this would be a third such one of the year, or maybe it's been all year, I don't know. One of the reasons I sat down to do this writing was in hopes I'd get out of this somehow. Selfish, I know, but maybe it will help someone. It's not up to me to decide that, though. I just type. Karma often comes into my mind almost daily as I have somewhat isolated spiritually. My best friends in life are distant in terms of geography, save one who is busy. Few things I read interest me. I rarely relate on a heart-to-heart level in conversations. I go through the motions, but that's about it. I don't date. I love female company for coffee or conversations, but no position to further anything. I'm bored with life. Hard to find challenging things for me to want or do, or have the means to do them. I guess one could say I'm in the middle of a major depression, but I don't feel like it. I look back at my life and I see my mistakes, and although I wish I had not made so many, I know it is what shaped what I am today. In life, I guess I'm not very much of success in the standard of the world. Since writing this, it has changed. Where does mercy lie in all this? I do not know. Maybe this is a chapter I can look back one day on and finish with a smile. Maybe I missed a calling somewhere and an opportunity for a once-in-a-lifetime deal. So what is left to do? A small house, picket fence, a beautiful warm lady to spend the rest of my days with? That's not in the cards, so it appears. I have definitely lived a full life and I can't complain at all. This brings me to an aspect of karma, though I do not want to touch on, and that I do want to touch on, and that is karmic relationships. A karmic relationship is one that happens when there is nothing left to do but enter in agreements for the sole purpose of learning life goals. One could say all relationships are like this, but there's often a difference. There will be another purpose and you will just know it. You have a friend and their mother is ill, and you may be skipped out on your own duties to yours who was dying, or you cared for something for that friend that you look back on was something you neglected in the past. Maybe you stood up your prom date and you go out with someone to their high school reunion and they were a prom king or queen, and you get to stand in. Maybe you cheated on someone and you stay faithful to someone who is cheating on you. There are more illustrations than I have time to get into, but the point is you just know, and you have the sense you're being tried and refined in the experience. It could actually be that sibling you've not spoken to or the person you married out of physical security but aren't really in love with. Nowadays, people call this a living amends, or an amends in general. One thing it does do is clear your own conscience and open the door to forgiveness, which is grace and mercy in a nutshell. By allowing light in, you begin to see your part and want to make it better, not for an effect in the world, but one from within. A connection that runs deep and possibly affects others' hearts and souls in an effort to help them in their growth. There's a type of love in some relationships that runs very deep and begins to defy the actual word love. A partnership that forms where we bear one another's burdens. This type of love could attribute to the concept of taking on someone else's karma in their stead. Here again, Christ stood out to me as I could actually relate to this in my own friendships and bonds with people, but definitely not on such a grand scale. I could be freed from the dragon. I came to the conclusion this man must have done much more than any preacher had ever told me about, or anyone else had told me for that matter. Yet it's exactly what he said in so many words, and is telling us to do the very same thing for those who hate us, who are upset with us, have problems in life, and are at the least of society's standards. Not in a way that fixes them or spares them the consequences of their actions, but rather in a way that walks with them through darkness, often silently, just being there for someone. This takes on an awakening also, I concluded. You cannot transmit something that you do not have, but you can indeed be a proxy if you find the channel, much like setting up a wireless hotspot to share the load. This concept I've learned through a lot of failure is delicate when it comes to balance. Painful experiences and rough times are instrumental to spiritual growth. If I do all the research for people, they do not learn a thing. Recall earlier I mentioned maybe the path is part of my destiny. Here there's no maybe about it. Having something given to me in life is not quite as meaningful on a personal level as having to work for it. Yet there's a balance. There's also not going to get lost in my own work or get greedy and realize again I have no real control in this world over anything when it gets down to the base matter. Call it fate, karma, destiny, luck, chance, my one day decayed mind or skills. All that I have is really gracefully given. It appeared to me to be the only way out of this maze religions had created. So justice and mercy together form a hidden concept. The two become one or three, depending on your perspective. I would say grace fits in there nicely, and then you have its polar opposite, strict karma. Square a circle, make a cross or an X, whatever you can to relate this image, but at the center is the divine love directing all aspects of the four corners, the heart of the matter, or the fifth element. I need to make one final point about karma that is common in my experience. I am somewhere aware of energy from people, as anyone is. Looking back on my life, I've burned quite a few bridges based on a read or something I felt was a hidden intention. I have also projected energy at people on my own hidden intents. In the strictest sense, this is classified as karma. It's also feeding into a spirit called judgment, as the law of karma has become a tool of divination in this example, and leads to an isolated paranoid way of thinking I know when I really do not. I can also fall into lazy habit of thinking someone is this way now, which means they will always be this way or that, which smacks in the face of all I've been saying. Miracles do happen, and I can't think of anything under the sun that defies karma more than a miracle. So by setting my mind or eyes in stone of what I think I know, I have oftentimes lived a self-fulfilling prophecy that would appear to be karmic externally. Internally, though, I'm putting off a vibration of fear, and the very thing I'm worried about sometimes manifests. Remember the illustration about the gambler who was right one time and lost everything based on that memory? I have witnessed so many miracles in the lives of others, my own life, that defy all I've read about karma. In the mirror, it's only my perspective that has made things appear as they do. Judgment of others based on a hunch hardly measure up to the value of a human soul or the opportunity for miracles. This would also lead to negative karma. I open this with cognitive dissonance. It's only fitting it ends here with a complete full circle. "And you press on God's way to your last dime as he hands you the bill," said Jethro Tull. "They've kept the truth about Persephone a secret, buried it deep below." Emily Palermo. "There must be some kind of way out of here," said the Joker to the thief, Bob Dylan. "You've always had the power right there in your shoes. You just had to learn it for yourself." Frank Baum. Chapter 4. Hierophany. "Do not fear mistakes, there are none." Miles Davis. "Just when the caterpillar thought the world was over, it became a butterfly." Proverb. "When it's all finished, you'll discover it was never random." Unknown. Today I was once again visited at my window by a hummingbird. He hovered in the center of the frame of where it poked the glass with his nose a few times. He looked eye level with me, then poked it again. He swayed up and down as he fluttered his wings as if looking at me for wanting me to look at him. Then he turned and darted away. Again I thought of a dear friend. It also reminds me I need to pick up a hummingbird feeder, as they must really be hungry this year. I wanted to title this chapter Apophenia, but that word still has a stigma attached to it in psychological fields. It is a process humans go through when they piecing the puzzle together to form a big picture of randomness. Problem is, this is also a symptom of psychosis under mid-20th century doctrines of psychology, which are still in effect. However, the paradigm shift has begun, and the basis for such notions are becoming obsolete. Seeing a certain number or a car or something out of the ordinary was at one time considered delusional because it always resonated as fear-based observations. In today's world, that's not quite the case, as most people have matured past the fear into just it is what it is. I would credit the computer and internet age for this for the most part. Security exists and many things are monitored for protection. In 1950, if someone said, "I think my bank is monitored by transactions," it's a pretty safe assumption that person would be considered psychotic. Today, they would just be considered naive or very unaware. So I settled on hierophany, a revelation of the divine, an epiphany, so to speak, of the hierarchy within our spiritual enlightenment that they have gone through, an awakening that is once guided by powers that cannot fully comprehend, but suddenly become in tune with beyond the logical mind. I could have just called it illumination, but substitute as always terms you like more, please. This chapter is going to be much fuller as I admit the information is broadening out and it's getting harder to compartmentalize everything. I am doing my best to condense and not get too long-winded on topics, and I feel I have not paid much attention to things that need to be addressed in order to get to the meat of this book, which is meditation, and how to use techniques and apply them to energy in daily life, which in turn will lead to twin souls, which I have not gotten into yet. Let's get into the things that hamper our ability to reach the state of complete enlightenment, and the biggest number one offender is fear. This mind-based emotion is driven by chemicals that discharge from the mind set off by your ego. This is not to be confused with the feeling of fear, but rather the emotion or mood of fear. Fear of what? Good or evil, wrong or right, sadness or joy, satisfaction or failure, ad infinitum. But loss of control by self is usually the culprit of the fear of it. Self-centered fear, whether real or imagined, is the driving force behind most causation. I often see fear as what backs all the power of this world, not money at all, but fear of what will happen if I do not have enough. This thought supplanted in my brain sets off a fireworks show of events that affects everything about me. That sinking feeling sets in among the solar plexus, the gut, and anxiety begins. A whole host of hormones, enzymes, and synapses are exploding all at once. Even one's hairs can stand on end, sweat profusely, find it tough to breathe until a critical state is reached that threatens the very life of an organism. So where exactly is this fear coming from? For me, it centers in the mind, or at least propagates within it. I can get a hunch or a gut feeling something's wrong, but once my mind claims something as the source, it registers and immediately begins to run the tapes. The horror show that starts in the mind loops, evolves, and becomes so consuming one cannot even focus, because all the while adrenaline, endorphins, and a multitude of chemicals begin pumping into the bloodstream. One of the sensory receptors to this 3D environment takes in data, be it eyes, ears, nose, touch, or mouth, and it triggers a response in the mind. Familiarity sets off and the brain begins to scan to identify the stimulus and compares with it what is recorded from past experiences. When a match is found, the appropriate responses are queued up and played out physically. If no match is found, a new experience is recorded, which puts the brain in high def mode and the memory is clearer. It also responds accordingly, bringing about a physical reaction. Recall maybe something you found out you were allergic to, or a smell of a pleasant odor you had never smelled before. It becomes one of those times I'll never forget. Whether it's fear or pleasure underneath, it gets harder and harder to stay in time, the present now. We lose track of time, and concentration becomes difficult and not possible. Often our minds split into two places. It seems to be addicted to going as much as one can become addicted to the sensation it produces. Yesterday and tomorrow, past and present, past and future. The last time I said hello, they ignored me. Past. I don't want to be humiliated again. Future. We talked about this loop in the last chapter. Beliefs about karma can actually enforce us into a delusional state. Why try? Future. I always fail. Past. Which manifests in the now. This is a natural coping mechanism we use for self-preservation at a very young age, and has logical and sane uses. However, when applied to things of the heart, in terms of spirituality, it becomes illogical. I'll never be able to reach the doorknob to go outside, a child may tell himself, but to say that as a healthy walking adult in a normal house would be childishly insane, would it not? One would have to know their limitations, their potential, before making a rational decision for action. This is where we can fall into an area called denial, be it thinking one can jump out of an airplane safely without a parachute, or never be able to write anything that anybody would want to read. We create an illusion just naturally or fantastically belief of reality. This is the building block of the ego that protects that cranial hall of records with tenacity. If not held in check, the ego will begin to construct illusions in order to keep control. We all have them. I have yet to meet anyone perfectly sane in this world, and rightly so. This is a must for the advancement of humankind, the stuff of invention and imagination. The mind fastens an idea out of fantasy, and our egos take off, thinking we're the ones to get all the fame and glory for inventing Acme. If that looks unlikely, we will look for someone who can do it, and we can say, I came up with that idea, even for our own selves. One may read and say, no, I did to help people 100%. But who did? I did. Ego is I, and also a fragment of we. It is not something bad, but rather something misdirected, because we learn it directs itself. This ability to manufacture delusions or deny this dimensional limitation can be turned around to be used to shape things and actions into a more spiritual alignment. But you can't do this with itself. You must seek spirit in order to effect this change. An out-of-tune instrument is not going to tune itself, nor will it create a resonance with other instruments. You would have to align its vibration to the proper pitch first. The easiest way to begin to get a handle on your mind in order to open up to spirit at a soul level is to focus it. A technique called mindfulness is focusing on the now. Since the fear we are talking about is based on anything but now, you still your mind and just own your thoughts as they come and go. You take in your surroundings and allow your mind to just think in the here and now. Reading a book, playing a game, taking a walk, just lying or sitting, looking at a wall or ceiling. So many ways to do this. You slow down and stop planning or remembering. You begin to daydream and just let your thoughts flow in and out. This prepares your mind for meditation, and unfortunately what many I talk to think meditation actually is. This is a form of Zen that is mind-centered only on one side of the triangle. Try not to think what is going on to be already is, and what was done will all be in the very now. Try and understand your past and future are now, because your mind is refreshing at speeds that cannot be fully calculated. Some theorize it's faster than the speed of light, a topic I will get into later. You really cannot do this wrong. Which brings me to another part of fear, being wrong or right. People have a fear if they do something wrong, something bad will happen. Again, not staying in the now. Many reasons, self mainly, but they range from guilt, shame, embarrassment, and a host of emotions, or worse, they become stagnant and refuse to grow. They might be happy in a rut. Problem is, people around them are not all stagnant, nor in a collective consciousness for that matter, which does affect everyone like it or not. That horrible gnawing feeling, I need to be doing something, but they don't know what. My own experience and so many others I come across, it's usually their vibration needs help. Not doing anything leads often to the ultimate wrong in this sense. They get left behind. Wrong and right are actually relative terms internally. It changes. If you are called to do certain tasks at heart, it's not going to change most likely, and some just cannot change. Good and bad, wrong or right, are labels based upon preconceived notions or observation of others for the most part. It helps to battle fear. It helps to battle fear to realize growing spiritually has its ups and downs, periods of stop and go. But overall, you are moving forward, and it's for the good, and is right because it's a divine plan. All are equal actually around you, including you in the Creator. Our qualities and traits as they pertain to this dimension are different and define who we are as a separate being. But at heart, we all have the same potential as mirrors of Source, like any star in the sky reflecting the cosmic sun, or any drop of rain that fell from one cloud. I know I have not gotten too deep into showing ways this can be confirmed, but this is how the mind is prepared in order to make that happen. The brain itself is a receiver and projector. Advancements in brain research, because of better equipment, is beginning to see that the brain may very well be projecting images you are taking in to see. The real truth is we do not actually know exactly how the brain works. Theories come in to make sense based on what present time's data, but then we learn something new that the brain with far more advanced equipment to have to redefine everything. Personally, I just go right to the end of the course and embrace the inevitable. I'm not making money as a brain researcher, so I can do that. Our brains are receiving data and projecting it out in waves and bouncing them back in the process. We all vary in bandwidth, but nonetheless, that's extremely powerful. So if I want anyone playing with my head, I want to make sure I'm doing all I can do to assist it to the correct ends. It would almost appear to have a real life of its own, so I must train it. There are many videos and lectures and documentaries on the latest amazing things our brains can do, but I will leave that up to people to view. Suffice to say, we are going to do according to data has already been determined before you make up your mind to do it. To me, that's a pretty sobering thought. It motivates me to get a handle on my mind and practice some principles I can see work in order to better shape my thinking to receive a higher thought wave. One key for me has been everything is working for my highest good, and there are no real mistakes going on here. It's a process to get to the absolute because I'm maybe the one sending the signals from there. I do not know that part. Staying in the now, though, is really all I can do, and memories and dreams I have are being refreshed and redefined at speeds I cannot fathom right now. My past is happening now. Let me make a quick illustration of what I mean by this, as it's very important. Have you ever had a memory that produced an emotion when you recalled it all your life? Like say someone told you a friend backstabbed you, or you thought someone loved something you did, only to learn later in life it wasn't true at all. Or you have dreamt of being the first one to do something as a child and saw your future doing it, only to find out that it's already been done. In that very split second you learned that the past changed, didn't it? Or your future. You saw a wall as a child in your home as blue all your life, only to run across a picture that showed that it was green. Every single memory and vision in your head was altered in that very split second. The fantasies of being shown as the first one to do whatever were erased when you learn it's already been done. Your past and future are also in the present. In fact, it would be safe for me to say of myself, the very present is what is dictating them both. My ego wants me to be split into duality to maintain control. 1 foot in yesterday and 1 foot in tomorrow, as a survival technique. Yet it hampers my overall spiritual growth. Makes the process longer and harder than it already is. Revelation in the now sheds a different light on my past and on my future, but I'd never see it if I couldn't stay focused on today, the now. Hardships and heartaches are, quote, bad and, quote, not right. Well, I can only speak for myself in saying mine are not. They shape me for what I am right now. They are part of me and live with me today, and I must learn to live with them. My future is also now hoping I can use them today to help someone go through something similar or share them as an example that it's going to be okay. It already is okay, now. Try as hard as you like, but you cannot do anything else but live in the now. I embrace my past, both good and bad, and accept my future, knowing it's being shaped in the present, if I just allow it to unfold. Hard part is the pain. The ego will grasp with all claws, screaming and kicking, if I have to have a nervous breakdown, so be it. It's going to be okay. It's all working for my highest good. Times looked back at my life when I thought this is it. I'm done for good, was when a door suddenly swung open, or was already open. I just couldn't see it because I was blocking its view all along. Another governing important factor of this song is time. Time itself has a couple of meanings. There's space-time, objects revolving around each other and man's invention of time, or observation based on rotation. Then there's a distance a wave travels in an observed time through space. All of them involve distance, and to measure distance you must have a physical separation between two objects. A single point has really no time. 2 points creates travel time based on the speed, which is also based on time. At the very creation of the whole solar system, before anything moves, would be considered timeless. As the planets start to turn and move in orbit around a central sun, time begins. But until everything is revolved, you can't really know it. It must be learned and measured in distance. Above all material of the universe in the higher realm, time is just an illusion, as there is no distance. All is one and a part of the all. God is everything in the world of spirit. God is ageless, no beginning nor end. This concept is higher dimensional, as this dimension is 3D and ruled by distance, whose side effect is time. Time would probably be the biggest commodity in the universe, as it measures standards of distance, age, life, or periods. This exists for order within the material dimension. It aids one though to think of time as allusion to their highest self. It guides a physical experience and dictates much of what goes in and on around one, but it doesn't define who I really am. Time is important, so do not waste it. At least think about these ideas and search for your inner peace. When you realize a thing, it's the start of change itself. Something begins inside that leads to inner peace. This process of enlightenment is a pulse that compounds over time, like a wave on a 2D graph gaining in intensity. I also like to think of a spiral that comes to a point and then back down the spiral, with each iteration, the line gaining in thickness and luminosity. It's really difficult to put in words. I guess you could think of making a cake batter, but cutting the ingredients down at the start, and each time, though, adding a little more of each until it's finished. Maybe that's why so many before me have used a worm into a caterpillar, into a butterfly. These experiences reveal the deeper inner person within you that becomes much more difficult to hide. It makes one vulnerable, yet more stable and real. Please understand you already have a vibration that is being sent out continually as long as your heart is beating. Like a fingerprint, DNA, your voice, all these are distinctly separate. No one on earth matches yours exactly. This is the case with the soul, which emanates from your heart. We can try and cover this up with a myriad of ways, but it's there. No, not only people in tune with this ability to hear, but powers that be can also see and hear it. I'm sitting here now thinking of Aldebaran and Betelgeuse, stars so close to their viewpoint within only a celestial sky and very similar in traits. Red-orange giants that bear similar characteristics, the same base properties of light. However, within a broad spectrum, we can analyze the light and isolate what part comes from which star by analyzing the rays of the separate stars. Much like looking at the data traffic on a server, we can isolate the data packets and trace them back to the source of the machine by the packet header and tell who sent what and all that mess. So it is with our soul's vibration, a type of key, if you will. So when you hear of concepts of increase your vibration, think of them more like let it out, let it shine, be you. It can't be taken away, nor can it be hid. You don't run out of energy just because you are linked with the infinite. You can become physically, mentally, or spiritually drained where you cannot force it no more, yes, so you can rest. You go back down the spiral to process all you've learned. Coming back up, we often use familiar habits or ways to cope, probably the latest ones, as they have recently got us there last time, but do not cling too tightly to these. This is one of the main causes of becoming drained. It may not work this time. If I have a nice smile and it's got me into doors and through experiences where I need to connect with people, I often walk into a funeral. And then I walk into a funeral. Now what? I have to begin to be my true self. And then comes my formulations and my ego's plan to get through it to survive. This is exhausting. Had I been myself all along, it wouldn't have been so tiring. Other things I've had hinder my spiritual growth and see from others are things like I must surround myself with positive people, which is duality. Or if it's not helping me grow, I must cut it loose. There's always lessons to be learned, and I found that if I go and try and pick and choose my own lessons, it doesn't work out too well. It's okay to walk away and take a break, but to say I'm never going to do this or that again is foolish because I probably attracted the experience in the first place. I have learned to laugh at life, and sometimes that doesn't come across as being too spiritual, and that's okay. I try and get through whatever situation I'm in with hope that if I see it to the end, I won't have to face one like it again. And if I do, I'll be better prepared. How many times have you gotten burnt out on one certain person in your life, cut all ties with them, only to end up with the exact same type of personality in your life yet again? I have moved clear across the country and ended up with the same similar or same named person who looks and acts exactly like the bane of my existence from before. I know of people who have done this with girlfriends or boyfriends, spouses, and so on. Eventually you will get to the point in all this I've gone ever so far and see the light. The spiral gets more and more condensed until you have a full-blown revelation of what is going on and who you are. This can be quite an experience, actually. And you may even fear for your sanity, or people around you may. You may even decide to see a shrink or a member of a clergy. I have found outlets of creative nature to help the most personally. I play guitar or listen to music, write, draw, or some form of creative expression to gather my thoughts and get in a zone. At a younger age, these periods could last for months, and a couple lasted for years, tapering off slowly. Anymore, they are gone within a week or even days, but they still come. Each time through, I've become less and less prone to stress, shock, or manipulation from people, and I find myself not doing those behaviors on others either. Less to prove and more to observe. One of the tougher things about these times is keeping quiet and not talking about it too much. Just watch, and I play dumb a lot, allow others to learn. One thing I do not like is to be put in a position of a leader or guru in someone else's affairs. I may discover the whole secret of life, but it's not my life. But it's my life and no one else's. Their life is different, and I respect as much as possible someone's journey. Granted, I had to learn this the hard way. When you start getting enlightenment, it's easy to fall in the trap of know-it-all and think you can run someone else's affairs or have their answer. But this too is a learning opportunity to realize it's all relative, and after banging your head against a wall, you come to understand the cliche, live and let live. No matter what, continue to seek and learn and have your ideas refined. Even if you feel like you are making no progress whatsoever, you are. I can only speak from my personal experience here. I have seen countless others, but I'm not at liberty to tell their stories. I hold anonymity sacred. So I will get a little personal here about myself and recount something I have been through. Guess this will account for some of these autobiographical stuff I've been asked to relay to people. Warning here. After writing this, my gut got a little edgy, kind of sick. I thought not to include it, and I prayed on it and went to bed. Next day, I woke up and decided to put this notice instead. You may want to skip ahead to the next chapter. This is very personal part, sad, what many would call low vibration, but it's really raw, and it's part of who I am, and it shaped my soul. Some things cannot be fully explained, nor do they need to be anyhow. This is to show the road to spiritual enlightenment is not all rainbows, unicorns, and fairy dust. There's pain involved, a lot of it, and there's pain in life, period. The lessons learned are what matter most, because at the end, there's a pot of gold to be had on each road. We all go all the way down. I came into this world with somewhat of a different soul from my age group. I don't know, some people today say I was some kind of rainbow scout. I don't think about it all that, and I don't like categories or labels. I had a lot of visions. I just knew how life worked in many ways. I was raised in a Christian home, but rather open-minded, mystical in ways, but a very fundamental foundation. I had no problems going to church, and as an only child I could entertain my mind anywhere, really. I was obsessed with anything of a prophetic nature. It did not have to be the Bible either. Anything from Nostradamus to astrology, it didn't matter. I was always processing data and seeing things overlap. In school, they thought me educatively mentally retarded at a young age, and I was ordered to an IQ test. Results showed I was anything but retarded, with a strange type of mind that left me somewhat unable to function in normal settings. I could look at a page on a book, look up, and begin reading it out loud to you word for word in fine detail, yet I was not autistic. I could recite whole dialogues of movies or shows after just one viewing, visual parts too if you wanted. Let me say this is somewhat of a nightmare to learn other kids weren't like this. I assumed we were all this way, and went into a deep depression as a child and acted out and was put on hyperactive medicines that didn't stop my mind but made me a zombie most of the day. At home I read my mom's college books on all subjects, had encyclopedias, and read everything I could get my hands on. But I was also somewhat of a rough kid and hung out with the wrong crowds and did all the things we weren't supposed to do. I did want what these spiritual people had in these books more than anything, the spiritual enlightenment to see the future. And I was also obsessed with the topic of the rapture. When people spoke of this future event, I just did not buy it. Something was amiss to me. I went into adulthood still seeking, reading, and thinking about spirituality. The Dead Sea Scrolls had been found in the 1940s and published digitally in the 1990s. I read that too, along with getting online and reading. I was also in recovery by then from alcoholism and drugs, which I got into at a young age, too young. So I was introduced to that type of spirituality also, meditation, astral projection, out-of-body meditations, and I had dabbled in the occult on and off as a teenager. Around the year 2000, I had a profound spiritual experience like I've never been through. So drastic, my wife at the time feared for my sanity. I won't get too much into detail. I have skipped quite a lot already. I have the kind of life people find hard to believe if people weren't there to see it. But I had an experience I can only describe as being raptured. I would have thought myself absolutely insane had it not been an account for others I read who had similar experiences and were at that time having them. I knew things and said things nonstop for days on end, from quantum physics to mathematical formulas to esoteric wisdom to biblical and Vedic understanding that came from out of nowhere. Visions nonstop of Earth, sun, stars, moons, working of the universe, you name it. In all this, I heard angels and was told one thing. I could see and know all this, and I had sought, but I lacked one of the most important things, and that was love. This went on for about 3 years, dying down. I sought a lot of help. Went to shrinks, pastors, I even tried the police. I got one answer from each. You're going to have to work it out with God. Doctors obliged me with anxiety pills, nothing narcotic, just your standard stuff, but they didn't help. I would go to another shrink and have more tests run, thinking someone missed something only to find the same result. A little manic, suffering from anxiety, which seemed self-induced, and left me depressed. But each time told me the same thing. Sounds like a spiritual battle that psychology wasn't equipped to deal with. It was personal. Carl Jung came to mind. I went into somewhat isolation for the next few years. After that, only working and going out for the basics. I stayed at home with my wife and played online games and kept up my studies on science, and it kept it very light on any spiritual subjects. I turned into a workaholic. I grew somewhat bitter at life and full of self-pity and quit working and dropped out of society. This drove my wife away after alienating her for a few years. She had finally had enough. After she was gone, I completely isolated myself, and a horrible thought came to me. I'd end my life in a way that would bring no shame to anyone. I'd drink myself to death in a few short months, and that would be that. They don't say that in the obituary. Well, that may sound easy to do. When you are still young, it is not. After a year or so, it started to become a full-time job. I will spare the horrible details, but let me tell you it was not pretty at all. And the sickest part was, I let everyone who came in contact with know what I was doing. No one could stop me from having as much to drink as I wanted in my own house. I drove anyone away who visited me. By the winter of 2013, I was spent. I seemed unable to die, and by then I could not keep enough alcohol in me to not go into withdrawals, and I began to beg God for help. I began to beg him to take it away from me. Each night I would lay and try to sleep. I would sweat, doze off until I'd wake up a couple hours later, shaking violently for the bottle beside the bed. A couple swigs and back to sleep for an hour or so to do it again. Dark shapes were starting to manifest around my bed at this time also. My chest had started to hurt, and I feared I'd have a heart attack in my sleep so I not only asked God to help me stop drinking, but if I died, please take me to be with him. This went on, and one night something happened I remember so very vividly to this day. I heard a voice say no. It wasn't like a voice you hear, but one that is inside, outside, through you, and all around you. I cannot describe this in words. It's one you can even taste. It began to tell me how I had been given the gift before, how I had squandered it, how I had been shown all these things in life. I wanted only to throw them back in the face of all that had shown me. The shapes were there also, the shadows, and there were these giant hands with claws pulling me down into the mattress. Next thing I know, I was down in a very dark place, and I saw a door open above me with light coming through, a strange colored purplish bluish light, and it was slammed shut, and I was beside a rock that was also lit the same color, and I too was lit so I could not see in front of me. It was only blackness. Cold things were flying past my head, and the rock began to grow dimmer until it too was out, and only I was lit up so I could not see, like you'd light a torch in the woods and hold it out in front of you so you wouldn't be able to see anything. I began to weep, and I knew there were shadows watching me all around, and I could feel them there, and I laid down. I knew everything was true. You were always a part of the Creator, but that doesn't mean you will always be with him. I was a light, but I was separated, so I said, okay, if you won't want me and you never gave me my mate, then I'll just die. I didn't know what happened here. I don't know what happened here. I can't really say for sure what my physical condition was. But I heard a chorus of voices say, "She is out there." And a hand appeared, lit up electric white, kind of pearly, from under a glowing sleeve like from a robe. It was a left hand, held out to my right side, and I grabbed it with my left hand, and I was pulled up. I sat up in my bed, and the sun was shining around the black plastic garbage bag I had over my window, and it was daytime. I had just laid down in the middle of the night, and never slept for more than 2 hours without waking up in violent shakes. From this day forward, my life has never been the same. I'm not the same. The drinking continued a little bit more as I lined up a hospital to go through in another state, as I would die without a drink by then. When I checked in, they told me I had been regularly staying at alcohol poisoning levels probably for the first few months of 2013. I was maintaining a .46 blood alcohol content, and the doctor said I should not be alive, and I should have major liver failure, yet I didn't, and I was alive. The seizures I had been experiencing for the last month or so of my drinking was due to going over toxic levels. My brain was utterly wiped out. I could not remember my middle name nor my social security number upon admission. I had to get out my wallet and my ID. I don't know why I'm typing all this, and I have half a mind to delete it, but I don't know. It is what it is. I had to allow the process to continue, and I had to open up to the power I had encountered. I figured if I had any chance with God left, maybe I'd find favor if I died in that hospital, as they feared I would, or when I got out from the long-term damage, maybe trying to do the right thing. If I was going to go back to that dark place, at least I was going to go there from a place other than that room and on that bed I had tried to drink myself to death on, and apparently succeeded. This isn't a message to try and sway anyone from doing what they do. What people do is none of my business. It was this type of desperation that caused me to begin to open back up to meditation and spirituality and realize I can know all the answers in the whole world, and it not help me one bit. Not only is everything changing so fast, your answers are ancient in the next 5 seconds, but if you do not have love, you have nothing but knowledge, and that won't help you in the end. If you do not understand for yourself, you aren't awake at all, no matter what you believe. I don't want the reader to misunderstand, as I've told this story a few times, to hear, yeah, but I'm not out to kill myself. That isn't the point. That was the final act of a years-long process of not listening to anything. By the time I had come to that decision, I was long lost. I wasn't listening to anything Christ or any spiritual figure had said in the least. It didn't matter who it was. I wasn't following any path but my very own to the death. I did not have love, nor was I concerned about anything except through a marriage I could get from. Everything was about me. I don't advise anyone to go to such lengths to wake up. A dark night of the soul of this nature may not be recoverable. I would recommend you look up Plato's Cave at this point. There's a great version of this allegory with clay figures online at your favorite video tube site. Search for it, as it illustrates the example of enlightenment and begins to show the journey into spiritual awareness. Quote, "To the roots of the mountains I sank down. The earth beneath me barred me in forever. But you, Lord, my God, brought my life up from the pit." Jonah 2:6. To understand, you must throw away all concepts of this world, including its time. Do not follow after the inventions of this world, and you will understand what this event is for all time. Chapter on DNA. They say the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree, and as above, so below. Locked within our genes is a battle raging. Of all the places it seems there's no escape from duality, this is it. In a pure mechanical sense, our DNA says we do not have any real choice. We are destined according to it, and you are locked inside its cage, never to come out. In many ways, this is true physically, up until this very moment, unless you're in on high-end, cutting-edge genetic advancement. Suffice it to say, if you're reading this book, that's probably not you. Like me, you're an average person shopping with your bonus card at the same stores we all shop at, driving the same cars, limited by your solid world like the rest of us. In and of myself, I cannot just change the color of my eyes, skin, hair, etc. with just a mere instant thought. I have an inner roadmap built into me through my genes that classifies traits like a starting base of any character in a story or a game. Same way if I jump online and play a role-playing game and start out as an elf. I'm able to advance and learn, but I'm tailored to play as an elf. In life, you can't change your nationality even if you move from one country or another. You are still considered in this world to be a native of that country you were born in, or an international area as the case may be. Whether or not someone believes in the soul or metaphysical or not, or even God for that matter, most people will agree DNA is something almost otherworldly in its properties when examined. It's in a way multidimensional or timeless in a sense as we know it. If a skull or bone is excavated with the long life gone out of it, the DNA still exists to tell us all about that identity. Add a little juice, jumpstart it with a current living cell, and we can start to replicate or make a copy of it using the RNA of the host. Antibiotics and a host of other things use this, even viri and harmful things to us. We can reincarnate it or bring it back to life, but we must use an energy of something that already exists. A mutation may take place where the host cells begin to change and take on the form of the introduced cells because the DNA is altered. I'm not about to get into biochemistry here and genetics. Have you seen the books on it? I have, and worked with it on a collegiate level, and the info is very in depth. Not to say, still working new in a sense. What I'm going to get into is the energy that interacts with it. As the actual molecular structure of DNA can be analogous to something freeze-dried, just add water to it to bring it to life again or charge it. There's way more to this than just that, but I want to keep things simple. A charge is going across the spiraling bands of DNA, giving it a life or function as it adapts, changes, blossoms into its programmed form. This is being reflected back into growth and cell structure and dictating the cell's life and death process. This is a linear explanation as stated in textbooks for simple elementary explanations. But this book isn't about the linear, and advanced DNA research doesn't state this either. The truth is, DNA is one of those pesky subjects like gravity, the ocean floor, or chicken before the egg science questions we really just don't know. Some people believe it's the opposite, where our experiences dictate to our DNA and it responds. I feel kind of safe saying it's probably both, since that's what any dual paradox turns out to be. We can change the way our DNA influences our cell structures, but it takes time. All the while the base is degrading, they say every 7 years it cycles through. And we start all over again, only just not quite the punch of our youth. We age and the cycle changes into a new round of confinement. Yet the overall force does not stop. Ask someone losing their hair if the process of DNA loses its drive. It does not. It just alters and mutates. We adapt to our changing place in life through a two-way channel being governed by what I believe is our current destiny, what our higher self wants to be. Remember I said it appears like my higher self has a mind and a free will all of its own? It may want me to grow wings and fly, and they may happen one day, who am I to say? But the power that resides over all is now allowing that to happen in this realm currently. So I can wish all I want, believe all I want, but that's not the case currently. Our DNA does line up with our overall life process, and the more in tune with what we get, the easier the process. Let us say someone comes into the world destined to be the fastest runner of his or her time. Whether they are born in a wheelchair or the most developed physical form of all time, they will fulfill their destiny at some point. It may take a miracle, but it will happen, and that person may even know it deep down, and be drawn to all things in life to help them to achieve their goal, even down to the very foods they deem their favorite to maximize metabolic rates in their body to use oxygen. In terms of their overall DNA, is this person any different than anyone else? Not really, they just have certain things turned on, or they are just wired this way. All the flags for a healthy lifestyle is stacked in their favor for this cause to bring about the ultimate effect. They're going to be the great athlete. They may vomit at secondhand smoke or be brought into a house where no one smokes, far from the city and smog. Who knows all the factors, but there's something greater than just their DNA at work here. Some would call it just chance, of course, luck, if you will. What about the charge of the soul that is coursing through their DNA? Maybe that has more to do with it than anything. A determined willingness to see a vision come about, a pursuit or a dream desire is very powerful in any living being. The roots of a willow tree will bust through stone or concrete in the foundation of a house to get wrapped around a pipe. In time it will squeeze it tighter and tighter until the pipe breaks, as the pipe ages and begins to weaken. Humans who are much more advanced in freedom can do just about anything they set their hearts on in time. Personally, I understand it's because we are made in the Creator's image, have the qualities, and it is our destiny to fulfill this, and we do, like it or not. It may not always be evident, and mankind does fall back, but we rise again to advance even further. These experiences get recorded into our DNA and are handed down through generations. While I don't argue with anyone who firmly believes this is a 100% scientific and logical explanation of nature, I don't agree for myself. Recall earlier I said soul and spirit are different. My soul is a result of spirit, but I cannot replenish it any more than a stagnant pond cut off from the stream that built it can be in a drought. That built it can in a drought. We have at our disposal a collective soul, so to speak, in our terms of our DNA, a memory of those that have gone on before us. How many times have you met someone who claims to have been Cleopatra or Alexander the Great in a past life in this very current one? If you haven't, then I'd suggest you start branching your circles out just for the sake of researching and learning. There are quite a few people who claim to be the same figure in history walking around today. I can't dismiss that they actually believe this, and after reading too many accounts and hearing them through a lot of meditation, I can only come to one conclusion. They have memories from their DNA that maybe saw these figures, like some type of family soul tree being passed down to them. So powerful, in fact, it can actually shape their cells and begin to tailor their DNA. We don't know this for fact, but it's a valid speculation that feels much more than the metaphysics. How to alter and overcome their DNA is the foundation for much of man's endeavor on earth, from medicine, science, religion, philosophy, you name it. There's also a higher collective source in the universe. I have to use the word Akasha as the only way to describe it, but please do not confuse this with Far Eastern religions. It was called life plasma at one time in the scientific community, but those terms fell away. The primordial fluid is another one. Its concept, though, is more important than a word. Say I strike a pool of water with an object and create a wave pattern in the pool. The pattern that echoes in that wave will have a shape and characteristic of whatever object I struck it with initially. This is the investigations in a nutshell. Everything leaves an imprint, or a footstep, if you will. Energy does not die. It changes and gets stored up, but it continues to reside. Use the concept as above, so below. The life force of matter probably goes through a cycle much like our own water cycle or nitrogen cycle. By analyzing a raindrop, you can actually begin to see where that drop was formed, how high into the atmosphere it went, how long, etc. They do this with snowflakes, hail, many things. By knowing the traits and learning the layout of the earth and its zones, they can pinpoint where that snowflake originated. Some way, those who are more in tune with spirit can begin to tap into the storehouse of knowledge from the universe and read it. Some would bluntly call this wisdom, only the naturally gifted type. This is another way of seeing Cleopatra or Plato giving a speech in Greece, and not having been there at all. Add in the possibility of not only reincarnation, but one who actually lived in that time in place of that figure, and their description would be better than that of a movie or book based on hundreds of years of research. I have not honestly ran across anyone who has not had discussions like this with me, who has not had some type of experience like this, even the hardest agnostics. It's a reasoning that varies, but we all have some type of vision and recollection of the past within us. Those who say it is DNA memory recall, I can't say, but I do know DNA in of itself, without that life force of soul, is just like a machine. I put forth the program is not in the DNA itself, but rather the life flowing in and around it. That soul energy carrying with it not only past experience, but the pool of source, but also a separate, distinct form of spirit that God gave it at creation. The experience of present is just being added to it to bring about its fullness or increase its vibration, as they say, a revelation. In terms of the infinite, this appears a painfully slow process in the finite existence we find ourselves, but nonetheless it is taking place, and another thing you do not have any choice in, like gestation in a mother of metamorphosis in a cocoon. It's at work, in full realization of what it's becoming will one day appear. The mature question arises, what can I be doing to further assist this process with the maximum efficiency? Of all the areas we can work in, this one area seems to be up to our choice, and we can shape and maybe even change our destiny here. Yet it takes complete dedication to the process and full acceptance of our humanity. It takes humility. What we deem good or bad about ourselves must be looked in a new light. The purpose for one last chapter. We have to go outside ourselves to first examine what we really are with no ego blocking our view. What we are from a godly perspective. If I can find that, I have to look at maybe an angelic viewpoint. If I can't find that, I have to search in the higher ideal or akasha. Lastly, I must look to more advanced humans in my life for some type of feedback and discoursive nature of myself and actions, a review so to speak. As long as I avoid the opinion of those around me and my own ego and do not stop, I will find this. This is where I have found Christ works best for me, but I have known people to use any influence to start this journey. It can be a parent or a grandparent, the start of the road, and your ideas at the time are definitely not going to stay put if you're really searching and growing. Meditation here is a must for me. I do not see how anyone can avoid it at some point. As you open up to the Spirit, you will increase your intensity and capacity for soul. Ego comes in with it too. Remember, you will never shed ego. It must be shaped continuously, and balance becomes paramount to existence at some point, or symptoms of madness set in. You will only find shelter in the inner place, a holy of holies, so to speak, because as you begin to change, so does your outsides and people around you. Many around you are already going to be doing this anyways, and now they cannot help you any more than you can help them. This is what I mean by humility. Your true motives will begin to emerge, and acceptance of your full condition will come into play. This is an all-refining process with a myriad of metaphors to lend an allegoric philosophy to you. From making the perfect cake to alchemy to virgin olive oil. To me, we are perfecting a song and dance, but find our niche at the current pace and flow with it. You begin to open yourself up to spirit and find you are hardly perfect and need some help to get there. I'll leave that grace aspect up for you to decide why your worthiness is irrelevant. but I'll hint it has to do with your present ego thinking it's much more wise than it really is, and a lack of true wisdom to who you really are in God's eyes. Remember, the Creator's vision is single. It's ours that is fragmented and dual. We are confused, but God is not. DNA works hand in hand with cell replication. We know that if there's a malignancy, cell replication will continue to amplify this malignancy if there has been a contamination. Radiation and other environment factors can do this, and those with DNA predisposed to a condition have an increased chance to have their cells altered. Today there are genetic tests to see a host of issues that one can be susceptible to that increases the likelihood of a condition that can develop, be it cancers, addictions, heart problems, whatever. So if one can somehow alter or train their DNA and cells to follow healthy patterns, one can overcome these issues. This is exactly what changing of habits do, and we see it does indeed work. But what most of our focus is on is stopping disease and things that are unhealthy for us. Yet when someone that is introduced to us overall healthy, we often ignore this. It normally takes desperation for one to fully abstain from something they find harmful, only to find they will fail many times to do this. What I feel the whole spiritual purpose is here, what I'm sharing, is to look at from a more revealing standpoint. Don't do this, quote, don't do this or you will die, oftentimes does not really work, as logically we come to the conclusion I'm going to die anyways, so I may as well die of something. This comes from a selfish ego we all carry without any ability really to foster it. The whole purpose of enlightenment is to be of use and advance ourselves, others as well as on a path of understanding, to love, and while it may not be a motivating factor for many, it was for me, is all I can say. When approaching with the view of my smoking cigarettes was causing major lung damage, I took the same road as always. It's about me and my lungs. But one day I was posed with something I didn't quite see. What if my smoking was causing harm to someone else that I love very dearly that I have never even met? This revelation was profound to me on a personal level. It may not resonate with anyone out there, but there is something out there that if you look. So by setting my mind on a task a little more divinely oriented, I was able to put down cigarettes much easier and became nauseated by them. You will recall earlier I stated that one of my personal views is we are to bring souls of a higher standard, healthier than the last generation, more fit to become enlightened than I was. By stopping smoking and concentrating on love, I'm convinced my healing rate was accelerated than if I had white-knuckled it through. The lack of stress alone would allow my cells to regenerate differently than have been forced to do something against my own will. Meditation and spirituality has been tested very thoroughly and proven to have unexplained results, unexplained benefits to our physical selves, not just spiritually. There's a amount of evidence out there, and more keeps coming. Test after test, often ignored, but if you put out one test result that a placebo effect was causing damage, there'll be a giant movement to ban it and label it and make a ton of warnings about it. It reinforces within us that I can only guess involves drama, adrenaline, fear, and a wide range of emotion that is powerfully addictive because it has immediate results. Sadly, I have found I am not talking from my own experience here. I am talking from my own experience here, that sometimes people don't want a solution to the problem for many reasons. Mostly they've adapted to a certain way and get benefits from it, but usually it involves the ego and attention. There's really nothing that can be done about this. I have found, but change me and start putting it into the Akashic record. One more current story of a man trying to attain higher spiritual place and hopes it resonates with someone else somewhere to rise up out of the muck of depression. There's also another type of DNA within the whole of the universe, like a blueprint for patterns and growth. We can see the phi and pi at works in Fibonacci spirals and sequences across nature and the cosmos, yet there's also a lopsidedness that exists. On the microscopic level, at times, there's not perfection or equality. One side of the leaf may grow differently, or on one side of the supernova remnant might be a little wider and more pronounced. This sense of off balance fascinates me at times, one foot or one hand being different than the other. It's all around us if we look, and I find it to be one of the most beautiful imperfections, like some type of signature that tells me we're still at work here. Some think it's us that is doing it. Our fall, some point to the devil or dark powers at work. Either way, when man creates something using math and machines, its symmetry is usually spot on. But nature shows me there is room for error. Stars that wobble, light that dopplers, procession that gets unstable, all part of an overall recalibration effect to be dealt with at a later time. Grace, really. I believe we are all similar to this, and we have the time to do this at our disposal. Who is to say that our ascension process as a collective group doesn't affect this? We know that in the immediate sense of ourselves, the world is not perfect, nor is the universe to us. In the overall sense, though, it is perfectly imperfect, because we cannot see the fullness of it yet. All is a process included in our own lives as they unfold to reveal deeper layers and fuller existences. I cannot immediately control the outcome of that, but when it comes to cooperation with what will be, I can allow what to be. I can allow what to take place smoother than what I have in my life today, knowing what I really am in timelessness. DNA alteration through metaphysics is a hot topic today, yet nothing really new. We've had it all with us, as I've stated earlier. We protect ourselves at the dentist or doctor with shields to protect our sexual organs so we can reproduce and minimize the risk of mutations. If you've ever cared for a pregnant wife, you'll know full well what I mean. There's also an underlying belief or dream that mankind will one day be given new bodies in an instant, like a super revolution, while some say we will become extinct. I lean towards the both being true. Our present forms will indeed become extinct in a global event, yet some will emerge different with a new self-structure. I'll leave this up to the reader to decide for themselves and not get too much into that. Just have it known that you could not only be affecting your long-term selves using spirituality, but you may one day fully reap all that you've sown from your own efforts. Use your time wisely. Chapter on meditation. Be still and know that I am God. Psalms 46:10. This is the works part of spirituality, the door to freedom and understanding, meditation. Prayer is likened to half of the work, but if we do not take the time to listen, we just talk. Imagine, if you will, God looking inward and seeing all that is, seeing all of you past your skin and bones down to your very soul. Meditation is for us similar. We look within and we see outwards all that is. This is what we mean by becoming one with the Creator. Of all the schools of theosophy, religion, philosophy, mystery, alchemy, astrology, mysticism, add the endless list. This one step is universal and a must in my humblest opinion, and more important than all the knowledge in the universe. It is the door to freedom and release from all opinions and judgments from others, even our own egos. It costs nothing but time. It can be done anywhere, alone anywhere, with nothing but you. It is my own personal experience. This is what God wants from me more than anything, my time. Looking back at my life, all those great works pale in comparison to those times I was dedicated to this practice on a daily basis. The circumstances of my life often stayed the same, but how I dealt with it inside and looked at it was completely different, including my own moods and thoughts about everything. In this chapter, I'm going to have to use some terms you may have to look up. Please do not confuse anything I say here with Far Eastern religions. The problem with terms of meditations is simple. They are from Sanskrit mostly, because those texts are the oldest surviving texts we have today about this practice. Meditation and the terms along with it are not at all Far Eastern monopoly. All the knowledge and ideas we can read from Indian literature was known to the world. However, those works are mostly gone now. The great library of Egypt was burned. Solomon's temple was sacked. Writings were burned. Many things forgotten or sealed away in vaults the general public can have access to this day, even behind walls in whole countries. So trickling from the East have been concepts that are somewhat occultic in Western teachings, yet do indeed exist in the teachings I mentioned. From alchemy to Kabbalah, and even into the Bible, are the same concepts. The problem, as always, is the ego and nationalism, religion, and whatnot begins to run a monopoly on those spiritual practices, and sadly, money is the goal, or control, if you will, of others' free will. Everything I have written about this thus far has been a way to begin an enlightenment in you, to begin to meditate, to start to gain control over your own mind for yourself. Mindfulness in just a daydream state prepares your brain to begin. Some use a candle, the sky, the moon, a star, whatever they can begin to focus their thoughts on to calm the mind down. Music also helps. As long as it's a place and a setting that you feel absolutely safe in to start, this practice will work. Lying down in bed, sitting up, it just doesn't matter, as long as you can last for the whole session. If you find falling asleep a problem, you may want to sit for shorter times and build up. But once the benefits are felt, you will find it easier to stay awake and you will want to experience it. Be almost like a movie, and it's the best show I've ever experienced. You may want to have a pen and paper handy to write down your visions like a journal, or you may want to get a voice recorder and talk as you meditate to record yourself describing what you see and feel. I use a phone app that has a notepad to quickly text in what I went through so that I don't forget, because oddly you do as your brain hits an almost dreamlike wave state. I will get into the benefits and uses for meditation later as we go along, but let's get right into it. This is the number one thing people ask me to teach them, and I have done it many times with success every time. Sometimes a little too much success. I've had to learn as I go. I do not suggest getting in any type of meditation to begin with, but your basic 7 chakra energy meditation. I will explain what a chakra is. Chakra is a Sanskrit word for wheel. So as you may already tell, this is not a Far East concept. You just need to learn to apply it to your current ideas or knowledge. It is a point or node inside the human body where energy flows from and to main intersections of the body. They are actually all over your body, and acupressure and acupuncture uses them along with your chiropractor. They are basic points of stimulation. Only the ones I'm writing about are deep at the core of the body, up and into your spinal column and brain, the heart of your central nervous system. Along your spine you have orbs or wheels, chakras of energy that feed your organs and body, usually the nearest main organ. Without your spine, you're nothing physically. You cannot function, and it regulates all the energy and fluids needed for you to function and distributes them accordingly. This energy we're talking about is, of course, your life energy or soul energy. You will hear it called many things in many schools or disciplines, but it is your life-giving force. Please keep in mind this is not the ascended spirit I'm referring to. We are all born with the soul energy, as I've stated in previous chapters. It will be connected to spirit, but how much you are aware or awake to this has a lot to do with how much you work on this. It is said you should give 10% of your time to the Creator, who gives it to you daily. Most religions talk about 10% of your money and overlook or downplay the 10% of your time. Frankly, I think God cares much more about me giving my time than my money. So that is roughly 2.5 hours a day in meditative thought, listening. The more you incorporate this into your life, the more you can do this actually driving, sitting on a bus, or even in a conversation if you tune in enough to what it brings about. You can actually reach a state of meditative vibration the whole waking day, and I hope you do just that. I will quickly run through the basic 7 chakras for you. 1. Your red is your root chakra at the base of your tailbone, your loin area. 2. Orange, your sacral chakra below your belly button, your bladder. 3. Yellow, your solar plexus chakra above your belly button, your gut. 4. Green, your heart chakra at your center chest, your sternum. 5. Blue, your throat chakra at the hollow of your lower throat. 6. Indigo, third eye chakra in the middle of your forehead. 7. Violet, crown chakra at the top of your head. These are your basic 7, and really all I recommend to begin with, as there are more, but I'll actually work in others as I go, and I'll talk about that. I will not get too much into names of these chakras, as I feel that would just add to the complexity over the time. You'll begin to learn them as you research and learn meditation. One of the biggest problems I see when talking to people about their meditations is that they're into too far advanced meditations and trying to run before they can even walk. Ego taking fully over, defeating the whole purpose of this. Before you get into any type of meditations other than learning to zone out, you must get a handle on your own energy and learn to control it. I cannot stress this enough. It is very unhealthy to skip chakra meditation and go right into advanced meditations. Reason being, is you become unbalanced, and it can lead to a type of delusional state that harms your mental and physical well-being. Some I talk to think chakra meditation is a chore, and see every time they want to do some advanced meditation, they will have to waste time doing this also, and it's too much of a hassle. Let me assure you, once you begin to practice this basic form of meditation, it starts to become automatic. As I stated earlier, you can do it in the middle of a conversation, and you've been doing it all along, long enough. It is basically getting your energy grounded and centered so that you don't wander too far off and become manic or depressed or confused. There's also a lot of stale and unresolved energy lurking inside most everyone who is new to meditation that needs to be cleared so they can fully see for themselves before rushing off to join the Arcturians on a quest to visit Andromeda in their astral body. Tune up first and foremost. There are scores of guided 7 chakra videos out there. I've made one myself. Find one you like, which usually means the voice and music must appeal to you. This is how you might want to start, but remember, you won't stay there. It's just to begin to understand the others and what the chakras are. There's really no wrong way to do this. You can actually run them backwards, and there's times when you may, as long as you spend the same time on them, each for balance. Many times people will start out lying down and end up falling asleep before the end, night after night, and never really get the full understanding of what meditation is. Which makes sense, as that's in the later chakras up above the heart. If you have to, sit up or just stand up and listen to a few just to get the idea in order. After a while, all the new information gets older and it's the same pattern over and over. Like sitting down at a piano and learning chopsticks as a child may seem like a whole symphony at first, but after dozens of playings, you can do it in your sleep. I will type out a run-through session just here for basics. If you do not understand, that's okay. I'll go over it later, as in the order and technique here is still the same no matter what. Just get this all in your mind and try and see it. You start by getting comfortable in a place you will not be disturbed and can concentrate. Staying perfectly still is best, but I honestly believe you can be aware of this whole process is better than just not doing it because you can't stay still. The slightest benefits will begin to show, and you will find yourself wanting to be still before long. After you relax and get comfortable, it starts like this. You take in a deep breath through your nose, into your belly, not your chest, and become aware of that energy course through your veins. Then blow it out of your mouth and see it being mixed with the old stale energy. You can even imagine carbon dioxide or monoxide or any wasteful accumulated gases deep from your lungs. As you do this, imagine that warmth you feel from breathing in radiate outwards around your body, like a swirling warm bath of light. Try to think of it as a golden, but any color will do. I think of it as liquid light, much like an embryonic fluid, which is called prana, actually. Think of it as Earth's life force feeding your cells. Do this a few times until you feel calm and become aware of your breathing and body rhythm. Now under your feet and below you imagine a ball of reddish-brown metal vibrating from it. In your mind, see a line of cord go like a wire down into the ground, deep into the earth, and wrap around a spinning ball of crystal light at the earth's core. You can also just use your feet, like 2 vines or roots, to do the same, whichever you prefer. And I use the color green for this as the cords, like a ground wire. After you have done this, picture a charge of energy coming back up from the core of the earth and into your feet, or the metal ball if you use it, with every breath. Pull this energy up as you breathe. Breathe it in and around you. You may feel your feet vibrate, and if you do not, you definitely will sooner or later. You then bring this energy up from your feet through the core of your body to the top of your head. Also picture wrapping it around you like a cocoon. Now above your head, imagine a spinning star of whatever light you wish. I use moonstone or mother of pearl. See that energy you brought up through your body come out of the top of your head to that star above your head. You can imagine it sparkle, give off sparks, whatever you like. When you have this in your mind, send a giant beam of light up high into the sky, past the earth, into the stars, and see it connect with a giant ball of light, like a huge star. You can use any star here, and I'll get into that later, but for now, see it as the cosmic sun, the center of the whole universe, from which all energy and light comes into this dimension. When you have that, picture this light being returned back down through your body, out of your feet, and into the core of the earth. You are now grounded completely, and know that your feet are connected to earth and your higher self is connected to source, all secure. I do not recommend skipping this step. For one, it is a lack of discipline, and the other, it can get your energy a little confused, or give you a headache, that foggy-headed feeling. Now with each breath, pull in from both ends, energy up from earth and energy down from the central sun, and see it wrap around you and swirl it in and around your spine in liquid light, up and down at the same time. Here I personally call in guardians or archangels around me, 4 of them, but that is up to you. I set them to my left, right, front, and back, and ask them out loud to shield my whole surrounding with a swirling golden ball of light. It can be as simple as a bubble or as complex as you like, but the point is the same. I thank them out loud and ask them to let in only light, all for my highest good, and not to allow any other sources of energy in from other entities unless it's someone I agree to meditate with remotely, and I use their full name as an exception, and picture them in my mind. You can also set a picture of them if you like. For me, I do this all in the name of Christ, and I make that known verbally. Now you are ready to begin chakra meditation after all this is said. I've already skipped a lot of personal things here, and I'll keep this as brief as possible. If you have listened to any guided videos already on chakra meditation, note that I draw it from the feet also, not just from your tailbone up from the ground, as I usually lie down, but it doesn't matter. Use whatever you wish. I'm aware of the lower chakras, and I like them also to get cleansed, so I do it that way, and my spine. Also, when I say light, I mean liquid light, as in a plasma or an energy type of light you breathe. I see it as kind of a cloud. Bring your focus now down to your tailbone, your butt, and begin to form in your mind a red spinning ball of light. Remember to breathe as I showed you into your belly through your nose, and begin to imagine breathing in a red cloud. See it twist around your core to that ball of light, like a base of a thermometer, and then breathe it back out and out of your mouth, releasing all that isn't yours. Picture that ball of red light and try and inspect it. A healthy balanced root chakra is ruby red and spinning nicely with a hum. When you become aware of it, breathe in again, but this time you will begin to cleanse it properly. Instead of just through your nose, see brilliant red light come up from the ground into your lower body, feet or spine, and at the same time, picture light coming from the central sun, through the star above your head and down your core. You imagine these 2 paths of light swirling around your spine down to the root chakra and over it, making it spin. And with each breath out, you release the old energy of it, and making it breathe in and breathe out over and over until you see the chakra pulse, grow, and expand, giving off light that surges through your whole body. See that red light going up through your bloodstream and into every cell down to the very marrow of your bones. When you breathe out, imagine a red cloud of light also hit that cocoon around you and swirl around your outside body. This is cleansing your aura, a topic I have yet to get into in detail but have alluded to. Tell yourself you are safe and secure. The root chakra is about security and practicality, a sense of self-worth in noting in the surrounding you are in. This is also your ego in a material sense. The time you spend on this chakra is up to you, but make sure you have some type of way to know this, be it a device that will send out a chime at intervals you can set or whatever. 5 minutes is good. I do 10, and you will find when you get really locked into this, you get somewhat saddened it's time to move on. But remember, you can spend as much time as you want as long as it's also spent on the other chakras. Getting too much into certain chakras leaves you unbalanced, and those who are balanced will sense it at the most. Those who are balanced will sense it the most yet. In fact, everyone will. You will also just give off a vibe. People are naturally gifted in areas that have certain chakra governs, and they may have to spend a little extra time balancing that one and releasing energy. But this way I'm showing you is a blanket way to cover them all. In time you will learn your own self. After the root chakra is done, bring your concentration up just below your navel and see an orange ball of light. Do the exact same as the root. Only this time remind yourself you create and are fruitful in your efforts. Let go of all past hurts or shame, especially towards your creative side, be it music, drawing, sexual. See yourself as a glorious new sunrise low on the horizon, and feel this warmth from this area flow over you. When time is up, move on to the next chakra, up to your navel in your gut area. Picture this time a yellow ball of light. This is your emotional seat, your intuition. Tell yourself you are to trust yourself. You are worth being here. Let all fear and pain go, especially fear. This seems to be where a lot of people live in their solar plexus chakra, because intuition lives here. But remember, intuition is also linked with experiences and moods. One can stop in this area or stay locked in and never really learn anything new because fear is subliminal here. Instinct to survive and the ego must be burned away here. See yourself as that now risen sun high in the sky, a beaming yellow fire illuminating the darkness of your phobias and fears. Now go up after that is finished and find your center. That is you. This is the area that is felt the most, not just from instruments who read magnetic fields, but from others. You cannot hide this part of you. This is your heart chakra, and is a green emerald ball of spinning light. In theory, heart chakras spin faster as they go up. The chakras spin faster as they go up, but this one I want full and beaming more than any other. When this one chakra stops, you stop. All function stops and your soul leaves your body. I find this one chakra to be the most ignored and yet the pinnacle of them all. In a linear fashion of the seven, this one sits in the center, giving the impression that there are higher roads ahead. I see the chakras as a pyramid, with the lower and higher chakras as base chakras, the heart at the capstone. You may not know the term base needs or base alloys. This is definitely what I can eat. I don't have, and I've got to use the bathroom. Base necessities to live, animalistic in the root. So to bring up the divine from the root to the crown, you must go through the heart. This is your true feelings beyond emotion. I sincerely employ people to work on this one. And if I had any time for just one single chakra to work on, it would be this one. I see it as a giant tree going up and below me as I lay and I am impaled on it. It grows through me or I around it. There's also a higher heart chakra in the thymus, linked to the divine love, that is pink, I will get into later. So I actually do two chakras at the same time. When that is finished, you then go up to your throat area, at your thyroid, to a sky blue ball of light. This is not the blue most people think of, so you will need to get accustomed to it. It's a soft baby blue. Here you remind yourself you speak yourself in your truth. Tell yourself you have authority to express all that you have gone through in the chakras before, and grant yourself that authority. Claim it here, and let all the lies you have accumulated in the chakras preceding this one go. Let it all go. A good one to say here is, I don't know. Pray here too, and talk to people. Talk to their heart, as you just worked on opening yours. Now focus on your forehead. By now you may start to feel a buzzing sensation across your face, and a bulging type feeling from your forehead. You may feel phantom itching. You may be sweating. You could even hear a buzzing sensation. This is all normal, I assure you. It's called your vibration. This area of your body is called your third eye. It is your insight into all that you have learned from the chakras below, your door into the unseen. Picture indigo light that is actually different for many people. Be it midnight blue, dark purple, black, maroon, it doesn't matter. I sometimes see an ultraviolet or blue light here, like a black light. I picture a moon opening from a sliver to a full beaming moon with rays extending into the stars and sometimes linked to a spiral galaxy whose light spins this chakra. This chakra seems to be overactive in most people I work with, and leads to the head in the clouds personality, not grounded. This chakra can lead to delusions real quickly if not balanced, and it would appear society in general opens this one up naturally nowadays. Psychoactive chemicals also have a lot to do with this one. So remind yourself as the root, you are secure mentally. Ask to be shown what you really are. Ask anything of a cosmic vision. Ask to see the stars. When the time is over on that chakra, move up to the top of your head and see it opening and becoming like a vase or a huge flower above your head, of violet light. I use purple and pink here, and I connected to that star above my head I started with in a giant rainbow like light show. This is almost too much to type, and one can't really express, but it is your complete understanding in a nutshell. It changes as you grow, but it is full, and you can get a glimpse of things here you can't find words for. This is the gateway to the all, and how you reach your higher and highest selves. Many times this is the affirm many times this is all working for your highest good. Now those are the basics, and there are yet more chakras above that into your higher self and beyond. I won't talk about them right now, and find out for yourself these things. Keep in mind the whole time to swirl the light up and down your core. Let it wash over you. I use stars also to beam down in a cone above and below me, through both sides of me, the axis of which I use Polaris, and turn the stars the color of the chakra I'm on. I do techniques as they come, and I even try and make a plan. It never hardly unfolds. Depictions of these chakras are up to you. If you research them, you will note most commonly they are referred to as flowers. You can use flowers, stars, wheels, pools of water, waterfalls, caves, fire pits. It's really up to you. When anyone says it's my way or else, I ignore that. Learn what I can and move on. The one unchanging thing in these centers of energy, and you can see them as the tree of life or the seven heavens. It's completely up to you. The whole point of meditation is to free yourself from the bonds of religious constraints, which can indeed be incorporated into this practice, leaving you to walk your own road and know God personally, not just through a book or someone else's words. As I stated earlier, your soul is like a voice or a fingerprint. It is unique to you in regards to everyone else, and no one is going to know that fully but you. People are here to assist you, but they have their own soul to work out too. I could write a huge book on meditation, but one already exists in material present. All I could be doing is relaying my own personal experiences, which I fear opens the door to preconceived ideas, like letting someone know that what is in a Christmas present. Some things are also just too sacred for me to write about, and this is just one of them. I'll relay certain experiences to people, but not all. And I also have certain things revealed to me in meditation to someone that is no one else's business. You will find this out for yourself. Joint meditation, group chaining, is also something you can look into. But I would highly advise before connecting to anyone, you get a handle on yourself first. What I have shown here is meditation to ground and shield you, so that you can get to know your energy better, develop a feel for yourself, and know your limitations. If there's someone in your life you feel comfortable with and they are into meditation, then try it with them and see what you can experience. Remember, by going back to solo meditation, you heal and recalibrate with God. So you have that refuge. You already do this and just may not know it as you are out and about. You shield and protect yourself at all times, usually. Especially when you put on a persona you want others to see. Problem arises when it's not real, and we don't even know what is real, and then people buy into it or try and define who we are, and we trust and listen to them. We make ourselves slaves. There can be a tendency to do this in meditations also. Remember, just because someone has been doing meditation and knows a bunch of words about it does not make them better or less than you. Solo meditation will reveal to you we are all equal in the Creator's eye. You are perfect the way you are, and so is everyone else. Now here's where I might hurt some feelings, but oh well. I believe firmly that what Christ did was punch a timeless hole through the cosmos and allow this light in from without. Much like your heart is a reflection of who you are, so the cosmic sun is only a mere reflection of God. Before Christ, people had to go to temples, priests, do rituals under certain stars and alignments of planets on dates. Not that this isn't relevant today, because it's also here to assist your soul. This is about spirit. I believe other enlightened figures saw this event, and I read it in Akasha as you read for in Akasha also. The feud does not win me many friends at any church, nor does it win me many friends within the New Age movement either. But since I'm not about making friends in the world, I don't mind. But I feel it's only honest I tell you, I do view meditation and how Christ allowed this to be so that we could experience divine love on a personal level without anyone's assistance. I also see this as open to everyone. This door is wide open for those who seek to find it and bring that light into this realm and distribute it. You do not become able to know all the powers, but rather are known by all powers. Metaphysical law often is the opposite of what we've been taught or led to think. Meditation helps our physical, mental, and soul self by using the universal energies to shape it. Spirit, on the other hand, is beyond the confines of time and dimensional restrictions. It's from the Creator, and meditation allows you the humility to grasp that spirit and have it become a part of you. You cannot ask for repairs if you do not know what is broken. This basic transformation on a personal level. You cannot transmute anyone if you yourself have not been into the process for yourself. You may have heard it said, cast out the board out of your eye to better see the splinter in another. This is along the same lines, and to me it is the same. Religion will teach you works and words and all the great deeds to do, but meditation seems to be beyond it. Do not believe if someone tells you you can be taken from you. Only God can decide such things. Love and peace are always there for you, and you show penance for ignoring it just by seeking it. Meditation is just that. I remind myself God does not want to hear what I have to say, but rather wants me to hear what He has to say. He isn't directly speaking to me from on a cloud on high, so I must learn to listen and hear what He does speak to me through. It is in the language of the heart, and if I want to hear it, I must learn to listen to it. Imagine yourself sitting there and going into your own heart and sitting there also. Now, where exactly are you? So it is with God, I understand. When I wake up and listen, I can begin to bring that light into this place and shine in the darkness to help others in a true loving way. There are other forms of meditation, but doing the basic chakras often lead naturally to some of them. There's just no general way to say what will happen. I've talked to people that see demons only to find out that they are looking at the way they are portraying themselves or skeletons in their closets. I've seen past ties with people I needed to cut because of sexual promiscuity or soul contracts, so to speak. Either way, there is much to be gained from endeavoring on through whatever you encounter. When you feel you are ready, move on to outer body experiences, Reiki healing, or whatever you get led to do. Some experience naturally types of phenomena that they find disturbing that gets balanced or altogether disappears using meditation. It does help mental illnesses, addictions, stress, physical illnesses, migraines, a whole host of problems which accounts for every culture and society. Falling into and out of meditation is always not a bad thing, as one can look back and make an honest appraisal of their life at times when they were actively meditating and when they were not. Try meditation for a month or so every day, and if you stop doing it, you'd be the very first to tell me your soul improved when you stopped, as long as you just did this basic section. When people who actually don't know or read it in a book tell you they are opening up doors in meditation, I have to wonder about such things. What do they say is the alternative? Does that involve any kind of allegiance, mainly monetary in nature? Like buy my book, come to my sessions at my workshop for a fee, support my show, etc. Occasionally someone I talk to is into meditation, so they say, and they open a doorway to something they can't shut. I investigate and ask, were you just doing basic chakra meditation under proper grounding and calling upon God? The answer is always no. They were into astral projection to Saturn or Atlantis with a group they met online, or doing some chants they saw in a video. Please use common sense. A very sad but grown-up fact about life in this world is some people do not want you to be free. You can't argue against them, force them, but one thing you can do is be free and hope that light comes to them because of it. Your actions affect others unknowingly, so grow and just learn for yourself. Quote, I saw with my eyes for the first time in my life by the Black Crows. Quote, my soul's like a wheel that's turning by Gary Wright. Quote, Mama always told me not to look into the eyes of the sun, but Mama, that's where the fun is. Manfred Mann. Listen to yourself and know that quietude you might hear the voice of God. Maya Angelou. It's a chapter on sound and light. All is vibration. Within the silence of night, I hear a roar of a wave that is crashing into and all around me. Wave, frequency or vibration is the signature of all things. It's what this whole book up to this point has really been about. The voice of God, the Logos, the thoughts of God, the Word, the Nam. It has been called so many things throughout the whole of communication. It is the creative expression of the Creator, the footprint of the All. Just as DNA resides in every cell of the body, so too does this echo in everything in this whole universe. The whole purpose of meditation in the very last chapter was to get in touch with this inside ourselves, to become aware of it as part of us. We are part of a much larger stream, that which is just called that, the sound. In meditation, or not, you may have heard this sound. If not, eventually you will if you keep on meditating. Meditation, though, is not a requirement in order to hear the sound. Many people hear it and do not even meditate. The sound of silence, some have called it. Once you taste this sound and wake up to it, you are forever changed. You start to realize things you've never understood. Multidimensional ideas don't confuse you anymore. Quantum physics starts to become more like common sense. You realize you want more of this sound, yet understand you are this sound. It seems to be coming from without, yet it's also within, as you can actually feel it, even taste it on your lips and tongues. It's in your hands and feet, and things look differently. This is your energy, your soul. I could take this chapter in many directions to illustrate points to let me just clarify things to try and help and keep it simple. Vibration is a concept that has been misconstrued in society into fads or cliches such as give off positive vibes, or you get what you give, karmic-like beliefs, birds of a feather, flock together, on and on. But understand this type of vibration I'm referring to in this writing. I'm talking about ascension, and that process is a paradigm that isn't so easy to coin a phrase on in terms of vibration. People can take vibration almost to a level of elitism and exclusion of sorts, which is perfectly fine for them, yet not what I'm about here. I'm more into factual scientific ideas than speculative movements, although I do draw on the latter if we are evolving and seeing new things come into the world, mainly new souls get added. However, think positive things and you will get positive things is not really in my overall interest for learning, as I don't want to understand just positive things. I want to broaden my spiritual experience, lest I end up living in a glass house. My experience has been positive infers negatives. Like so many other things, speaks of a polarized duality of which one wishing to fully ascend cannot be trapped in, or you get a Doppler effect and become unstable in growth. Maybe my higher self wants me to have a bad day for whatever reason to learn a lesson, and I'm doing everything as I'm supposed to according to a plan of action. It becomes delusional almost to the sense of mind program to believe that I have that much control over the situation, to think I'm really bringing into my life the people I attract all the time. It seems we get the people in our life that we need to learn a lesson from, and until we do, they just give off a later time and re-enter and give me another chance to learn, regardless of what vibe I'm putting off. The vibration I'm referring to then is really more like the Creator's will. God wills the tree to be here, so it is, and the tree exists because it knows the Creator, or is known. I was once asked by a mentor I admired very much to explain to him my understanding of God, and I haven't deviated from that basic concept, so I'll relay it to you here to build upon and hope to put forth this idea of vibration and manifested forms of matter. I see us living in the mind of God, as the whole universe is God's mind. We are and we are God's thoughts being manifested by will. This is so far beyond my comprehension yet. It's the only thing that makes any sense to me. And this thought exists since we have free will ourselves to reflect this in our own ability to create. I can only liken it to a giant quantum computer where all I thought becomes animated, and I give it free will to grow and perform independently, but within the confines of my program. Yet, I'd have to have every mind on the whole planet working with me to manage such a complex world of possibilities. I honestly do not think even all the minds in this world put together can come close to God's, but you can get the idea of the vastness I'm talking about here. So how would you pull this off? Well, let's compare it to what we have created as humans that we can maybe illustrate. I could get in some high-tech computer comparisons with data, binary language, packets, and protocol, but that would require the reader to know this stuff. So let's try one we all know. Music is the easiest I can think and known in any language. To transmit music, I first need a means to do so I invent bandwidth frequencies. This would be receptive to listening devices by someone tuning in or turning their receiver to the appropriate frequency of the hearing music first. This would then be my building block to work from, the base frequencies. And that is just what we find in our periodic table of elements. Then by taking bits and pieces of all those frequencies, I put them in a composition, rearranging and creating a very complex structure that harmonizes properly. These would be songs. Then I transmit them through different tubes of frequency so the receiver's listening, and I have just created a radio system. I can do the same thing with electrical impulses and create television system using light. What I'm doing here is manipulating waves to create. I'm using energy. Remember, a wave is energy that is propelling forward through a series of oscillations, rising and falling, spiraling actually, carrying onward until acted on by another wave. It would appear the wave is self-sustaining, however this isn't the case. Something is giving it life, and this something is the source for a ton of speculation I will get into. You've heard it said use the force, surely, and it refers to this unseen element that exists all throughout everything, which all things draw from, to appear to be alive or have separate existence, individuality. A good example here would be dew on the grass or the raindrops falling from the sky. Another would be the bacteria in your body it produces for the benefits for a healthy function. These particles of matter seem to spring to life all of their own, do they not? Yet they are really just a byproduct of the macrocosm they live in. They rise up out of it, have a separate function, then fall back into it to be used yet again. Nothing wasted, and always there in a sense. Within the universe, this happens because of a grand vibration that is always ringing at all times throughout all things. This is a result of a spoken word that created all things and is a blueprint for all things to come. Science refers to this as a Big Bang, but then defines it completely different. God spoke one master key that gave life to all lesser keys from it, and also gave us self-propagation within the confines of the master key. Some say I am one that agrees that there is something moving faster than the speed of light in the universe that holds everything in shape, and that something is a supersonic sound with speeds we cannot fathom. In space, when there's little resistance, it makes things spin, move, come together, and have form for infinity, including our body. The thing that keeps this all distinct and separate is that divine thought in the here and now, God's will. Whether or not you believe God is all alone, or he has a wife and they made a child by a vow, or God is dual, it makes no difference. Your personal beliefs about this. A being so complex to hold all this together with just will or thought, in my humblest opinion, is absolutely beyond human understanding or matters of labeling. We are left with only an esoteric form of description, or at least I am. Now let's enter in soul to this. Some believe God wanted to come here and experience this creation using us. And some believe God does it by proxy using higher beings, and it trickles down like a corporation. Regardless of how one sees it, soul comes from the Creator and is a very special part of this universe. One could say distinctly separate, and I'm inclined to agree. I do believe we share energy with everything around us. As they say, you are part of stardust and made up of elements from the stars, which is true. So your energy is partly made up of the same. Yet ascension is about spirit. We are indeed under the influence of the universe and matter all around us. like one would be under the influence of alcoholic spirits, yet in overall context, matter is itself a wave of energy. It has form because of will, and it's not from us, and logically it can't be from anything within the universe, as it wasn't created in and of itself. Read up on string theory maybe if you'd like. It is within humans we find something called free will, and creative process of the heart to express itself outside and make real the things we imagine. We even do this to our own bodies, and it's very unique in respects to all other forms of life. So when someone says we're all one with the cosmos, they are right, but only in part. Mankind has a spirit, a will all of its own, that is actually limited only by the confines of the law of the universe until they are overcome by that will. Because that we have a reflection of the Creator, we are created in the image of God. With spirit and the more we are aware of this within ourselves and in alignment with our destiny, the higher our true vibration becomes. This is not at all, hey, come watch me perform miracles, or look what I can do, but rather the opposite, because you understand it's a gift and not really all of you at all. Some see it as their highest self interfacing into this world. It really doesn't matter as long as the heart is humble and sincere. They are on the way because they realize they are already there. Again, it is the ego that gets in the way here. The hydra that just doesn't quit, always wanting to stay rooted in the base elements. Obviously, this is for survival and not in and of itself, as I stated earlier, a wrong thing. What it all is happening is all towards the highest good. The lesson is to get in line with the overall plan, that we are extensions of something much more divine than natural laws, and while we live under those laws, they are not the overall priority. Rather, connecting with the light from outside and hearing that sound brings the ego under check, and listening to our surroundings, watching for feedback. This is why it's not always so good to be surrounded by like-minded and exact vibrational people for me. It not only caters to my own ego, but it limits my chances for honest appraisal of my current well-being. Let me clarify what I mean by this. I'm not talking about vocal feedback. If someone is happy with everything I do, I don't know about you, but I get a little uncomfortable. As much so as one does nothing but complain. It's just not realistic. If I find myself in a situation that doesn't seem to gel, I have to go into a meditative place from my last chapter in my mind to become aware. I have to connect to source. If I fail to do this, my ego and pride may kick in, and I see through foggy glasses, and my humility will go out the window. Natural response is I go either low or high, but never even keel. By slowing down and not reacting, I can respond instead to the energy around me. Maybe I'm around someone who is sucking energy, and I need to draw in mine. Wrap my aura like a shield, as in the meditation we talked about. Or I may be encountering someone who needs light, and I can quickly pull down from above me and emit it out into that place I'm at. Or maybe I've outgrown or learned the lesson from the current situation and just need to move on to observe or possibly remove myself from it. Maybe it's just time to move on. Times of conflict and pain is usually when we grow the most by getting through them in a proper way, responding to the flow and accepting the situation. Even when there's nothing we can do about it, but go through it and do nothing but learn how to go do that without becoming paralyzed with fear. We grow. We have a new experience all our own. See, fear is the biggest reason I've found for my own distorted beliefs and practices spiritually. Often I have been afraid I will be contaminated if I had like-minded people around me who were like me. Didn't want to do the right thing, have people around me who didn't, afraid I wouldn't do the right thing, surround myself with people I thought who were doing right. Little did I know how connected we really all are, regardless of whether or not I was around someone. I was being affected by a global consciousness I was afraid to be a part of because I would be contaminated. How's that for a definition of delusional? When you practice meditation, try and see yourself pulling down that light, and after wrapping it around in and around you, send it out in all directions like a candle. See it go out in a wave in all directions, far out into the universe, and see it in your mind go through people, melting their worries and ills away. Envision someone right across from you that you may know and transmit that light to them, and even talk to them as if they were there. This not only raises your vibration and awareness, but makes you useful in future situations where you could often have fled or have been passive. build your confidence and security with your higher self and whatever hierarchy you have up to God, ultimately building a relationship with the Creator, from where all spirit comes from. You begin to see yourself more through God's eyes than the filter of the world and your own ego. You become enlightened. Hopefully after doing this, you will increase your ears to the sound. For me, it's the stars ringing, the music of the spheres, as I call it. Like I eat food for my body, I attune my soul to work also in this realm of concentrating on the humming. It too raises my vibration, and sometimes I can taste and smell it. Like an instrument in a band, I have to tune up and do my part to practice so that I may be useful in all areas. As I get more in tune with this ringing, I begin to see it in all forms of life, and I begin to have a respect for all things. It all belongs to God, and I'm only being allowed to interact with things. I don't need to join any societies or endorse anything. I begin to do my part and start paying attention to my responses, and what someone else does or doesn't do no longer stresses me out as much. I firmly believe others are affected just as a wall of the same instrument resonates as you play a single one, each string on each guitar responding. So somewhere someone is responding to all I do, and what I do to me, I do to you. What you are doing to me starts to become less important over time. They say there was a time man could levitate and move great blocks of stone using sound vibration. I go so far as to say all you needed was two people with high enough vibration to accomplish this task. Maybe one on each side holding out each other's arms or something. Maybe I have a mind for fantasy, but I have been very successful in moving people through music, which is indeed not only vibration, but it resonates others' vibration. Such is with everything around you, the light, the mood, what you eat and watch as you entertain, the music you listen to. I don't get into blanket right or wrong for one type of anything. So if it lifts you up and is loving towards others, in other words, it's not hurting someone else's freedom to grow and have freedom, you're doing the right thing right now. Keep in mind not to get too comfortable though, and always be prepared to branch out and learn new things. Switch things up and experience a different approach. As long as you stay firmly grounded and learn yourself more doing the meditations in the last chapter, you will be fine. But if anything starts to get in the way of meditation and you keep putting it off, you may want to enjoy it at full force, because once you show the universe you mean to grow, it will hold you the course of destiny, eventually take away all that impedes your growth. So you see, the universe itself doesn't always come off as a feel-good type, a buddy. So it's mindful to consider life will probably be the same with humans. It's not so much you are attracting situations, but rather how well aware of your true self and experiences or lessons you have learned thus far, or your willingness to learn sometimes too. How many times have you encountered someone who cares absolutely nothing about spirituality and you find it really hard to relate to them? Or they say, do you have problems with, and you have no idea really what they're talking about. This is what I mentioned earlier about ascension, being in a lonely place after a while. You start to feel like you're an alien. Some small things that used to annoy you thankfully do not, but that starts to limit you being able to honestly relate to others. So you begin to talk about new things and try and interject into a conversation experiences of growing spiritually. Things begin to matter to you, mainly your time. Eventually you might begin to realize your aura is changing, or you may begin to start to see auras from others. I thought to do a whole chapter on auras, but to be honest, I'm not really that into them. Mainly because I don't find them to be as reliable as other methods to feel people out, and also because they can change quickly with a mood. The big one, though, is they are also somewhat relative to the observer, as any vibration really is along the lines of color and sound. I'll tell you what I've learned about seeing them, though, and how to, but please keep in mind there are times when someone may be projecting an aura at you and no one else. It's useful for immediate results, but learning to feel people's energies without taking them on is way more useful in the long run. At least I find it so in my case. There's a quick, fast way to see auras, like a cheat. This is looking at something, closing your eyes, then turn your head quickly away and open your eyes. The background you use and the lighting helps in this too. For a brief flash, you will see a color of what you've been looking at. This is a shortcut, but repeated too many times, people will say, "Are you okay?" So keep that in mind. You don't want to give the impression you're having a seizure or anything. The best way is to train your pineal gland using your third eye chakra. Your pineal gland is the very center of your brain, considered by many to be the holy of holies, and not something I'm going to get too much into in this book, at least not now. For this topic at hand, it's really important as it doesn't matter the process going on, but the technique works regardless of knowledge. Recall back when I talked about just being mindfulness, about that zoning out of whatever you were focused on. Take a spot on the wall, a glitch in the matrix, and sit and focus on that spot. And try not to blink. You may want to make your eyes out of focus a little, like maybe you used to as a child. I don't know, I used to do this a lot. Keep your eyes as still as possible on the spot you're looking at. And before long, all the things around you will start to get dark. Almost like a tunnel vision effect begins to happen. If you continue to stay focused, you will almost become one with the thought, and colors start to emerge from all around the peripherals of your vision. You may have been noticing this all your life when locked onto someone's gaze long enough who is sitting against, say, a white wall and there's plenty of light. I find fluorescence seems to have this effect a lot. There are long scientific explanations for this phenomena that get into retinas, optics, and long drawn-out discussions. Yet it's still there, and we'll begin to notice the colors of an individual. By just meditation alone, you get this sort of sixth sense, and don't really have to be quite so trained in doing this. Another method somewhat similar to this one is to find something in the background of the person you are talking to. Say the spot on the wall behind them, or a tree. It doesn't matter. Focus on that thing you see and begin to start to let your mind daydream. Remember not to be overly rude, of course, and give someone the impression you're bored because the aura read you will get shift. You can use this one on a group setting where an individual gaze wanders through a cycle of eyes. I can assure you that one of these techniques will work, and you can develop that ability, but you must keep it trained up. I personally like to look into trees and focus on something as thick as, say, a rock or clearing, and I begin to see a swirling sea of what appears to be gases. I watch until it goes from gray to many colors like a pearly glow. I find it easier to do this at dusk or dawn, but it can be done at any time of day, really. Just doing meditation alone is all that is truly needed to develop this ability, because as you go through your chakras and repetitions, you begin to able to gauge the frequencies of your own energy. In one form or another, you will get a physical feedback response, be it hands, feet, face, lips, heart. You'll become aware of this vibration within yourself and the changes as you focus on your chakras. You can then indeed match this energy of the surrounding events and become empathetic to them. Like when someone's really upset and rambling off events in a manic state, you may notice your head or forehead has sensations. If your behavior persists from them, you may start to get a headache, even or feel nauseous. So you can tell they're up in their head or giving off a much higher mental frequency than you currently are, and you're trying to adapt. Or say you hear a slow, sad piece of music played live, and you get a rolling in your gut. You feel an emotion coming from the person through the music they are producing, like the way a painting has an effect on you long after the artist has moved on or even died centuries before. The key or signature of the artist's vibration lives on in the work and is still resonating with you. Photographs are also a good alternative to start with on this, and you don't have to be conscious of observation or making someone feel uncomfortable by staring at them. You can even use your own face in the mirror, but please be aware this start to reveal a side of you that you could be alarmed at if you weren't ready. This practice makes you see past the smoke and mirror of your forms and into the very energy itself underneath. And I've talked to people who confuse what they see with present associations. I saw this evil demon, or I looked like a witch, things of that nature. Do not fear yourself most of all. Sometimes things are not always as they seem. Next chapter. Death, dark night of the soul. From my rotting body flowers shall grow, and I in them, and that is eternity. Edward Munch. The death of what's dead is the birth of what's living. Arlo Guthrie. The death and hell were cast into the lake of fire. Revelation 2014. I thank my God for graciously granting me the opportunity of learning that death is the key which unlocked the door of our true happiness. Wolfgang Mozart. It's what lies at the core of all our inner fears, dying or lack of it when we want to. It's been on the brink of the former or real only once, but the latter many times. I have to say wishing to be dead is one of the most horrible places a person can be, at least to me. I was a gifted programmer at one time on computers and maybe a smart mouth child also, but I was always then what type of person. Let's just get to the crux of the matter. If we don't do this or that happens, okay, then what? I watched so many scramble and spin around a web of worry that really boiled down to we're all going to die, or we're all going to wish we were. Both resonated ego to me. Still, the latter seems to really be the heart of so much fear, even to a dead man. What name will you leave behind in your legacy to your children? What will they say on your tombstone? Things to that effect. Underlying all this is really a lack of control. What seems to make people the most successful in life and gives them the drive to get on top, in the end, appears to be the biggest hindrance to spiritual evolution. Granted, this is coming from someone who did not keep their feet planted on the ground, I do admit. There was always a quote from Solomon that stuck out to me that I will share. And whatsoever my eyes desired, I kept not from them. I withheld not my heart from any joy. My heart rejoiced in all my labor, and this was my reward for all my labor. In many aspects, this was true for me, and I would watch those in my life and through their lives did not agree with this. They had much more success in the world than I. They had savings in the bank, material goods, stable family, stable job, grounded, unlike myself. It wasn't until much later in life that I understand why, yet I look back with no regrets. It was when I was faced myself with the ultimate lack of control that I understand the conservative balance of all things. We are all going to die, but there's no need to rush it. And what will the neighbors think? Well, we can always move if we have to, so that too will pass. I always shied away from dark things. As a child, Halloween wasn't my most favorite time. Subjects of a dark nature interested me, but only for the adrenaline shock effect, the rush. But when I saw the images of the skulls on the alchemist labs or the bats above the moon lady's head, I looked away. However, like most people, I saw the skull and crossbones on a bottle. I'd always ask, what you got in that bottle there? I've always picked and choose in a good horror movie was. I would pick and choose what if a good horror movie was on, I was there. I was feeding an emotional effect of the fear because my body responded with chemicals and hormones I enjoyed physically. Yet the compounding of them brought me to a place of emotional and physical hangover and exhaustion. I was led on my way to the real thing. When I finally reached that bridge, I found that I could no more have control over it than I did over coming into this world at birth. Just because someone wants to die with all their might and goes to seek it with everything, that does not mean death grants them their desire. I saw the light. I finally understand those small little doses of this truth in so many people's lives I knew were successful was also liberating them. I just happen to be one of those overachievers that needs it concentrated in a large dose. The daily chiseling of humility they were getting by facing that fear, the neighbors are always going to think badly at some point, was doing the very same thing it had given to me. I began to understand why the skulls and skeletons were there in the philosopher's lab, and why an undertaker always seemed so calm. Death no longer held the same sway for me, and somehow was interwoven into the meaning of life. I saw the wisdom that had been before me my whole life. What exactly is the fear then? Again, I suspect it had something to do with separation. If you've ever had surgery and had that mask put on your face where they were to tell you to start counting, you might have had this horrible sense of terror as your last memory before going into the ether. Or you have ever been at a party and had a little too much to drink in the middle of socializing and realized you were going to be sick. Have you ever fainted or say been in an earthquake? Have you ever had a sensation at one time of your actual soul beginning to leave center and start to get displaced from your physical body? The sense of separation from self, be it mental or spiritual, is terrifying at first. The sense of losing control. Have you ever fallen in love for real? There comes with it a sense of sadness or loss of independence, a feeling of falling into the hands of something much more powerful than you. The transition to this seems to be directly linked to how well you have come to grips with your own ego. Allowed it to run your life and become a behemoth, it can be almost impossible. The scale of this appears to be directly linked to a spiritual awakening of some sort. Those who have dealt with their own ego and humanity allowed spirit to handle it and sort it seem to be able to separate easier. dying people are this way too. I've had to deal with a lot of death, some very close personal friends over the years. My grandmother was also a geriatric nurse, and as a child I would listen in fascination to her accounts of people dying. She always said people went differently. Some would go with ease and smile, while others would be terrified, and their monitors would beep and light up until they expired. Of course, as a child I thought this was a nice story, but had no current life experience to match it, so it was her story. Time proved Grandma correct in my eyes, as I have seen and heard of the very same thing. Even people who thought they knew God, only to find they were misled, I being one of them. It would appear by sacrificing my humanity, dealing with ego, I unknowingly put myself in the hand of the Creator. And over time, I actually became separated from my worldly self. Be it through meditation, honesty, service to others, laughter, I became vulnerable. And through the course of life, I get hurt only to learn life goes on and I become less of a slave to fear. In turn, I live a life that's much more satisfying and not one of regret. So death does not look so haunting of a prospect. For me, there's many angles I've looked at life and the afterlife, and one I think is common but no one wants to speak about. What if I'm wrong? What if I die and there's nothing at all but silence? I often think this notion led me to a reckless attitude as a youth. Live all I can because I'm going to die. What is underneath this notion is yet again fear of death, but from a different perspective. Gluttony, really. No matter what way I cut it, the ego is there staring at me in the face as the culprit. By dealing with the ego and being vulnerable in life, over time, it doesn't seem to matter anymore. Probably because the now has become visible, which is before death, after death, and life itself. The Holy Grail no longer is a cup from which I won't get physically sick and die and get to live and not face death, but rather something I can understand. I, for one, would not want to live forever watching all my loved ones die and master every path in life and be just drifting along on an eventual endless existence in this world. Although there are days I feel this way and I talk to others that do, it's much more rewarding for me to live my days in some type of service to others. Form that I begin to gain a healthy perspective of not wanting to die today, but I no longer fear it. Again, it would seem that soul and spirit are two distinct things. Soul lingers in the mind while spirit lives in the heart. I must get these two in proper balance or I cannot function nor face death properly. I can become so spiritual I walk off a cliff with a smile to go meet God, or I get so deep into soul I forget I'm not in charge here. Chakra meditation personally is a huge part of doing this for me, because ego will never be fully in check like something eternal. We all have varying degrees of this, and it's not by choice initially, as anyone can see if they work with children. Not all children say mine. There's no real concrete panacea as to why. Society has spent and researched a fortune to come up with a foolproof theory on how to raise your children to be perfect. And to this day, there's no real formula a man can come up with. In the end, just throw up your hands and say, well, it must be the luck of the draw. Occam's razor, which points to the simplest and most complicated and less complicated choice, says there's a spiritual factor at work here, because there's just as many hopeless children who've grown up to be fine adults in all matters of settings, environments, disciplines, and backgrounds. The common factor appears to be consciousness or awareness of a higher form of it that has nothing whatsoever to do with natural abilities. So death and the ego are all about me, leads to an awareness of, okay, what's the worst that's going to happen? I'll die, then what? And an answer appears from within through true seeking to understand who we are. It doesn't really matter in the now. It isn't even really happening, but sitting around worrying about it has been happening in my life and the lives of so many others. By embracing death, I found life. By coming to grips with my humanity, I found spirit. By realizing as long as I live, I will fail, I found freedom to succeed. I found happiness that wasn't a source of myself. I am free. Chapter on life after death. Just when the caterpillar thought the world was over, it became a butterfly, unknown. Nail in my hand from my Creator, you gave me life. Now show me how to live. Audio slave. The sun loved the moon so much that he died every night to let her breathe. Unknown. That which is born of flesh is flesh, and that which is born of spirit is spirit. John 3:6. So you get through your dark night of the soul and merge with new eyes and ears to a world so new and wonderful to you. I wanted to put a nice quote from Wizard of Oz, where Dorothy opens the door to Oz from her little house, but the book is really uneventful at that moment. This chapter heads into some touchy subjects that I want to be careful of. To give a spiritual awakening, many believe you have to follow religion. I want to go ahead and address that head on and up front, and I will put most of the fundamental approach here. Anyone in modern Western society has heard or been to church. Receive Jesus or you cannot receive the Holy Spirit. I tread lightly on the whole subject because not only is it private and sacred to me, I'm not about to speak for God or the Creator or what the Spirit can or cannot do. I was raised that it is blasphemous or grew older to learn. It's just flat out disrespectful. Even taking Scripture, I can see so many instances where people were Spirit-filled of all sorts in walks of life for whatever purposes, mainly for the highest good. My own experiences showed me the Spirit works on whomever, whenever, and is absolutely none of my business. So I will not take that fundamental approach here with the reader. The spiritual awakening from death I'm expanding on in this chapter is one of the soul that affects the entire life of the person. Things look different. Feelings about life are different. You notice the gleam in others' eyes. You see the light. Fear becomes less and less of a motivator, and avoidance of loss is no longer the propulsion through life, but rather what can be experienced on the newness of everything. Wanting new experiences, enlarging your joy, and sense of love begins to outweigh your anxieties. Contributing to others' growth and asking the Creator to use you as a channel of peace and light to others begins to take thought. What can I contribute to life? You may begin to feel that you are a part of something big, a type of universal movement you are under the control of. Your friends and families may think you have lost your mind. Your life may even begin to seem to come apart, but no worries. This is a process of removing the old. You didn't get to the stage to want to reach out for more spirituality, or in some cases desperation to find it, because your life was in complete line with your future growth. It never is. As life changes, as do we. What gets us to a point may be none other than that, something to get us to a point. In my case, and in so many others, when we truly seek a higher spiritual perspective on life, we begin to awaken. Things seem to disappear from our lives. I'm talking a sincere effort here from the inside, not an outside ego-based event like look at my enlightenment. True growth has been almost transparent to me, and I'm the last one to notice I've gotten anywhere. And sadly, I'm the last to realize I'm failing to learn the lesson to move on. Although it gets better for me, it's important to stay in tune with the surroundings and to not overlook messages and hints from others around me and events that something is trying to get my attention. If someone is getting on my nerves and I suddenly realize what they need to do, I can usually stop right there and apply it to me. It really wasn't about them and what they were doing, what really wasn't about me. You begin to transcend duality and see the middle ground emerge. When faced with two options, a third starts to become clearer. Should I turn left or right? After wearing the road out both ways, I begin to ask, what about just going forward? When faced with choices, I can sit back and sometimes just do nothing and let things work themselves out. This is not my nature at all. I want to fix things and tinker things to work and end up, for the most part, frustrated and a slave to my own efforts, once again, my own ego. This is to teach and remind me in all humility I am still a work in progress, and I never graduate from this as long as I am still breathing into this form. So I avoid getting into any full ascension talks, as they really are all about ego. A hard truth I find often avoided is no one of us can reach it and still be able to fully communicate. The whole life is a journey to be embraced. The awakening process is just that, a beautiful process. Metamorphosis will not fully happen in a short time, as a caterpillar to a butterfly or a tadpole to a frog takes time. The stages of each are unique and purposeful. I myself am not the same person I was when I started this book. Currently, I'm going through an accelerated spiritual growth period that may have just something to do with writing this, or the time I'm currently writing it. It's late summer 2015, and there are many events in the world, as there always are, but these events are compounded as my own growth. September always seems to bring this about every year, but every so often one year is more so than others. Afterwards, things will settle and the process will once again start over on what is left to be shaped in the global consciousness. The revelation of all this will eventually come if one does not cease their efforts to attain it. Love is more priceless than anything in the universe. To me, it is God. Christ said, "Seek and you will find. Knock and the door will be open." He is not talking about money to pay your bills, but rather a peace and serenity that whether or not the light bill gets paid, you will be okay. This is not apathy, as it may seem to those who do not understand. As I said earlier, how problems seem to just disappear from your life as you become more spiritually aware. Blessings seem to also not come in the form we've been taught either, but things money cannot buy, and with them our needs seem to get met. I gave you the hint people may think you've lost your mind, and may even deter you, but I assure you, if you continue on the path towards awakening, you may wake up and find those people no longer bother you. They may also move on to themselves, or better yet, you may inspire them to seek. An honorary part of spirituality is to affect others around you. That's the life part of this chapter, to become others' life that you have been freely given. You yourself cannot do this any more than you could for others yourself. If you want others to find their higher selves, you must show them yours. As fears melt away, you emerge as the loving person you were meant to be, especially when you overcome the fear of death. A freedom that cannot be compared to exists within, and you want to share it, but how? Having gone through the process yourself, you become aware of your inability to give that. I truly believe, as I've stated, I can only help to awaken others by furthering my awakening in a type of quantum singularity that cascades over to others in a vibration, to inspire others to greatness, not the type of greatness the world throws accolades on us, but towards a higher ground inside. I want to share a quote I saw in a documentary, and it's around in many forms. There are innumerable sentient beings in the universe. I vow to help them all awaken. My perfections are inexhaustible. I vow to overcome them all. The Dharma is unknowable. I vow to know it. The way of awakening is unattainable. I vow to attain it. I found this to be highly inspiring because the nature from which this saying is coming from is service to all. Love and peace to all. This is not common to my nature run by pride, so I must be taught this. Connection to God through meditation keeps me aware of the source from which I can get the inspiration to do this. Inspiration, though, is not always a feeling or a drive as my body gets tired, yet it's something latent in me that can be put on a back burner and still go forward. Having my emotions align with my desires and God's will is an incredible feeling, but not always realistic. At times I just have to go through the motions of spirituality and wait until the flow returns. Keep in mind the vibration is always there, and light is always there to be drawn from. It's our conscious that must be sleeping for a bit, but if we carry on, it returns in due time. My experience with this is my health begins to improve. I age, and whatever will be my cause for departure from this life is still coming. But my overall well-being is improved, and hope it will continue to do so. I do not know the answers for DNA mutations or changing of past debilitating problems for people, but as I've stated, this cannot hurt the chances. You will begin to see how chakras and foods line up. Your breathing may improve, and you decide to stop smoking or avoid smoke-filled rooms. I notice the desire to care for myself more than I ever have, as my desire to continue on is no longer based on my immediate gratifications, but rather what I can contribute and allow myself to be used as a channel of love, light, and harmony to others in the situations around me. Chapter on duality. Would you tell me, please, which way I ought to go from here? That depends a good deal on where you want to go, said the cat. I don't much care where, said Alice. Then it doesn't matter which way you go, said the cat. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. Let me reestablish I'm no credited philosopher, psychologist, scientist, or clergyman, so I take words or ideas you already know and fit them into non-established mindsets. Please at least understand illustrations. The whole point of this is to take ideas and evolve them. The duality I refer to in this book is a concept of division. If taking a right turn is good for me, then by implication taking a left is bad. This is black and white thinking, and it's the basis for all learning as a child. Red means stop, green means go. So as a child, maybe you were like me, wondering a lot about the yellow. You may have asked an adult driving and gotten the answer, well, that all depends. No matter how one looks at life in the natural order of things, there's a division of the whole, two sides to every coin. Everything has two faces from the moon to the brain. Things are halved on a flat surface, split into twos. Even a round object like the Earth is split from northern and southern hemispheres. Atoms themselves are also split, as there are the subatomic particles inside them. From jets of a quasar to the positive and negative charges within the thunderstorm, this duality exists. Yet it also exists in our minds and within the choices we make on a continual basis. This is the natural process of life and the stuff our forms are made from. At a very early point, even before leaving the womb, we've decided which thumb we will suck, left or right, and establish patterns of sleep, whether we are night owls or day people. We formulate decisions based upon this thought process and put forth causation based upon either this way or that way. We find what works for us, and we tend to stick with what we already know the effect of our past actions. We can begin to predict the future based upon it if we make a certain choice. This is completely normal for the learning process. The problem comes when it's time to grow or we get another choice. The tendency to react to choices leads to a habit, and that becomes what is considered polarized in our views or choices. We begin to get favorites, and we tend to stick with it, which leads to exclusion of that which we did not choose. This one way of thinking can lead to problems in our lives, especially when our choice is no longer there. We have become dependent and based our security on that outside choice when it is no longer available. Oftentimes we give up or react with a host of emotions that are anything but accepting of the fact. We throw a tantrum until our choice is put back before us. Case in point, you would go into an ice cream shop daily and order only a certain flavor that sells dozens of others. One day they no longer have the flavor you're looking for, and you become offended as your mind is faced with having to make another choice. This distress hits the ego, and a myriad of responses can ensue, from storming out to becoming irate at, didn't they know who I am? Those who have gone before you have left marks on society, and oftentimes are trained to think, if they don't have chocolate, I'll ask for vanilla in order to avoid the embarrassment of being wrong in our choice. These polarized views can become dangerously unhealthy when taken to the extreme and lead to a host of phobias and fears, all based around the ego. Luckily, most businesses and manufacturers continue to limit and update and introduce new products in order to keep the society as a whole from becoming too stagnant with one-way choices. By nature, we usually have two ideas. So society usually reflects the individual, as we have the red soda can and the blue soda can as the mainstays. What all this leads to is basically a monopoly of the two choices. While it appears you have a variety, it's also an illusion. In matters such as trivial things like soda, it's not that big of a deal. But in spiritual matters involving consciousness, duality can create havoc. We can become extremely unbalanced and set ourselves up for outside dependency as a source for our peace of mind, the availability of our preferences. This rigid thinking stunts our growth and contradicts the whole purpose of this book, or any full spiritual life. Morals aside, we should embrace new opportunities as chances to become more rounded and increase our potential, our experiences. We do not have to be ruled by our choices, but rather have power over them. As in the yellow light, we decide based on when it turned yellow what was our speed and distance from the white line, stop line, in order to make the decision to put on the brakes or hit the gas or coast through in time. The light changing red does not mean the light changing yellow does not mean hit the brakes and stop, which is reaction. Rather, we can respond, a completely different approach and vibration. Reaction is more a desperate act, and response is more peaceful and evolved. The overall problem of duality is the potential for brainwashing. As in a game of tic-tac-toe, any skilled adult knows who goes first in the center is going to win based on turn-based play. It is a game of attrition. As each turn goes by, you can predict it. Ego absolutely loves this, and cognitive dissonance will set in to keep this in place. How many times have you seen someone lose something fair and square only to call the other person a cheater and mean it? An individual becomes so entrenched in duality they lapse into denial in order to maintain it. Rather than taking the lesson as one of balance, the ego pushes its will sometimes even harder until delusion sets in. The individual really does not know real right from wrong. People can waste many years, even their whole lives, doing this when the right thing all along was just to say, I was wrong. Reverse psychology is another pitfall duality can bring about. And you can become herded into a decision, which is based on a threefold process, taking duality for granted. Have the answer or way you want someone to go, yet present them with two opposing choices, and eventually they will choose the third option you have for them. In a sense, this is a higher spiritual practice because it takes humility to try something new. Oftentimes, why most people will vote for the third party, but yet some do, and it opens the door for progressive change. For anyone interested further in this, you can research thesis, antithesis, synthesis, or order out of chaos. This same concept can be expressed spiritually in the dual nature aspect of the Creator. Whether you believe it was good versus evil, or there's two sides to one, there's a balance among things from our human perspective. We go through times of elation and loss, and there's fires in the forest that one day bring stronger life from the ground. A process of breaking down and building up like the waves of a graph of highs to lows. I know in my life I blame the lows and highs on my own actions at times, forgetting to remember it's all a process towards a fuller soul. Also a chance to reach out for humility and to remember not to be too hard on myself, nor to be too cocky when things are going good. All is time for lessons, and the real point of both times is to be being about the neutral idea of peace and joy, where the middle blends with the image of God, all are destined to obtain. If you look at the images of nebula in space, you will see hourglass shapes, dumbbell figures, figure eights, two distinct halves like a leaf on a tree. These two halves are separated yet make up a whole. This concept is key to understand the true reality. In our thoughts and lives, we also like this and have a tendency to bounce from one pole to the other, a bipolar process that leads usually to confusion and exhaustion. The lesson here to be learned, in my experience at least, is to realize both are true and the whole is working towards my good. The good versus evil system I see in the world is only my perspective in time. I cannot see the end results, nor do I know all the facts from yesterday, only what has been revealed to me. A plate of food in front of me with my favorite and least favorite is still dinner altogether. This way I can start to make more sense of what I think is evil. I've often thought when I see a tornado and an earthquake that maybe that's the Earth's way of worshiping the Creator. Energy does what it does and what it's made to do. And this idea has some benevolent thing in the sky hurling lightning bolt at man for his wrongdoings is merely a myth. It's just what it is. And as the lightning bug lights up the night, the lightning bolt responds to a positive-negative charge between sky and ground with an exchange of energy. How that affects me is relative to how I view it and where I'm at. If lightning did not exist, the energy of the earth would build up and we ourselves would be electrocuted from the ground and all around us. So this release is needed, a necessary evil, if you will. I try and see my life as an unfolding book, with many possible past chapters and futures ones. It's my perspective of events today that help to shape them. Ultimately, God is in full control over me. There's only the illusion of choice that is there to help me learn and grow towards the absolute. This goes beyond just positive thinking or trying to see the silver lining in every cloud. It is happening regardless of what I think or believe. By putting ego to rest and realizing I have no control over the situations that are coming to me, I let love flow and just be the observer as much as possible. Once I reach out and grab onto the current, it begins to take hold of me and eventually over, and I'm no longer able to allow things to happen. This is daily. I have not found a one-time answer to this solution, or for all time, nor would I want to in life. Within us all lies a sense of father and mother, even if it had not been either, and it shapes us, even if we had neither, and it shapes us into a separate being. The feminine and masculine qualities that make up the whole. Without them, we would be islands or machines incapable of function with others. These forces are always at work in us. Some would say the angels on the shoulders or the yin and yang. It doesn't matter what allegory you attribute it to. The fight or flight principle that is raging battle inside for some. Who am I to say what someone else's struggles are leading them to? I do believe all are headed to glory, and whether or not that is true, my belief of that sure has given me glimpses of this love. Laugh, love, cry, get angry, experience everything that is all part of who you are. One last point I want to make about duality here before I move on is, by going left, you always make real the right turn. What appears as a choice implies the other holds just as much power. I don't want to be confusing on this, but in all real sense, by going with what feels good also gives power to the opposite and attributes it as feeling bad in the barest sense of duality. The understanding of what I'm saying is the start of a new thought process about things, using duality to learn duality, because you're indeed stuck with it. Next chapter, Divine Feminine. For wisdom is more precious than rubies, and nothing you desire can be compared to her. Proverbs 8:11. You will always be baby to me. Pink Floyd. Necessity is the mother of invention. Proverb. Mom. No one cares for us like real mother does. She stays up all night fretting and worried about her children, even if they are calm and asleep in their beds. Even if someone was raised an orphan, that tender spirit from a female is alluring and seems to reach into our psyche and heart and flip a switch, an archetype that is ingrained to our very substance, much deeper than flesh. Despite gender, we all have this soft side that feels a deep tenderness about something, even if it's just oneself, it is there. This is the nurturing, life-giving force, comforting to one's overall self. Problems arise when we think in terms of duality and begin to polarize this, and all women are divine feminine, and all men are not. So please do not think in terms of gender here. Feminine and divine are not copies of one another in terms. You must add the divine, which is spirit, to the aspect of that motherly side, which is what I have been writing about all along. This is a process of separation of what is useful and what is not in terms of spirituality. A mother can love her son to death, but what I mean by full allowance of anything as any parent can be, we are focusing on the divine feminine here. Emotion, tenderness, feeding, caring, and just knowing what is best for something isn't in the base human desire for survival, unless it's to further their survival of self. Most of the best intentions we try early in life have often at their root self. Through trials of life or wisdom do we learn what is truly best for something. This takes source to teach and reprove our efforts to not spoil our children, to not overfeeding the garden, so that we may watch them bloom. It's from wisdom that we begin to gain wisdom of ourselves, understanding of ourselves, and how we interact with those around us in a balanced sense. But it takes divine guidance that only can be gotten through seeking it. You take the time to care for a baby animal, tend a garden, have a child, watch nature as she goes through her cycles, and see all life upon the planet as her children also. You reach out in your heart to the Creator and ask to be shown the same wisdom in caring for the things in your own life. Develop an intuition based upon wisdom with the help of God. It takes humility, but the honest soul searching in the end can rightly decide what needs to be worked on and what needs to be kept and enhanced. This feminine side of life can be expressed in many ways through Mother Nature to the cycles of the moon. I see Spirit having the same aspect, that mothering, caring hand of God that both nurtures and disciplines, but always in love. Like when another mother puts the cookie jars up where her children cannot reach it before dinner, as I said earlier, going to bed hungry so their family can eat. Whether or not someone sees it as a positive or negative side of the pole, black or white, left or right, it doesn't matter in my own views. I personally think it's exchanged within evenly, and I avoid polarized judgments based on duality of form. Its purpose is to become divine, which takes outside from source all things. So it resides in all things here, as it really also resides within all of us as we seek. A mother can spoil her child just as easily as nurturing them, but rather giving the traits over to God, they become filled with wisdom to just know or be intuitive. Ego is always looking to define things and create boxes to make up flowcharts. There's a positive and negative pole to all matter, but what makes the energy? Positive or negative energy is still energy. The terms positive or negative are really just location or a relative place that infers time, which infers distance and separation, which is duality. Seek the divine, and the energy will be transmuted, no matter what label is put on it for relative teaching or understanding. Next chapter, Divine Masculine. The Divine Masculine is attributed with the sun and with gold these days, the qualities of which are sturdy strength and leadership into any situation. As with the feminine, sexual gender is not the focus, but rather the qualities of the spirit that surround it. Societies do not seem to have any problem shaping this one, although getting it in line with the divine is a whole other matter. This one has more to do with knowledge, and the mind of much without the feminine leads to an autonomic being that is more machine than human. As with feminine, I'll avoid left or right brain black and white thinking, as the purpose here is to also shape the traits in divinity through spirit, which transcends gender or stereotypes. There's a difference between mowing back a few trees in order to give a whole lot sunshine, and just busting each and every one down because it's the manly thing to do. Dignity and respect are reflections inward and outward in a being. Masculinity will cut back a tree, pruning it, knowing it will one day grow back healthy and fruitful. In my short lifetime, I've seen it become tougher to really carry out divine masculinity and to be the life of the party. It's almost become a storybook prince archetype where it sounds appealing to rescue the damsel and be a man, yet in real life I've witnessed a lot of contradictory reception to this. I think that's also by the divine, or design, as the divine feminine has been squashed and twisted for so long that it's still not all the way okay for a man to cry or sacrifice himself for his family. It's almost an anomaly within the media, making a huge presentation of this situation, yet they really are very common. Life teaches early to be strong, provided seek justice, and pave your own way. Yet it takes the balance of the feminine to know when to say when in this, or we would eat each other alive in our quest for domination. Since starting this book, I got into a relationship and fell deeply in love, and then it ended abruptly. So my take on things right now concerning this topic are a little bruised, I admit. In it, I came to the realization that my twin flame is probably not even on this earth, and with it, I find a sense of great sadness, but yet peace. Part of my very own masculinity is subliminal in its efforts to attract a mate, the mate. But this realization of my twin not even being incarnated caused me to pause and reflect upon my actions and motives. This is also part of God transmuting the masculine side of me into the divine. With my motives to attract a mate, this gives a condition no matter how hard I try and ask God to give me purity of heart. I was working with the thread of selfishness attached that kept me from grasping the full divinity the Creator had in store for me. Instead of getting angry, I had to pray for her blessings and happiness. Honestly, for the first time in my life, I actually mean it. I let slip a couple of choice words from my mouth alone when I think of the whole thing, but quickly know that's not true. I also know this isn't me either. Divine masculine is not someone who tries to rearrange everything to fit their purpose, nor is it someone who allows everyone to walk on them either. It is a balance of knowing when to say something and when to be quiet, when to console and when to rebuke with love. All things in love, a protecting type of love that knows justice without basing it solely on emotions. The mind is needed for this one. It has to be clear and balanced, seeing both sides of the situation. This is often tough to do and takes a form of detachment for the greater good. Anger or sadness sometimes arises, but they will pass, and then overall decision will be permanently etched until the time comes to undo or augment it. You could almost say it's as if the ship was steered into the direction and its course has been set. The ongoing to the ship will commence, but its overall course is set for now until it becomes time to reset it. This brings up images of the workhorse, the fire, the waterfall on the mill, wheel turning the stone and grinding the wheat, breaking down the qualities of the boy into the man, and under the hand of the divine to do what is right. Afterwards you can sit back and just enjoy and watch the work unfold before you as watching a boat sail off under the sun and sky, knowing you are privileged to have a part in its course, much like the grandfather watching his grandchildren play in the yard he worked to be. I'm going to end this chapter here as I am in the process of learning deeper truths in this area, so admittedly need to reflect. As I stated in the start, I too am learning and trying to understand, and am no master of anything. I also am at a stage that leads me to the next topic that will reveal more of this to me as I go, and I will share along in the following chapters. The next topic is a constant progression of which will never be finished, so I want to get into it, and that is the heart of what I'm getting towards, the topic of soul alchemy. And thank you for hearing and listening.
An Estranged book by Chris Klein, Part 2, Alchemy and Twin Flames. The great work. At the end of the last writing, I said I needed to learn some deeper truths before getting back to this writing. 5 years later, here I sit knowing even less today than I did back then. In fact, I know nothing. The mind just cannot comprehend and put into logical labels things only the heart can understand. We come into this incarnation with everything already within us we could ever want. The task is to get the I out of the way in order to let the light shine through and across the plane of time. The I is further reinforced by the experiences of this world. This ego must become aligned with the divinity within us. Do not get me wrong about the terms light and shine. I am not referring to a carefree spirit that sees no problems in the world. Light takes on any shade of what the mind labels, be it dark or bright. And when I use shine in the term of light, I allude to the energy you give. You do not even have to think about this. It just happens, and not all is perfectly well with all things when it comes to our minds. The process the substance goes through for transformation, like our egoic minds and restless souls, is known as alchemy, and is part of all natural processes. Inner work on the emotion and mind of an individual in order to see with the eyes of the heart, or align the mind's eye with the art, is the great work of the ages. This work is not easy. It has no end, as long as the brain is firing and the experiences of this life go on. Like a never-ending movie, we play our roles throughout life, wear our masks, and memorize our lines for so long we lose touch with what is within us very easily. At some point, we must ground or we crash and become grounded, stranded even, on the atoll of the sea of life. We come back to ourselves whether we want to or not. And this process is as natural as the leaves changing in the fall upon the trees. Voluntarily committing to some form of introspection, be it through meditation or expression of art, can make this process less intrusive. We must evolve and change within, and no one gets around this. Our minds must rectify what it takes in and process our surroundings, even if it waits until we are exhausted and sleep comes upon us. If it does not align with our hearts, we become unbalanced, and in the end, we do not fully change as well as we could. Life goes on. We add on top of that unbalanced frame even more until we become leaning towers, not quite able to reach the stars we would like to or even endeavor to within our souls. This is why the basis of understanding of alchemy can assist us in this journey, as we can make sense of our path and see how it will play out as we advance in this great work. The human mind is conditioned to observe cause and effect, meaning we see a situation that needs changed, we apply a solution, and then we see the results. But what made the change from point A to point B? The ego says, my solution or the application of it. On the outside, this has truth in a sense, but on a deeper level, you are just the tool used. The actual change is not so well defined. It is more of an esoteric nature, and the change laid within whatever was worked upon, almost if programmed that way. The solution was a mere catalyst. Furthermore, the end result still contains an essence of what it was before the catalyst, but it had been transformed. That transformation, or the substance itself of transmutation, appears to be foreign from all the processes. Yet it permeates the end result into something new. The cause and effect are interdependent, one and the same. The old philosophical question, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Yet we know every egg contains a chicken, and vice versa. This is an important illustration I will come back to, as a logical thinker can discern. A hen has the structure, the rooster has the sperm, but neither of those two contain the whole essence of a live embryo until the two meet. It is by that meeting that another miracle happens, new life. It is that we are focusing on here. This is alchemy in its most simplest terms. It is in all things. Many think of alchemy as someone working in an old basement in the Middle Ages turning lead into gold, or a scientist, chemist in a lab creating medicines. An old man in the woods making moonshine is also another form of this alchemy, or the big-name distillers mass-producing your favorite beverages. This physical or chemical alchemy has behind it hidden meanings, maybe not so obvious to the casual observer. As decaying matter in the forest grows mycelium in the earth below it, time and heat bring forth life in the form of a mushroom, whose spores are blown by the wind to settle elsewhere on the decay of tomorrow of that which is to die today. This eternal cycle goes on within the confines of time. The stages of alchemy. This writing is by no means an encyclopedic discourse on alchemy. That is a subject for which there are filled volumes of material over the course of eons. The testimony of time shows our understanding or labeling of the great work has expanded and contracted throughout the ages. Not only the order of the stages, but the number of them as well has gone through revision. Just as in baking, the perfect cake varies from recipe to recipe, all instances start with separate materials that go through a preparation and baking process to emerge as a cake. Laying all the ingredients out on a table and saying, "There is your cake," does not literally define it. Yet it is true to the more seasoned of cooks. They know time must involve a process to arrive at the end result of a finished cake. This process and the steps would be diverse over individuals and the course of the ages, as better and faster ways are invented to perform culinary arts. To say there is only one right way to bake a cake is true only in just baking it. All other ways are limited by the beholder's experience and understanding and come from a place of ego, the very place alchemy is at work to transform. The whole purpose of getting into the topic of alchemy is to illustrate a further concept of twin souls or twin flames, so I am going to stick with the most basic and universal system of alchemy that expands upon what we have already laid in our foundation back in part 1, and that is the 7 stages. 1. Calcination, the breakdown of a substance using pressure. 2. Dissolution, washing the substance of all leftover breakdown. 3. Separation, drying to extract the previous 2 impurity. 4. Conjunction, unifying those 2 into a new substance. 4. Putrefaction, fermenting the new in darkness, heat, and time. 6. Distillation, sublimating by air, fire, water into matter or earth. 7. Coagulation, allowing the new substance to harden and season. I will proceed to give a brief overview of these stages. Calcination. No life nor work performed is absolutely free of that which could not have been improved upon in human terms. One could say from a quantum perspective right now it is perfect. But by adding the term now, we assume past and future, because this is how our minds work. So within our mind, we can only see that right now a situation is how it is, and we can compare it to what we have seen or what we would imagine it to be. It does not matter how much one believes, has faith, remains as positive as one can. There are other observers here, and comparisons arise as a natural law. One's own heart as well should convince them that the only perfection their life has is right now, and their past and future are perfect only in imperfection. Yet within all things contains the seed or salt of perfection, a copy of a blueprint that builds towards perfection, which is immortal and beyond our comprehension. Extracting that seed of perfection to build upon, one must break down that work in order to find it. One could create an artistic masterpiece hailed as perfect, but a more seasoned or saltier artist would notice a flaw, and on this goes into infinity. Mankind finding absolute perfection is an illusion because it is based on what we already know as great work. We can break down and analyze anything done and see what we deem as good or bad by our own judgment. Yet the effort into the work comes from a primordial substance called Tantra that goes beyond desire. So we must strip away all judgments to find this, and that is done by fire or heat. It can be done in the form of flames or acid, it does not matter, but pressure takes away all that is not of the desired effect. In practical terms, this can be performed on a piece of wood in your own backyard or fireplace. Set the wood ablaze under great heat until the flame dies. You are left with a chalky-looking substance that will no longer produce any flame whatsoever. All the substance within it is gone, yet it is not, for you see the remains. Touch them, and watch them give way to your finger as it were an illusion. It is the skeletal remains of its solid form. Your life is like this. All our lives are like this. We can look at them and see where things may have been more fruitful had we gone another way or exercised a different decision. But how were we to know this? Hindsight is 20/20. We did exactly as we were supposed to do because we live by this frame called time. Without time, there is no matter to even perform a life here. But within, we knew the more fruitful way. So how do we bring it out? At a soul level, in spiritual terms, we adapt to our current situation in order to live through it. No matter how enlightened one claims they cannot elude this or they will perish and die. We refer to this as common sense, really, and is learned by experience. It is foolish to think a newborn child could go out and get a job and shop in order to sustain their life. But they do learn that crying brings relief, and by reaching out, they will receive. This forms a belief over time, knowledge, and is amalgamated within an individual and becomes part of their identity or ego. They become conditioned by their surroundings and their choices within those, the reward and risk associated with them. The imperfection in this arises when the rewards and risks change and time marches on and the surroundings change. If the individual does not learn new ways, they will quickly learn that standing in a restaurant crying is not going to get food brought to them. While this may seem like a silly and simple explanation for growth, it applies at a much deeper level. The deepest is pain and involves the area of risk. We learn young not to touch the hot flame, but when it involves our emotions, we begin to believe not to touch a stove for that matter, a match, any fuel. Better yet, do not even go out in the sun. The past has made that person a prisoner. We do this with ourselves and others because it will not be perfect, and we will find flaws that lead to pain. These judgments must be stripped away and the pain embraced in order to learn or unlearn what we have held onto for survival. Not our common sense nor brainwashing into someone else's beliefs, but our own new outlook based on us, our soul, that flightless bird who has yet to learn to fly and is stuck within its cage singing away in the darkness. Calcinations throws open the door of the cage and evicts our young bird into the harsh world and exposes its beliefs as elusive as those ashes of the burned up log in the fireplace. Show us your soul to the bone. Take away the irrational parts of the feminine. Dissolution. As calcination can be said to be the breakdown of irrational emotions, here we come to the rational thought representing the masculine and throw it into the water or unconscious, true consciousness of the sacred feminine. This is the further breakdown of logical reasons for why those old emotions are being held onto or have formed the reasons for motivation. As the first stage can be considered trials, this stage forms the tears where the mind begins to realize, I do not know. The recipe was written with so much planning and care, in a linear manner that should have brought about the desired results, yet it needs refining. The bird could not think its way out of the cage, and points A and B did not lead to point C, and all the order came about as an illusion, as the ashes were revealed to be. Here we must go humbly deep within, and search for the answers in the unknown waters of the substance of dreams. The higher mind baptizes the initiate into a new relationship with the soul, one of wonder, mystery, but infinite possibility. One could argue at this point one is reconciled with Source, the wellspring from which all life flows, and a reliance is reaffirmed that the experiences of this life are not the only substance from which to draw from. Judgment that was abandoned in the first stage is replaced by that which was rejected by the logical mind. One could also call this a stage of shadow work, where the rational thought process deemed useless shows itself as having just as much use and place as what the ego has adopted. What appeared as nothing but ashes now becomes prima materia, from which to build upon a new foundation all that can be imagined. Just as a bath can wash away the impurities, here further impurities of the ego are stripped away, first by fire, now by water. The bird has gone through the masculine fire and the feminine waters, and the unrefined traits of both polarities has revealed that it was the duality of life the ego has based its chess game upon, because that is the way of the world. Here the soul begins to see a more higher place from whence it came. Separation. By the refining fire of the sacred masculine stripped away the irrational emotions, the cooling water of the sacred feminine dissolved the concrete mind, and two are left with pure opposites. A common symbol that comes to mind is the yin-yang, another gold and silver, sun and moon, an endless allegory of duality. Only in this there is a deeper meaning beyond mere duality. As above, so below is the essence of the previous two stages, but here we begin to see a merging of the two. Soul and spirit stand apart, but the new vision, the gold, can fathom a union of these two. But first we must inspect that the two are as pure as can possibly be at this stage. Our flightless black crow has transformed into two white birds, which symbolize all that is pure of those masculine and feminine aspects that were imprisoned within the bird. The purest soul and spirit then can be extracted from the start. Remember, we can only work with the base from the start, and the less experienced and advanced the base, the less there is to work with. Thus, the results here are not going to be left with much to work with on, say, someone young in life, who has really not had a need to leave that cage. In time, the ego grows and advances, and the heart stores up fears and pain until the age of maturity is reached. Life itself is alchemy, and the individual is forced into the fires eventually. It is best to begin this work sooner rather than later, as resistance to this process only leads to greater grief. That grief comes from the fact that although in pure form, these two forces are still opposing one another. Soul and spirit are trying to fly off in different directions, but tethered by an unseen body. This body is the imagined peace that inevitably must come about between the two, which is only perception, as they are truly one, as is soon to be revealed to our fragmented bird. Conjunction. I'm going to spend a little more time on this stage, as it is more of a history than the others, and it illustrates where we're going with the topic of twin flames in the best manner. While I stated in the beginning there were other numbers of stages given throughout the history of alchemy, I also stated there were different orders. Conjunction is the very last stage of alchemy to some ancient alchemists. Keep in mind from the start, judgments of the right way or wrong way of going about all this are what we unlearn. There is a natural process to things, but what one labels is still of the ego, which is always subject to change. Therefore, conjunction has switched places with coagulation and become more the middle stage for good reasons too. This stage is all about the emergence of the heart that has the eye to see. In the last stage, separation, we saw our two birds of soul and spirit fly away. This is a symbolic departure of duality. We are left with the purest forms of the masculine and feminine qualities that will combine into one. This is the alchemical marriage that produces the philosopher's stone, or child, called Hermes. How this marriage takes place varies over the ages, and keep in mind these two forms of masculine and feminine are still not the absolute, as they are still bound and tethered to form here, but have the essence or quintessence revealed to them. These two marry one another and produce a child. The two become one. The illustrations of this are also endless, but mind and body form the heart by passing away their internal natures for the greatest good. In short, they die and a new creation is formed. The king and queen are illustrated by a vertical and horizontal line, and when these two come together, they form a cross. Upon this cross, the separate identities of the king and queen must be crucified in order to bring about union. This union was hinted at in separation stage during the fighting and opposing, which begged for reconciliation. This reconciliation is the abandonment of dual motivation into one purpose, which is the singleness represented by the child. As you can see, this is actually very natural and what a husband and wife are meant to do in order to preserve and build their home or family. They sacrifice their wants and desires for that union of home. However, let me be clear here that what I'm referring to here is to happen within, at a personal and individual level. This is the giving up of what we have seen as values, but are actually one-sided and built out of protection by our own egos. What we have identified with and labeled ourselves as, which has limited us and blocked out all that can be. Newer philosophies, like finding the child within, stem from this and can be harkened back to Carl Jung in the 20th century, or Jungian psychology, Freud as well. Transmuting the traumas of childhood have become commonplace in therapies, but really in essence, it is conjunction that is being used to create a new outlook on life. This must happen within, and as we have seen from the previous stages, there is pain, and this stage is very painful. In fact, many of those within the spiritual communities today will not cross this barrier, and probably why this stage was the very last stage, and the Hermetic child was just an abstract form during this stage in ancient times. We did see the child's need in the last stage during the quarreling king and queen. Thus, at this stage, he is considered today the lesser stone. In other versions, it is the lesser stone who then must be put to death on the cross that the king and queen left upon their departure. So the Hermetic child is slain. This imagery is obviously very common in Rosicrucian and Christian alchemy and can be traced back easily to Egypt and the Osirian mysteries, along with common themes from the Vedic scripts. It is also of note here that the king, queen, and child make up the three, and this trinity is illustrated time and again across all cultures and the theme the same. The three sacrifice themselves for the advancement of the all. How this symbology may have gotten pushed aside from where we're going in this order could very well have come about by animosity of the Christian church and a distinct separation of the theme. Again, as I stated, you will find ego among us all, as you very well should, because we are still living in this flesh, so we are still within our own cages, the frames of bones that hold us here. Either way, what this stage teaches us the most is we do not need anything else nor anyone else to complete us, only that which has already been granted us by the One, the eye that is stamped on the heart of the individual, and they begin to see the truth of their own existence and all that is around them. The duality vanishes, and the separated identity with it they have constructed for themselves. This is extremely painful, and why these stages are in cycles, and why I wrote before, the earlier the better to begin this great work. We often just play the role we see in society and look for that completeness in things outside of ourselves. It is a natural process, actually. We must eat, be clothed, housed, have material goods in order to survive. The Hermetic child is often portrayed as a two-faced entity because it knows our needs are given to us in order to learn an even greater and deeper lesson. It has a secret not many want to accept about themselves that transcends what society teaches. Within us all, what we would label, as we have seen, as order versus chaos, albeit the versus part is a drama played out on the stage of life. At this point in the alchemical process, we see they are actually working in harmony to bring about a greater revelation. You will often meet people who claim love and light all around, but have buried deep within them dark and toxic traits from past trauma. We all do this. Just as you may meet the darkest and most intimidating ego who will cry at the most touching moment. These labels are part of our egoic identity that affirm daily, I am blank, fill in the blank. This gives a false security that in the stage of conjunction should have long been shown as elusive, and something that will be dealt with during the first two stages at another time. So to hammer all this home, the true twin flame is within you, and the search for it out there is an endeavor counter to everything we have just went over about alchemy. Alchemy has a way of severing all that is not working in your behalf, because alchemy is working to the betterment of everything to realize the all. It is within you and cannot be gotten around, and the androgyny of the Hermetic child illustrates this. While the all is in everything and the everything realizing the all seems like a paradox, we are speaking of evolution of prima materia and its ability to manifest new forms in the scope of why and the hows, as I stated, are in many texts throughout the ages, and not what this writing is intended to do. In short, we are living out the expression of the story of that which is perfect in a myriad of ways, actors and actresses in a play. Putrefaction fermentation. As we have just learned in the previous stage, whether it is the king and queen, the child, or all three, someone is going to die. And if someone is going to die, then they are going to be buried also. This stage is actually a twofold stage, and another reason why the number of stages has changed. The first half is putrefaction, and the latter half is called fermentation, although you will see these two flipped in order. The remainders of the masculine and feminine that did not fly off with the two white birds came together and formed the child, which put them to death in doing so. This duality merged, and their former states were then buried. On the other hand, as it was stated, the child is also put to death and buried. This is why in that stage it is referred to as the lesser stone, as there is a transmutation must go through in order to emerge as the true stone. The soul and spirit we saw in separation merged within conjunction and lay within the rotting corpse in this stage, transforming it. In case you have not picked up by now, the cycle of alchemy has within it sub-cycles that appear to be the same cycles repeating themselves. This is somewhat true, but at deeper levels of substance being worked. Yet this conjoined soul and spirit reside within the being, and it begins to change its composition. It breaks it down at a much deeper level, the actual core of itself. We can use an allegorical DNA mutation here, or any number of illustrations. Ascension, enlightenment, awakening, rapture, or any term you may hear that denotes change can apply. As decomposition takes place, it may appear that all is lost, and death will overtake the life that once was. However, anyone who has watched a compost rot will know a liquid substance begins to form, often shiny and colorful, and a new life emerges. Our bird becomes a peacock. The caterpillar is a chrysalis, and all is not lost. Fermentation permeates the substance, the new life. Distillation. The liquid from the previous stage is taken, put under fire and boiled, cooled in the air from which falls a whole new substance into form. At this stage, if anything was left out or not processed in the previous stage, it will manifest itself here. This is a process that occurs in the forms of the other stages, but this stage is much more concentrated version. The flow of chi or kundalini within is an illustration of distillation. The facts of life put us under the fire, and the resolve within that we learned in all the other stages emerges to guide us in our new decisions. Our intent sublimates into a manifested world here. This is an ongoing process within each breath you take. Life is flowing through you and across your being. Beyond breath, what one could call the ether is surrounding you in a liquid transforming your aura. Not to get too new age sounding here, but your whole being of life is flowing outwards and inwards connected to source, in a flow that propels you to act. And your every moment you are putting forth this energy, and this stage would best be suited to match what many would call your vibration. This would be your Ida, Pingala, and Shushumna, channels called nadis that run through your spine, and why you do chakra meditation. These channels are also shown in the Kabbalah. Coagulation. Here's the stage where the child emerges from the tomb, empowered with the essence that came from the distillation. This is a fusion of all into the new creation, and the child is born again. Spirit has fused with body, mind, and soul, and a true heart. The philosopher's stone has come about. This stage is illustrated by the queen, which is divine presence within the consciousness of the being. The tantric forces that shape all of creation have forged a new being from the former. This is called ultima materia among the alchemists of old, and as it cools and hardens, it becomes part of the human, replacing the false ego with that of a mind and heart in line with the divine will that governs all things. This new being is also androgynous, as it is the same child as before, only having gone through a metamorphism. The butterfly emerges from the chrysalis. Having been raised from what appeared as its death and demise, it shines a new beautiful creation from the ashes of the former. Recall we started this with ashes and calcination. Exactly what changed it lies well beyond this process of material, but a miraculous divinity we can only see the echoes of. We cannot truly define it with limited human words here. We can only illustrate through symbols that teach a deeper esoteric truth to assist the aspirant through this journey from ashes to stone. For as the child hardens and grows accustomed to its new form, it will once again be thrown in the fire of calcination, and the process starts all over again until finally life falls from the being, and they go to their literal grave, where they will finally receive the absolute stone. Our bird has emerged a phoenix. So for the overview of alchemy, 1. Calcination is the root chakra. 2. Dissolution is the sacral chakra. 3. Separation is the solar plexus chakra. 4. Conjunction is the heart chakra. 5. Putrefaction is the throat chakra. 6. Distillation is the third eye chakra. 7. Coagulation is the crown chakra. And the 3 stages of the stone are the same stages of Tantra: white, black, and red. Tantra, Shakta and Shiva. The modern-day understanding of Tantra revolves mainly around sexual practices. Yet Tantra is not what you do, but how you do it. Tantra is comprised of dualistic forces working in unison called Shiva and Shakti. Shiva is the unmanifest pool, and Shakti is the creative causative that both together bring about that which is manifested. Before there were even genitals to have sexual relations as we know them, there was Tantra. Tantra consists of sounds or vibrations that create, the power of creation. Tantra is a very complex subject spanning centuries of practice. The most common is yoga, in which mantras are chanted and mudras are physically demonstrated to attain the rising of prana or chi or kundalini. These are various life forces that unfortunately have religious connotations today, yet all things we do contain them. We get lost in labels when trying to understand these things. We also have a bad habit of seeing it in limited terms. Tantra naturally arises with activity, and it also descends, moving up and down through the chakric system. Expressions of creativity are ripe in Tantra, and while initiations are required in most instances in India for tantric practices, it may be more of a safeguard into those mysteries than anything. Some tantric practices are questionable when it comes to sexual taboos. This leads to even more negative perceptions to Tantra, especially amongst the conservative West. Sex magic is littered with references to Tantra, but many are surprised to learn performing music, singing, painting a picture, and even dancing is an expression of Tantra. As I said, it is how it is done. Spirals, waves, rising and falling, emotional, passionate, and inspiring. Its purpose is not so much concentrated on the ends, but rather how it leaves the observer feeling and thinking. In all my years of discussing tantric practices with people, it is very rare you find anyone who can agree outside of their dogma or circle. But it is Tantra that created the universe. As a Western individual will say, no, it is God who created it. They miss the point. The Western holy books say it was by the word God created all things. In the East, the word is the all. Across the confines of culture and language, we are talking a synchronicity of terms here. You may also notice quickly how Tantra is the essence we just talked about in alchemy, that rising and falling to create a new creation. This spirit is found within pure love and comes from Source, and it is by love are all things created. It is only our judgment that clouds our vision, but Tantra lies within every one of us. Twin souls, twin flames. All that I've been writing has been the groundwork for the topic of twin flames. While no one knows exactly where the concept came from, most modern-day sources will quote Plato's The Symposium from the 300s BC. The concept goes back further when one explores Kabbalah or peers into Genesis, the stories from Egypt, Tantra, all the topics I have touched upon. If you have understood and allowed your mind's eye to open on this, you see there is like a chi or ether that rises and falls within a being, like a fluid or gas. It only takes one spark to ignite it, and the being is alive, and what people call today awakened. But let's just go over the basic of what most moderns call a twin soul or twin flame. In the beginning there was one soul, the oversoul, monad, all, Sophia, source, and on the name goes. This soul decided to separate itself in expression, and like the stars in the sky became many forms of itself, reflecting the central sun. Then it further divided each of these points of light into pairs, like binary stars. How and when this division happened is not clearly known, except the theme of actual matter or flesh is often involved. A falling into density, and Adam and Eve are the prime examples of this. In the start, They were considered a single pair in one, androgynous, like our hermetic child from alchemy's The Philosopher's Stone. Once humans became flesh, these souls were put into them to animate them with life, personality, traits that separated them from the animal world, making them unique, thus further spreading the oversoul's diversity. These pairs proved to be too advanced for the environment they were placed into, and a reconfiguration needed to be performed. You could call this a banishment or a mass extinction event. It matters not. But the twins could no longer be free to marry and meet as before, so they became scattered. With this, abilities were taken, and they were made to live under the same rules as the animals. Noah's Ark can be interpreted as an esoteric lesson along this line. From time to time, though, the Almighty allowed pairs to come together in ways that changed the course of history, and made an exception to the animalistic evolution that caused mankind to transcend and advance their understanding of the divine. Every religion has examples of these two, from Shiva and Shakti to Isis and Osiris. They are pairs. Even the Mayan creation story has the hero twins, who bring the light out of the darkness for mankind, having visited the first father in the underworld who was hung on a tree. All of these stories have these two bringing the divine to the humans, whom they lived around, changing the perspective and course of the society to such an extent we can see why everyone uniting with their twin may not be the best for the current infrastructure of this world, or should I say, too much. Just as when the two binary stars do begin to meet, they warp time and space as they commence to wander into each other, law of attraction, until they collide and a supernova occurs, disrupting all around them, yet also giving the very seeds of life to new stars in a nebula. Do these two stars then cease to exist? Of course not. They are reborn within the new stars they gave rise to, and there will then be more binary systems that do this very same thing, tri-star systems as well. There are also many different philosophies about twin flame rules. I tend to only observe, and who am I to say what is a universal axiom when there is so much diversity? Some people believe you only meet your twin once. Some believe you meet your twin in every incarnation. Some believe you meet them in times of need, and some believe all twins will meet at the end of this very aeon or age to bring about major change. There is one thing they all do have in common, and that is karma. One of the main reasons why twins do meet is to clear past karma, either from before the reconfiguration when damage was done in their pairing, or from repeated matches in all the past lives. This must be rectified, or the aeon will not end, or it will recycle them to the beginning. As I stated, many different views on this, and I cannot say one is right and all the others wrong, but most likely they are all correct in their perspective of each individual. The synchronicities around this couple are impossible not to notice. Their lives, their past, their birth dates, their names in each other's minds, but most of all, the meeting. They just know each other at a level that goes deeper than their own parents or children. Nothing can even compare to it. One look into the eyes and the world stops. Everything stops. You have gazed into the eyes of the one. They have potential to change, as I stated earlier, all around them. John Kennedy and Jacqueline Onassis, Prince Charles and Diana, Johnny Cash and June Carter. Just a few examples of twin flames we have seen in more recent times. There are countless others, but there is a mystique and a very deep feeling anyone will get when watching or observing the two that causes them to question their own attitudes and beliefs. It is not too difficult to see how this can be a threat, and that supernova I spoke of can occur naturally or by mankind's own endeavor to stop it that divinity grants. Too much, too fast. Thus, it is not too hard to see why the belief in many cultures from the Native Americans to ancient Middle East has stories that in the end of this age, all twins will meet and change this world into a new dimension. Now, while I said there are no real rules to all this, there are some patterns to be gone over here that all twin flame relationships go through. Without these, most people today will not consider it a true twin flame meeting. Like alchemy, the number of these stages vary among beliefs, but they are all following the same pattern. Many will narrow it down to just 7 or 8 stages, beginning with the awareness you know who your twin is deep down in your soul before your eyes behold them. But for this purpose, I'm going to include the more inclusive stages that begin from early childhood. 1. Someone is out there. There can be only one. 2. The search in relationships leading to failure. 3. The dark night of the soul from part 1 of this book. 4. The awakening into personal spirituality, the shift. 5. Attraction of your twin flame. 6. Meeting your twin flame with an overwhelming love beyond words. 7. Honeymoon phase. 8. Turmoil phase. 9. Running and chasing phase. 10. Separation phase. 11. Reunion or sacred union of twin flames. Some of these phases can be condensed, and often are if you research this topic, but know this: there is absolutely nothing you can do to make this happen nor avoid it. If you have incarnated for a twin flame union, you signed a soul contract for that purpose, and it will happen. If not, it will not. In theory, we all have a twin flame, but this lifetime may not be the one where you come into sacred union. Some claim to have only seen their twin one time in their life to assist them through a rough time. Why this belief also goes along with the guardian angel as well. Before going into detail about these stages, I want to make it clear that a twin soul and a soulmate are not the same thing. Also, if you believe this doctrine is complete hogwash, bear with me until the end, or you can skip ahead to the Twin Within chapter later on. However, I do urge you to continue, because it is exactly what everything will lead into. I also get into that in the fourth stage of awakening. Yet let's take a brief look at differences between a soulmate and a twin soul. Soulmates versus twin flames. I have just went over briefly what a twin flame is. Now let's look at the topic often confused with it, and that is a soulmate. I will use the previous example of stars as well here. Without turning this into a full-blown astronomy lesson, let's just say we know stars are classed in their own traits together in what is called a spectral classification. These are buried in exact terms, but all of them look at the star's size, temperature, luminosity, and color. The modern, most often used is the Morgan-Keenan system, which has 7 classifications. There are others as well, and from our perspective here, we can use a star's vibration as a way of illustrating it. How fast a star is spinning gives it a tone or frequency, and of course there would be a limit here, from a star barely spinning to a star spinning on the verge of breaking apart. These groups make up systems that are well known, and while a star may be on the other side of the universe, it can share the same class as a star, say, right next to us. These would be in the same family of stars. You may hear someone say, that is a Sirian-type star, or that is an Antares class of stars. Some theorize this tells you the age of a star as well, and it does in astronomy. Newer light blue stars are obviously newer than red giants, who are on the verge of a supernova, having swelled in size over many aeons. These vibrations are like a scale in music, ranging from high to low, and it's said souls are like this as well, only there is usually a negative connotation put upon souls who are said to be of a low vibration. Exactly why is more of ego in my opinion, which is my own ego obviously, but you cannot really resonate outside of your current potential, or as we saw in part 1 of this book, you would destroy yourself. So these people that vibe together are in the same class of stars or souls. Thus, they are soulmates. You have many soulmates, and your best friends are usually soulmates. You share similar interests and traits, and let's face it, we are limited in them in this dimension, as we are bound by the laws of conventional physics here, and the metaphysics, while infinite, can only be expressed in so many ways in the third dimension. If you pull fifth dimensional thought out onto a table here, it would not even make any sense whatsoever, because you are using the third dimension of the table to display it. It would not work. They would not be soulmates in their complement. Soulmates complement one another and make up for most all marriages and arrangements, but they are not all twin flames. Let us look at those stages a little deeper of twin flames. Twin flames, they are out there. Stage 1. Some are born with an innate sense that some physical body out there is also within them. They may feel a sense of incompleteness, or there is something else, a task they must perform that they cannot do alone. They may be naturally drawn to romantic stories, or feel a deep sense of awe at two lovers. They may even draw inspiration from their own parents or grandparents. The idea of just having someone to hold at night or spend their days with every day is heaven to them. The hectic rush they watch around them as a child seems foreign to them. Society and its norms, all way too complicated. A simple, quiet life suits them deep inside. They may feel like they were born at the wrong time and long deeply for a time when the world was simpler, and have a fantasy that there was a time all couples stayed together until they died in each other's arms. The thought of more than one husband or wife may not suit them at all, monogamy being the only solution in life for them. Even in stories of old, where multiple spouses were the norm, the top alpha is their favorite. The one that holds the heart of the king or queen appeals to them the most. They may have dreams of someone whose face they cannot see. At times they may feel deep emotion and not know where it comes from. This can be especially true even if they are not that empathetic in nature. Surprised they feel so much for no apparent reason. A feeling that is drawing them and causing them to become restless is often at their core, as if there is some unfinished business to be about. No matter the material status of their life, want or lack of it, they have an unsatisfied feeling deep down that they have no words for. They are very aware of pairs or have a grasp at duality and might express that at a young age in art or some creative outlet, always with an incessant yearning inside to gratify that urge, to find that something they feel belongs inside their core being. They may at a very young age understand and grasp spiritual concepts, reaching out to God or angels with visions and dreams very detailed of other realms or ideas. Fantasy is a favorite of theirs, and make-believe as well. Oftentimes, they have a sense of the stars and a home they have lost or are apart from. They are most certainly rejected and often end up with a feeling of deep loneliness, even if they are very popular. Depression at a very young age is common along with migraines and nervous disorders. They are best suited by themselves, which may seem somewhat of a paradox as they are aware of some divine mate, but the road to that meeting is usually a long and tough one. Being with anyone but the one just does not give the deep gratification they are longing for. Remember, we are all here for a purpose, and despite there being numerous singleness of purpose statements, life is more complex than that. Not all stars were born to be red giants or crash into another star, so not all souls on this earth had the exact same mission. Free will, it can be said, is nothing but an illusion. You have what appears to be choices in life, but your choices are limited to your perspective and understanding of the path you are on. I have a drawer full of shirts to choose from, and I can choose which shirt I will wear today. But, in all wisdom, do I truly have a choice in that? My choices are actually limited by the shirts I have. I can go out and buy a new one, but variables then factor in that are greater than my ability to walk over and open the drawer and to put on a shirt. I could also order one online to have it delivered, which draws in even more variables than just going to a shop to buy one. Factors of codependency increase the more complex I get in my journey to increase my choices. At some point, I have to begin to put faith in it, and my free will gets exposed to not being so free after all, let alone my will. I have to rely on the coordination of others and their wills also. Truth is, if I am meant to have another choice, it will happen. If not, all my vain power will not have it so when I want it. This illustration of choices in wardrobes is humorous, but when it comes to a life path, we agree on that when we come here. Not everyone came here to be President of the United States or the first person to fly an airplane. Those who did, have, and could not be stopped, as it was a divine appointment. Twin flames are no different, and all the powers in the universe cannot derail you, nor would they, for they sent you and are always working on your behalf to fulfill your purpose here. Any type of change through self-will would only be temporary. While one could argue they could jump off a cliff, I can answer, see you in the next incarnation, and then the universe knew all about that deviation, as it was obvious your life path was laid out. A twin flame will meet their twin when they are meant to, and it will happen, and the sacred union will come about. This is that longing that they have deep within from the very start. Twin flames, the search, stage 2. Our determined flame so begins their quest to find the one and embarks on a career of relationships. This is not necessarily the type of relationships society may deem as serious. They can even appear superficial to the world, but to the twin flame, they are very deep because they are unknowingly coming from a place in their very heart reserved for that special someone. They are substituting in a very selfish way and putting others in an unfair situation of having to live up to impossible expectations, be my twin, even when they have no idea that is what they are doing. It is not too hard to see this leads to horrible brokenheartedness for everyone, not to mention karma. Each time our twin believes they have found the one, and for good reason. Within each of the relationships, there is a theme our twin may not be aware of for quite some time. There are strange synchronicities beyond comprehension, things the person just would not know about their newfound love, as if something was guiding them down this path. Their present love has the same first name as the middle name of their last, which they never even bothered to learn. A parent may have the same job as their own parent. They may have a sister or brother that shares characteristics with their own that they learn about later. The list is endless here, but the result's always the same. It does not work out, and the blow is crushing. Sometimes they may even give up and just take a relationship out of necessity for physical needs. The person they are with usually falls deeply in love with them. They seem to have a knack for showing romantic abilities along with a mystique of spirituality that gives them a alluring aura. They always have some form of talent for creative arts, be it writing, poetry, painting, musical abilities, or any of the classic romantic era's traits of moonlit voyages on a sea of bliss. In youth, they have the energy and magnetism to attract and always do with passionate results, often enough, but again, it always leads to one thing. They are still not fulfilled, and the relationship no longer fills that place they so desperately need filled. They may seek help in counseling, religion, addictions, more relationships, only increasing the spiral downward, overachieving in every area of life they are involved with to compensate for the hole inside they feel. They may become convinced they are not whole or complete. Psychological problems may begin to manifest, with possible drugs or alcohol or other addictive behaviors solidifying in their life. This leads to yet more broken hearts and more busted friendships and relationships. Over time, they might begin to pick up on a pattern or have it pointed out to them by someone more aware or wiser, possibly even another twin flame who already knows what is going on. You really cannot point out too much to a twin, as you recall. They have signed a soul contract for a certain path before them. It does not do any good either, other than plant a seed for another day in them. But they may begin to learn deeper traits about what they want in a mate, and things about their failures, as they are becoming quite used to pain and have a sincere desire for it to end. The problem is, each person they date or have a deeper relationship with, they say, this time for sure. They may become a relationship addict, or they very well could be in one casual relationship, living a total lie to their loved one, committed for life, so they say, but deep down they know this is not true. At some point, all this karma and guilt catches up, and they may lose their own identity and slip into a place from which there is no human help anymore. They have reached the jumping off point, and they throw in the towel. Any number of circumstances can lead them to this place, but it is always the same place. Isolated, alone, all bridges burnt, and no one to face but themselves, and the damage they have done to so many hearts, or so they think. Not yet do they see, not only did they sign up for this, but so did all the people they encountered in one cosmic dance, each with their own purpose. Twin Flames, Dark Night of the Soul, Stage 3. I went into the topic of Dark Night of the Soul in the first part of this book 5 years ago, so I'm not going to spend too much time on this. Suffice it to say, this is not something anyone looks forward to. Here the twin may reach out to rekindle an old flame. They may find the door closed. It could be open. Either way, it ends the same. It is of no help. It is within this stage our twin begins to truly see something beyond human capability is steering their life. They may feel absolutely lost and accursed with no help at all in sight. Time may seem to stand still as they are locked in their own prison. Just as in alchemy they are stripped of everything. Their whole life is reviewed in front of their own eyes. Of the mind, and tears flow like the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. This is a result of all that karma, of the list of broken hearts and self-abasement they have put themselves through in the attempts to cope in the previous years. Time, and only the highest, can decide how long this will be. Nothing can help but that and deep introspection. Every dark corner is exposed, and only light that shines upon those aspects of the twin they hope not to see. After a long ordeal, they eventually surrender and accept the futility of their effort. Suicide may be a constant thought, but no motivation to perform the act, knowing deep down it will not help either. Completely unmasked and exhausted, they just give up and let the darkness take them. Little do they know, the sun is about to rise. Twin Flames, The Awakening, Stage 4. The whole scope of this text has been aimed at this right here, this stage, this place. This is what it's all about. This is the heart of everything. Our dejected twin, who has been cast off and rejected from all and left to deal with their own sorrow in a place no one can help them, eventually comes to realize the most profound truth of all. That which they have been seeking was to fill that place inside them, and it is inside them that they end up looking too. It is there that they find what they are seeking all along, outside themselves and others. The help they get is beyond human aid. From the divine comes the relief. That fluid I spoke of, that flammable ether, ignites with a spark from on high, and the once pitch black night erupts in a dawn of blazing fire, and our twin flame is forever changed. If the dark night of the soul was proper, they have lost so much. As it is, the change may sever what is left, as the twin now appears to speak in bizarre language, and even their appearance is different. This may come quickly or gradually, but the twin will stumble upon something that opens this door. Be it a song, a book, a movie, a conversation with a passing stranger, or just watching the sunrise. That spark comes, and like a cool drink of water they did not know they needed, they realize a part of themselves can guide them back to the light. All that they had done has an opposite side within them, and balance and sanity are once again glimpsed in hope. I will get more into this in the chapter The Twin Within, but the result is as if they were raised from the dead or born again and shown their true heart. Twin Flames, Attraction, Stage 5. With this newfound change overcoming our twin, they of course have a completely lifestyle change. This leads them onto other roads, possibly hinted at by those so many before who tried to counsel them and offer them assistance in life. Those seeds I mentioned earlier finally sprout at the right time, giving the twins something new to focus on. Meditation, yoga, exercise, art, dance, the list is endless, but the principle the same. The twin begins to encounter a different vibration of people because their vibration has changed. As stated in the last stage, their whole aura has changed and they are different. No longer seeking someone to fulfill them, they have found within themselves this thing, and like-minded beings cross their path. The old crowd may still linger here in their life, but they are like a boat on a lake with a small hole in the bow. It is just a matter of time before they are gone into obscurity, because vibrations match the soulmates. Soulmates can and do change, another difference from a twin flame, and this is how we arise and fall in the musical scale of the stars, and within alchemy as we branch out. Terms like high and low lose meaning, labels of ego, and the twin learns there is something much more than ego, as they saw theirs completely smashed before them. This is a stage where service to humanity now takes the place of all the selfishness of the past. Community outreach may occur, clubs, causes, amends to family, and those old bridges they burned may be repaired. Only this time, not in search of anything at all, but just goodwill and peace, always firmly fixed on the lesson they had just learned. All is within them. That hole inside they had felt all their lives was just an illusion. Their heart had not yet had the eyes to see who they really are. In this period, they will no doubt meet potential mates. They may not have time for them, but they will meet them. It may be casual friends, online, someone at a place they frequent, but they will begin to draw towards them that which they came here to do. They probably have given up dating altogether and enjoy nothing more than their new freedom and happiness, the bliss of themselves. Remember, though, nothing can stop nor rush their life contract. Being whole themselves, they now stand ready to come face to face with why they came in the first place. Twin Flames, Behold Your Twin, Stage 6. It is in the eyes that is the gateway to the soul. Their eyes will meet and time will literally stand still, like a veil opens and surrounds them. They will match in a feeling so deep, love utterly fails to name it. It has no name. It is beyond the time of names and words humans speak. It is ancient, forged at the time of the stars as they were forged together. This meeting is like no other. They may feel totally inadequate, but overlooked at by the sheer magnitude of the other's gaze and countenance. Awestruck, frozen, a feeling like a little child overcomes them. There is nothing like it, and the long, hard struggle to get here may overwhelm them in deep emotion. It is as if they are the only two people in the whole world. The saying, love at first sight, comes from this. Every sense is awake and aware, and there may be heightened sense of adrenaline. People will often make hard and fast rules here that really seem like extras, like you will feel only peace, or you will have no fear, or your heart will beat from your chest. Honestly, I've listened to many stories about this, and the only one thing I've heard is true. You will know when your eyes meet, unlike anyone you have ever looked upon. A feeling that you will never forget. Love at first sight that rockets you into another dimension in an instant, because it is mutual and cannot be helped in any manner. You will remember how they smelled, tasted, felt, and sounded. It will imprint into your mind as if they were already imprinted on your DNA. They are, in fact, in your soul's DNA, so this is valid. It will be as if you made the person up in your own mind and could be tempted to think you made this happen somehow by your previous stage of enlightenment and awakening. You manifested them. This will be gotten back to later. You will feel a sense of great accomplishment and achievement here, and you will feel like you have come home. You have never met anyone like this before, nor will you again. You will know this is your twin flame. If their eyes do not speak enough to you for your proof, their voice will do the rest. The sound of it will resonate to your very soul and be the most soothing sound you have ever heard. You will know their eyes and voice. Twin Flames, the Honeymoon, Stage 7. After meeting your twin flame face to face, a period will begin called the honeymoon phase. How long this period lasts is anyone's guess. You are in perfect bliss, seventh heaven, all the catchphrases you hear in the spiritual community as you spend time with your twin. You can sit with them for hours and feel perfectly at peace, talking or in silence. As you gather details about their life, you begin to see all the past relationships were leading you up to this moment. Everything was exactly as it was supposed to be, or you would not be at that moment. One that makes a lifetime of pain not only worth it, but willing to travel that path again, just to get to this moment. You may embrace them under the stars or moon and feel a connection like home. Holding them in your arms and feeling their touch is beyond words. You could sit and watch the grass grow all day with them and be perfectly happy. Your interests and theirs are in line as if the stars put you both together. This is that feeling you have been looking for your whole life, and the warmth of their presence is so overwhelming it brings you to tears. Long ago in the Indus Valley, it is said that at the very beginning of this age, or yuga, beings would take new couples to the moon where a ceremony would take place. This was a very special ceremony that consecrated the new couple in front of the all. Then the female was given a special energy to conceive a child. Sex was not yet like it is today. This sacred trinity of husband, mother, and child was carried out. Then the couple brought back in celebration where they would live out their days in joy and bliss. It was considered quite an honor, and this blessing upon them is where we get the phrase honeymoon from, and relates to Tantra, known as white Tantra, or no sexual seed is used, just love. Another version has it where the couple were taken to the moon one day a year to consummate their union. The source of this story I have sadly long lost, but you may run across reference to it. It is considered a mere legend with no basis in fact in the Golden Age when the quote gods and quote goddesses mingled in the affairs of mankind face to face, when the golden ether was in all things and the world was in perfect harmony. During this phase, you may start to see you have abilities with a person you have never experienced with anyone. All those fantasy-like traits you imagine begin to take hold. Your presence could heal them, or you could finish their sentences, or even be able to read their thoughts. Sexual union may occur here that is like no other you've ever encountered, and a love connection that does not need physical displays, but when given, the kiss is like home. You learn and adapt with them so well, you begin to gauge them in all things, as I stated before, as if you created them yourself. We are all humans here. No matter how advanced or learned in anything, we have a brain, a past, and an ego that propels us forward for our own physical survival. We have learned how to manage and survive in such a harsh and beautiful world. We know this person at such a deep level, we can begin to see their survival skills as well. Do not be fooled by anyone. Our egos are not at all perfect, and our twin has flaws like anyone else. Life is a non-stop learning process, in which new things are being added to the mix. This alchemy goes on until we reach that grave destined for us as all. As much as you are in bliss with your twin, in time, you will begin to see their trace of survival as well, and they will trigger within you past traumas. They are all part of the long thread of the story running through this, and it is for you to see you are not at all perfect, and this perfect match to you still falls under the laws by which all material abides. You begin to see your twin as human. Thus begins another type of dark night of the soul, from which all twin relationships go through, one of the hardest times of all. Twin Flames, Crisis, Stage 8. So your twin flame is not the literal package of perfection your fantasy had envisioned all your life. They have physical needs. They have to eat and use the bathroom just like anyone else. They get tired, they get moody, they get down, and your presence is not going to be able to keep that at bay for long. They still have scars, and this union has touched on so many. Doubt begins to creep in, possibly in both minds of the twins. A here we go feeling of just another letdown, like all the so many letdowns that came before. The one we have been spending such a blissful time with in the period after meeting surely has the answers, right? We may begin to question them or try and poke into what is going on. This is probably not going to have a lasting effect of solace. You are supposed to just know, right? All the inner communication that has been going on suddenly seems to vanish and expectations begin to arise. It may be easy to read someone in perfect stillness and calmness, whether it be their actions, their energy, their words, and even their mind. It is quite a different matter when stress and fear come in. Stress and fear do come in, no matter what any twin flame expert wants to tell you. Recall that cognitive dissonance I touched upon in part 1 of this book. Anyone who is living in such great denial that thinks their twin flame is not going to challenge them as well as all the others have done is most likely not ready. Your own past pain, while soothed by your twin flame at first meeting, is still in the recesses of your own mind and ego. And all the path leading up to this meeting has had a thread in it. So the present is going to include that. Your pain is not gone and buried, but rather the bliss of that honeymoon eclipsed it. Like all eclipses, time marches on, and the underlying thing is exposed. Are you really sure this person is the one? Now, what was bliss becomes irritation. The person who was so open now puts up a defense, a wall we have seen before, and it may remind us of our own. This elicits a response, and is in turn answered with a reciprocating wall. The mind begins to play tricks on the twins, and what was so perfect begins to be questioned as maybe being too perfect. The slow background music of all the arguments of the past relationships begins to play, getting louder and louder. Love is mixed with concern and fear, and that sparkle in their eye begins to fade as doubt creeps in. This horror settles in, and one of the twins sees this as just another relationship. Twin Flames, Run and Chase, Stage 9. After a stage of turmoil, when the honeymoon is over, one of the twins, usually the female, directs all that past fear and trauma at their twin and just disappears. They run away. They are the runner. All the emotion has been too intense, and the physical body even begins to break down from the crisis that has occurred. As all that love that was misplaced throughout life is directed so strongly at the twin, so too is the pain. In a flash, the twin is gone, in protection of their own heart, body, and mind, which has taken so long to get right for them. Now this relationship threatens all that progress, and they abandon their twin. All the promises of steadfast love and devotion are put in with the fantasies of yesterday. But fear not, as I stated, this contract is just beginning to be ratified. The one left is devastated, as it becomes just like all the others. A sense of deep panic and fear grips them in a horrible loss. Their deepest love has been snatched from them, ripped from them, by that very love. The wound is like no other, and they are completely shattered inside. Questions flood their mind, and no hope of any answers, and they are left wondering what they did so wrong to their deepest love. Immediately a sense of urgency to search begins, to find answers, to find relief, to find their twin. This person is called the chaser. This running and chasing does not necessarily have to be physical either. The runner could slip into an addiction from the past, blaming, of course, the chaser, who went from being the greatest thing in the universe to the epitome of all that is evil. The chaser too may drown their sorrows with an addiction, in attempting to find the answers as to what is wrong with them, or make the other pay for their crimes against them. Clearly the ego has resurfaced here, as stated before. Perfection is merely a perspective. Our twin turns out to be human after all, just like us, and this revelation alone can be mind-numbing. Guilt and shame can pour in at this exposure, topped off with the way the twins are coping with the loss through possible various vices and ways they had long thought overcome, not to mention the deeper psychological blame and guilt that is occurring as they let the love of their life down to such a degree that there was eventual rejection. While many people have endless amounts of advice at this stage for both of these twin types, runner or chaser, upon closer inspection we find all too often what the twin is looking for is immediate reconciliation. They just want their twin flame back, especially the chaser. So any advice given with pure intent is being filtered through eyes that are fixed on only one thing, relief of the pain. While the runner is often told to isolate and heal, further encouraging egoic protection as well, as exposure to the twin they are running from brings pain. This all may sound like a paradox in a slave versus master scenario, and that is why some advice may just very well be for naught. There are clearly sick relationships that any twin has been involved in that can fit this same pattern, which is why, if you have gotten this far, as most everyone has, you are not truly considered an actual twin flame union at all. But that is not to say you have not actually met your twin. It is just not time yet, and it may not be even in this lifetime you will reach sacred union with them. With all that said, be it known, this is where so many twin flame relationships end in this life. A runner may run for years. They can run into the arms of another for protection. A chaser may chase all the way into complete social disrepair and utter loss. Romeo and Juliet, although a fictional situation in name, are not at all fictional in life. And let us be honest, what is real? The story reflects the story of many lives over the ages, and abandoned lovers have jumped off a cliff since time immemorial. No one can really tell you for sure if that person was or was not your twin flame due to the results. Only you can say, and you knew when you first met their eyes. As I stated, advice on this stage is endless here. Just keep in mind that there are personalities of your past still lurking in lessons, and there are people who will feed off your vulnerability, be it for money, their own pride and ego, or just plain control. Society, oddly enough, seems almost geared for this stage, as it fits in with basic rights and protections given everyone. The twin has already established themselves in their spiritual center, as we saw much earlier in this, so they will most likely return to it as a means of coping with such loss. The runner and chaser are both in equal pain here. No matter how much the escape into logic or fantasy can be mustered, the heart and soul know. This is a time of testing as well. How serious is the twin for union? Are they truly done with the past? Are they truly ready for what it is that they have been searching for all their lives? Only time will tell. Twin flames, separation, stage 10. In the meantime, the twin must go within. They have been here before, many times in this whole cycle. We know from alchemy that separation was when the expired masculine and feminine traits were no longer needed. We discarded them, and the pure energies of both were inspected. This is why I went into such detail about alchemy, because that is exactly what is happening here with our separated twin flames. The universe is expecting them both. Eventually, the running and chasing becomes exhausted, and the twins begin to accept their fates, if they make it through that stage. Like the dark night of the soul, they surrender and begin the shadow work. What happened? What parts of them are still not correct? Where did that state of total bliss within themselves go to from before they met their twin and felt such devastating loss? Was their whole progress in their spirituality tainted with an expectation that they would meet their twin? So many factors to be inspected, but all of them will reveal the true light within. It matters not to a separated twin if they had ulterior motives or maybe jumped the gun. It is beyond such egoic guilt, but rather truly within, what are they made of? This is the case if they truly surrender and admit that they were not ready. All twin flames must also go through this time. It may be thought that it has already been gone through, but it has not. There have been great loves in life that have been dashed, a period of horrible grief, followed by silence and healing, and to emerge as glorious light. But this is different because the twin actually met their twin. All others were mere echoes leading up to that meeting. That may sound somewhat harsh and non-caring, as if each person in the past was a mere stepping stone, but remember, all those others were also going on a path of their own life they signed up for. We are not to judge their journey. This is not a narcissistic means to an end at all, but rather a deeper understanding of the monad that was touched on earlier, the one soul from which we are all reflections. It is not up to us to decide the wheres and whys, only to move forward realizing those answers really do not help our individual paths we must walk in this life. Knowledge for knowledge's sake does not lead to freedom, and a case of bondage could be made. This is the time for that phrase we have used before, I do not know. In this time of separation, the twin will have to muster up those energies that got them to the point of the meeting. It is strange how a long, hard road of spirituality can be seemingly taken so fast when we meet a twin and they are gone in the runner-chaser stage. That is a twin, and that honeymoon stage and crisis stage can actually be a very short time. Time is irrelevant for any soul, but especially a twin flame meeting. Remember, time stands still, so that twin may not be able to find what was so easily available from before their meeting. This can be especially true of the chaser. While the runner sees self-preservation from the start, the chaser too must reach that point or walk over the cliff they have been thinking so much about. What keeps them going is a deep knowing that there is a reunion somewhere, just not today. So both must go within and reconnect their minds with Source and heal their broken hearts. Meditation, music, dance, art, all the things in their awakening and attraction stage may help. Only this time it is for a much deeper reason. A twin flame meeting is at the deepest level of the human soul one can have. Therefore, the healing and reconnecting must be like no time ever for the twin. It will also be the most honest, as twin flame meetings make us the most vulnerable, and the separation stage the most cutting. The light that was within, that spark that ignited the flame, will ignite again, only this time burning the deepest recesses of dross away that no longer serves the union, or the twin will refuse and go about in solitude for the rest of their days. But this was their life path, and while it may be put off in this one, it will come back again in the next. Like the twin who walks off the cliff, they must be putting it off, but guaranteed is the time when it must be faced. It is better to face it sooner rather than later, as is shown in the alchemical portion of this talk. The most important thing to remember is there are no mistakes, and all is working towards your highest good to bring about your sacred union. Embrace it. You are the light. Twin Flames, Sacred Union, Stage 11. This is that elusive stage that is never promised in this lifetime, and the one that is the holy grail of all. I will give my honest opinion with full knowledge I am wrong quite a lot, that this is what lies within each and every person alive, yet it is the rarest of all things. Logic says it cannot happen. It would even appear it defies fate itself, that two people who could have went through all we have gone over could ever meet again on a higher plane. But that is why love is the most encompassing of all things in the universe and the foundation upon all things. The universe, no doubt, loves a love story deeper than we do. This is in fact a miracle of miracles, especially in today's age. Twin flames will very rarely ever get to this stage because settling for what is in front of us has gotten easier. Many will settle down with a soulmate and just live out their days rather than face the deepest, darkest parts of themselves and be willing to let it all go for sacred union. We are imperfect in our egos and flesh, and there is a force at work in the world that does, in fact, not want this union to take place. This union is the first and the last. We can have this within us and live out our days in bliss, but to manifest this into the third dimension with another who has done the same changes this dimension. It changes others within this dimension. Be it God, angels, your higher self, the monad, or Sophia, a power much greater than your own is guiding this union together, and nothing can stop it, as long as the twin has truly gone through all the other stages and come out shining. It may not be in this lifetime either, as I have stated numerous times, but it will happen. For reason unbeknownst to us, it has not happened, or it has. This is one area no spell, no chant, no meditation can make happen. Many things can prepare you along the way for this, but when taken into account all the other factors, the crisis, the separation, the running, the chasing, the surrender, it is not hard to see how impossible a union like this can occur. This is the ultimate walk the talk meeting and what is considered the true flame meeting. Exactly why and for what purpose this meeting takes place is a myriad of reasons, but I will go over a few that I am aware of. For one, to change the world is why they meet. This is true evidence of a miracle. When someone has a loved one on a hospital bed and all hope is lost, diagnosis terminal, and death imminent, what proof is there of any type of divine mercy? Where is the mother of relief at? Well, two people who went through all this actually met in the most humblest and purest refinement of love to find all logical chance of reconciliation. Not only that, but they changed all others around them as well, making them think and feel deeper and more sincere, causing their egos to deflate and see there as a God, however that is defined in limiting words. Deeper meanings, deeper things. This example of love is seen on levels of the seen and unseen and amplifies what this world universe is all about. Mercy and forgiveness, which is what the absolute is, the philosopher's stone, that substance from which is made that which is pure and considered holy, a spirit that transcends this harsh world and transmute it into beauty. Another belief of twin flames is that they are in the last incarnation. They have played house, dabbled with love, crossed paths time and time again, but have never been fully ready. Each lifetime brings them closer until finally, in one lifetime, the universe grants this last stage. The two will never part again. They will die together, or in some beliefs, actually be taken into the sky. This belief may at first sound like a newer Christian invention, but buried deep in antiquity are these same stories. It may have been one of the purposes of the Great Pyramid, and is common among Native American teachings. It is also in Vedic texts, as these so-called gods and goddesses lived among mankind and taught them higher ways at the start of this age, then simply vanished into the clouds one day. Bringing us to a final point about sacred union. Of course this age runs out of time, as all ages do, and change must come. Cause and effect being one and the same. It is said that at the end of this age, the doors of mercy will open, and all twin flames will unite to bring about the catalyst. This age of Aquarius we have heard so much about, built on the foundation of the purest love, led by the example of that love. This world will transmute into a deeper and more meaningful place through the example of this love. Regardless of anyone's religious teachings or beliefs, this is the example in Christ we are given. This world does not cater to a non-twin flame union. It is easy. It reinforces the ego and keeps people in the dark without any hope. No miracles to look at and say, that, I am that. Sex is meaningless at times. No real sacred intent, just pleasure. No real bonding, no real soul. But when two people lay that down for a much higher purpose for love, this is an example of what Christ actually taught. What is at the heart of all religion in this world? Love one another. While that task seems impossible for all, to love your twin flame is one task that you can get to if you allow it. You must die to yourself, as we saw in alchemy. This life is going to kill you as it is, so why not find joy and love in a union that surpasses the understanding of this life? One last point I will bring up on sacred union. There is also a belief that when two fully developed twin flames come together, it is for the purpose of bringing into this world more advanced souls that are waiting to come here. The twins are a gateway into a higher dimension. And while they are bringing that vibration in this world through their union to those around them, they also have the capability to bring their own children into this world, endued with the qualities that give them, say, a jump start into life, for helping to bring light into this world. This is the basis of much of the alchemical teachings in the Middle Ages, and one can learn more about this by studying Rosicrucian texts. Of course, the Gnostic texts as well, concerning Christ and Magdalene, and all that goes with that. The twin within. Throughout all ages, what do we truly know? Our history has been corrupted. Our languages have been corrupted. Our morals, values, and thoughts are corrupted. We are left with only the truth deep down that is in this world. We do not know for certain. Darkness has covered every corner, so that what we call God is the only light, and we find that in the darkness is perfect beauty. We think we are in control, but no chant, no spell, no meditation ultimately decides an outcome other than mere chance. It is mercy that brings us forth. We overlook the countless examples where our effort did not work and focus only on one example where it did. This is also beautiful, for in it we are aligned in harmony with the divine who made it so. From that darkness comes all light, and we are in that light and in that dark, and these two things we label as opposites are restricted in their deepest meanings to our limitations of understanding through our corrupted system. This corruption is also perfect, as it assures us of a reliance on that mercy, which is an alignment also of us, conduits of that mercy. We can allow it to work through us or not, but it always does. The process of alchemy is ever at work to bring about this harmony within us, as it is our very soul's fabric to do so. In the beginning, it is believed there was the nameless, that which goes beyond limited scope of words and singular ideas based on time. This all split itself into a pair, and that pair then makes one together, which makes three, the triune face. What has been passed on in our language in terms as mother, father, and child. The child did the same, and made a mate as well, and these two formed a soul, being the reflection of spirit from the highest. This reverberates throughout all things, as the two children also created, and kept on creating, giving form and life. We saw in part 1 of this book, you must have polarity in order to have mass or matter, form, or it will not hold together. Soul is also substance, just not the type our minds and flesh can truly know, as it is usually concerned with solid forms of gender. The masculine and feminine are restricted in meaning to sex organs, and it is in the base nature to stay there through pleasure and pain. The immutable qualities that lie with a more occulted aspect, which is the human soul. Our soul longs for home, that place with the mother and father being resolved to the nameless. This is so inherent, all matter goes through it as it decays and dies. This is the true natural order of things. We can sometimes see death as some cruel force that breaks our hearts and takes from us that which we love. Yet our very love gives witness to this very thing. We long for that which is lost. When it comes to our soul, we are not really lost. It is just our limited minds that perceive this. It is as if it is just left out of the loop of knowledge, but it is just incapable of fully grasping it. It is built that way, for without it, our minds would not survive. It must regulate time within, our heartbeat, our circulation, our emission of hormones and chemicals in order to survive and adapt in this dimension. If it is completely open and aware, humans and animals would not even eat despite the pain. They would not remove their hand from the flame in order to preserve themselves. There is such a powerful force within us and the root of life without which we would not carry on. Mind is an echo of the soul and can be displayed in the matter of this world. Alchemy can be carried out chemically on compounds, and we can watch this in nature. The seemingly opposing dualities are at work and in harmony with a grander design, a blueprint for life and change. That which has been changed goes back into an unseen pool to be used again and again in future reconstructions. So too does the soul have what it seems like opposing qualities that govern the mood and demeanor of the organism, but they also are in harmony to bring that soul back to the source. The biggest difference here is it is not quite as linear as those terms, but rather bringing source to this dimension is also true. So source and dimension are one, as are all dimensions. This one is more muted in its qualities, so it seems, in its harmony with soul. But that is just our mind's perception, because it works off this linear pattern. From hungry, get food, makes pleasure. Within us all, longing for a twin flame or not, are two qualities the mind sees as contradictions, hypocrisies, and conundrums. All these paradoxes of science that make it appear as if we do our wills when it best suits us, and we can only control that by our choices. Choose the door on the left, and the door on the right remains closed. Schrodinger's cat shows us both are undecided until we choose and make our choices. The doors are both open and closed, except in that brief instance when we make a choice. Time does not allow us the privilege of a constant choice in our minds. We have to walk through it or close it. Standing there with it open forever is not an option the mind can sustain itself on. We would eventually fall asleep, and your hand would fall from the knob, and the door would do as it wills. The will is not so powerful after all. There is a greater will, a divine will, where the choices are being governed, and all the choices are being carried out simultaneously at all times. We talked about this will earlier in the very first stage of alchemy, called calcination. This masculine force of fire, which breaks down illogical or unneeded traits within. This logic is not the mind's logic, but rather what does not fit harmoniously with the true soul. What is not soul, but rather ego that opposes the soul. The dragon that has to be tamed and tuned to see itself for what it is. This will overrides that pride and emotion of grandeur that has been characterized as the feminine that is not needed, irrational traits that lead to doubt and self-will. In the second stage of dissolution, we see the true consciousness or soul of the feminine waters come out in possibility, a vision of this divine that all things are possible. This overtakes the masculine sense of control that is no longer needed and limits what can happen. That part of us that records results and sees favor in a certain path that overlooks when that path fails and calls it mere odds or chance. This second stage gives us mercy and inspires us to dream of a new way, to abandon the rigidity of our mind's logic and have faith in the unseen. Once these two traits are truly brought about through trials and failures and tears and sorrows, we begin to emerge from these two within us. We get this by trying to find it outside of ourselves, for it is that not what the mind is constantly doing, looking outside to govern and formulate restrictions. Where do we learn those irrational fears but by recording and memorizing what happened out there? How do we come up with the stats and the numbers within our minds to solidify and prove this to ourselves, but by calculating the results from out there? This person does this, and the last time I was with someone who did that, it ended this way. So the future with this path is this way, which is that way that happened before. On and on it goes. And we see at some point the wisdom of Solomon saying, there is no new thing under the sun. What is one then left to do but go about life in apathy, or maybe open new eyes and ears, and see that this is all a recording in the mind giving way to emotions that actually are not real and not now at all. That is the purpose of these two seemingly opposing forces to our mind's nature we have pushed away. We have not carried out in our mind the whole story, but rather benefited our desires and wants in the now, but not the failures and sorrows, all of those being but labels we assign to a result. The flower that passes and returns to the earth, we often have a hard time seeing as the fertilizer of tomorrow's flower. We just want our flower today in our mind. We do not care for the deep philosophical ideas. So we just go to buy a flower and plant it. Sometimes we find those flowers are not as fragrant from the store as the ones naturally grown in the field, but we overlook it because our mind sees what it wants before it. Deep down we know the futility of seeking out there for that which we think we are lacking. We sometimes run across the proof we are looking for, but in time, which dictates our mind, we forget. The potency of the proof loses its strength, and we must be reminded. This becomes an addiction, and we are stuck in a cycle. This continues, but everyone, no matter who they are, begins to learn one way or another that this is not satisfying. They may never find a way out, but they lose at some point the joy or rush in the cycle. It is within this breakdown, we call it the dark night of the soul, one must look within at the dark recesses. They have been shown repeatedly that the ideas that they have buried and called illogical are actually more logical than the path that they have been circling, spiraling down into an abyss of hopelessness that their own self-will for survival at some point sees as futile. Whatever hole or incompleteness the person has been trying to fill with outside joy can only be obviously filled by something within, or something must come within them to fill it. This seed is the only thing that is needed. This realization is the sanest and clearest truth that they may have had in a very long time. When it comes to twin flames, they must embrace the sides equally, masculine and feminine within, in order to bring about harmony within. This way, nothing in life can cause them lasting disruption, for they have seen the light from within which came from this dark. The world's results are temporal and outside. As much emotion as was invested in it, it will pass inside. In that time of disrepair, they will emerge with tools to get them through this. As we have talked about, those new ways of living they learn in awakening. This is their light, and how it is expressed outwards is an inward change. The perspective changes, and there is nothing out there that is not in there. The two are the same. Conflict and heartbreak are speaking within, and the process must continue. The labeling must end, and what comes embraced fully. Unless one has gone through this process for themselves, seeking a twin flame out there is pointless. You have not yet lit the violet flame from within. How can you bring anything to a twin flame relationship? The only thing you can do is draw from something else, that which can only be gotten from within. You can sit in a soulmate configuration and live out your days as happy as possible, but life is still going to throw problems at you. And if you did sign up for a twin flame union, you're going to have to face this sooner or later. This is what alchemy is doing within us. As we saw in the stages of the distillation and coagulation, the child, or king and queen, emerged from the dead, reborn anew, androgynous, and changed forever. This is that realization the twin was always within you, and the quest outside of yourself was a reflection of the lack of understanding inside of this light. In the macrocosm of the all, we are all twins and souls. If you're looking for a physical twin flame union, this realization would suit you to learn. Your true twin flame. Over much study and being involved with the twin flame community along with quite a lot of meditation, I began to see twin flames were heavily associated with incarnations. As I focused more on reincarnation and twin flames, I was aware the standard view of twin flames was to teach each other most of all. I came into this world very different than any of the kids I knew. I seemed to just know things, and if you gave me one grain of truth or hint of something, I could expand on it and figure out complex problems. I was very aware of females and males along with their feelings. Old soul was an expression I heard early in life. Being nearly half Native American, I just figured it had something to do with that and went on with life. Because when it came to social skills and how to fit into the world, I was not very adapted to that. I had to learn things the hard way. But there was no doubt I had connection to information about people and their ways. I could feel people and read their thoughts at times. How did I acquire such knowledge of even the opposite sex? I struggled as a child with this and ended up having to fight quite a bit. I had just a sensitive side to me, but was not at all homosexual or had any feelings like this. I could almost go into a girl's body and feel their soul on an astral plane. I could figure out what my mom was going to say or think, and both of my grandmothers. Much later, grown and having gone through my own awakening, I began to start seeing things in meditation. I would remotely meditate with several people and got involved in Reiki as well. So I had quite a pool of experience to draw from connecting with so many people. I heard from many women on social media, "You are my twin flame," which I would respond to by meditating with them just to see. I had a strong sense of the same female being present. Also, I heard from multiple women there was another woman there they saw. In meditation with women, I saw the same thing. I saw a male watching over us. This happened time and time again. While reading some Eastern philosophies on twin flames and reincarnation, I ran across a very old belief that in the beginning of this age, when twins were separated, it was deemed only one twin was allowed to incarnate at a time until the end of this age. They were to take turns, and the more the incarnations, the more then they would have the ability to relate to the opposite physical sex. This was like a light bulb I had been waiting on all my life to go off. It explained everything. As you incarnate, your twin is watching and learning from you and teaching you as well. They will send you someone at times, and it is in their best interest as well if you continue in your incarnation. The way you treat people reflects on them, and it is how you also are ultimately treating them, or your higher self. This brings a different type of self-respect than what is taught in the world, but rather higher self-respect. The twin is also chastising you as well when you do not live up to what you really are, a divine example of the light. When you are ready, they will send you someone they know you will like because they know everything about you. Not only that, they will send someone who reflects them. Thus, you have found your twin flame. And it will be as if the divine will brought it about, because it did. Your twin knows you better than you know yourself, and vice versa. This explains why I knew so much about women all my life, but had to be taught the ways of this world through a man's eyes, as if I was a live experiment that someone was watching, because I have been and still am. We show our twins how the opposite mate should or should not act, so they can learn as well, how to interact and find their joy when it comes their turn. On and on this goes, until finally both will incarnate, possibly in the next age, to teach or create. I have no idea, but their time to come together will happen, and all that they have learned will be revealed and how they apply it. I began to see the story of Adam and Eve and all the stories of the first couples and cultures very differently. It was no longer who was right or wrong in their eschatological views of creation, but who understands this and is trying to flow in the divine with it. This is why the twin flame relationship, as taught in modern times, is so heartbreaking and rough. It is breaking down ancient barriers between your own soul to bring about a marriage that is beyond this world. I found this in Christ and his bride allegories, Pistis Sophia, Isis and Osiris, Shiva and Shakti, and so many other examples of which escape my mind at this writing, as I am just letting this all flow from me with nothing but a spell checker going here and access to images to place on the pages and a thesaurus to mix it up a bit. But in time it will all make sense. This is why degradation of the opposite sex is a crime not only to them but you and all the souls of this universe. What you do to me, you do to yourself, and what I do to you, I do to myself, and we do these things to us. This is what the twin flame relationship with yourself leads to. Treating others as divine as you because you are divine. Yes, you have a twin flame contract going here that cannot be stopped, but it ultimately leads to the final revelation of yourself in the divine. As Christ said, we are the same. This is called Brahman and the Jiva Mukta. You are one.